Hokage, I am the spiritual leader of the Uchiha clan. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Period. Shikshin looked at Obito and found that he was not red in the face or out of breath. He was now in high spirits. These three little guys were not simple. Just when he was about to give up, a cry of surprise came. Shikshin. Save me. Kingain's voice was very clear. She was Shikshin's girlfriend. Shikshin just looked over and saw Kakashi using a white electric current in his hand to blast Kingain's puppet, and then stabbed towards Kingain's heart without slowing down. Kingain. Shikshin was about to go to the rescue, but Uchiha Obito stepped forward and stabbed at Shikshin with a kunai in his hand. Shikshin quickly turned around to avoid it, but Uchiha Obito continued to attack with emotionless eyes. Shikshin couldn't get away for a moment, so he shouted, "Taiyu, go save people." Taiyu gritted his teeth and said, "I can't do it. This little girl is too strong. I can't get away." No. Shikshin ignored Uchiha Obito's attack and was stabbed by Uchiha Obito's kunai in the back. Uchiha Obito was stunned and slid down. A huge wound appeared on Shikshin's back, so deep that the bone was visible. Shikshin had no time to use the instant body technique and stood in front of Kingain. He was sweating profusely and pushed Kingain away, but was pierced through the heart by Kakashi. "Hurry, run, they are very strong." After Shikshin said this, he fell to the ground, his eyes lost their luster, and the whole audience was silent at this moment. Kakashi calmly pulled out his bloody arm, staring at Shikshin with dead eyes. Then, kick it open. Bang bang. There were two sounds. One was being kicked away, and another was falling to the ground. The landing place was still on the open space in front of Kingain. Kingain's head was buzzing. She didn't expect that she was just spying tonight. Why did it turn out like this? Kakashi sighed. This way of dying by crashing into his Reikiri made him feel unlucky, and he had no sense of accomplishment at all. He walked towards Kingain, who kept retreating with a panicked look in his eyes. Kakashi was wearing a mask, and his expression was unrecognizable. He then threw out a bundle of ropes and said, "Tie it up yourself. I'm watching you. If you don't want to die, just do as I say." His voice was cold, but the determination in his words was easily discernible. In order to survive, Kingain actually took the rope and tied herself up. After seeing this, Kakashi's lightning chakra on his left hand dissipated. "This woman is not stupid." Then he took the rope and stepped on the woman, looked at Uchiha Obito, and raised his eyebrows to signal, "Brother, I'm done, you can handle Lin's side." Uchiha Obito raised the corners of his mouth, and used the instant body technique to block in front of Nahara-rin. Nahara-rin raised the corners of his mouth, put his right hand on Obito's back, and replenished his chakra in just a moment. Obito's chakra was full. He looked at Taiyu as if he was looking at a dead person. Taiyu gritted his teeth, formed a seal wind style vacuum bomb, took a deep breath, and prepared to exhale. Uchiha Obito used the instant body technique again, flashed behind Taiyu, and grabbed his hair with one hand. Taiyu was stunned by how fast it was. Uchiha Obito pulled down. Taiyu raised his mouth, and the vacuum bullet flew into the sky, making a loud sound of breaking through the air. And then, nothing happened. Uchiha Obito's eyes were filled with ferocity as he pushed down hard. He pressed Taiyu's head into the dry ground. Bang! It hit the ground hard. Nahara-rin was close and heard a cracking sound, as if the skull was broken. The result was not over yet. Uchiha Obito picked up his head with an expressionless face and hit the ground again. Bang! Even Kakashi, who was far away, felt the tremor. He couldn't help but shudder and muttered, "You know how lucky you are. If you had fought with that little girl, you would have basically had no chance of surviving." Uchiha Obito still had no expression on his face. He lifted the ninja's head. The ninja had suffered a brain hemorrhage and was making a hoarse sound. Uchiha Obito frowned and said, "You are too noisy." Then he stretched out his left hand and pinched Taiyu's neck. With a pinch, there was a click, and Taiyu's throat lost its voice. His limbs fell down. Uchiha Obito threw him aside with disgust, stretched out his foot and stepped on him. After stepping on Taiyu's head and crushing it, the red and white scattered all over the ground. Uchiha Obito frowned, then walked towards Lin and said, "Lin, Are you okay? I have dealt with that guy. Nahara Rin shook her head, took out a pack of wet wipes from her ninja tool bag, tore it open, and carefully wiped Uchiha Obito's face. Uchiha Obito seemed to be under a spell of immobilization and could not move. His Adam's apple moved and he looked into Nahara Lin's beautiful eyes. Nahara Lin seemed to notice this and she smiled. Be good, don't move. Wait for me to clean it for you, okay, okay. Obito didn't dare to move and stood there stiffly. Kakashi Hatake rolled his eyes. He actually thought that Obito, who had just killed someone, was very handsome and strong. It was an illusion, all an illusion. Then, with a flash of golden light, Namikaze Minato appeared beside Kakashi. Am I late? He took in the surroundings. Kakashi said unhappily, yes. You are late. If you were any later, we would have been ready to return to the camp to report. Minato-sensei is really too unreliable, he's always like this. He's also the #1 delivery man in Konoha, and he dares to claim to be the fastest. Minato Namikaze scratched his head. He was on a mission just now and killed 3 senior ninjas, so he couldn't arrive immediately after wiping the blood off her face. Nahara Lin sighed, you're such a jerk. You always end up covered in blood because of me. If the girl who likes you knew about this, she would be so heartbroken. Uchiha Obito was stunned and shook his head. No, I don't like them. They are none of my business, Namikaze Minato retorted to Kakashi. Have they always been so ridiculous? Hatake Kakashi nodded. Yes, it has always been like this. They never confess their feelings, but they both have each other in their hearts. Oh, Minato-sensei, there is one more thing. Who else? 15,000 words. To find out what happens next, please see the next chapter. Please urge me to update. Please like. Please use your love to generate electricity. Brothers, please help me push it. The third battle has begun. The exciting and compact plot has also begun. Please support us. Chapter 344. Zhang Lin, can I hug you? One more thing. Minato-sensei, can you please stop grabbing me? Your hands are so strong. Hatake Kakashi rolled his eyes at him. Namikaze Minato laughed out loud. Okay, teacher, pay attention next time. On the side, after Uchiha Obito finished talking with Nahara Rin, he walked towards the two of them. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, well done, Obito and Rin, really. Teacher Minato is too late. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but complain. Yes, it's teacher's fault. I'm sorry. Namikaze Minato bowed to Uchiha Obito with an apologetic look on his face. Obito couldn't do this, so he quickly helped his teacher up. Really, I wish you could come earlier next time, Uchiha Obito murmured. Haha, teacher will definitely pay attention next time. Namikaze Minato scratched his head, and Lin also sighed. He was obviously one of the fastest people in the ninja world, so why was he always late? Fortunately, this time, we can deal with the enemy's strength. What would happen if the enemy was far superior to us? This thought suddenly appeared in Nahara Lin's mind, and then she shook her head. No, it shouldn't be like that. She should believe in teacher Minato. However, there was some worry in Nahara Rin's eyes when she looked at Namikaze Minato. Then she turned to look at Uchiha Obito's anxious look, and the corners of her mouth rose. Well, with a reliable person like Obito-kun, there would probably be no big deal under the blackmail of Uchiha Obito. Minato Namikaze decided to invite a few people back to the village for a barbecue after the war. In this way, the four of them walked towards the camp talking and laughing. Hatake Kakashi dragged the female ninja and followed closely, not falling behind since the 3 little ones had made great contributions. Shuman asked them to end their patrol mission early and return to the camp to rest. The 3 little ones did not refuse and walked towards their tents together. Minato Namikaze carried the female prisoner and walked towards Yamanaka Inoichi. Yamanaka Inoichi was sleeping, but suddenly he opened his eyes and sat up straight. Yes, he sensed a breath of Minato Namikaze. During war, ninjas must not sleep too deeply, otherwise they will really die. Hey Ai-kun, can I come in? Namikaze Minato asked with a smile. Well, please come in, brother Minato. Yamanaka lit the candle in the tent, and Namikaze Minato lifted the curtain and walked in slowly with a smile in his eyes. Seeing this, Yamanaka Inoichi sat on the bed and said, did you catch a big fish? After that, he looked at the woman held by Minato Namikaze. Namikaze Minato shook his head and said, I'm not sure if it's a big fish yet, so I came to find our brother Heiai to confirm it. With that, Namikaze Minato threw the woman to the ground in front of Yamanaka Inoichi and said, please, don't be so polite. It's wartime after all. It's my duty to do these things. Yamanaka Heiai jumped off the bed, slowly walked to the woman and squatted down. What are you doing? Don't come over here. What will be the fate of the defeated female ninja? She knew it very well in her heart, but in order to survive or not have the courage to die, she had no choice but to accept it. She shed tears of humiliation and bit her lower lip tightly, with hatred hidden deep in her eyes. At this moment, Yamanaka Heiai suddenly said, "Be good, don't be nervous, I'll be quick." Namikaze Minato rolled his eyes and said, "No, buddy, you're really hungry. What are you saying? Hurry up, why don't you come?" Yamanaka Heiai was speechless. What's wrong with him talking? Isn't it just extracting a memory? Is there anything wrong with him talking? No, don't, the ninja yelled. The next moment, Yamanaka Inoichi's palm pressed against the ninja's forehead. The ninja was stunned. What was he going to do? Wasn't he going to do that? What was going on? Yamanaka Heiai ignored the change in the female ninja's expression. His face changed and he muttered, "Ninja technique, mind-reading technique, ninja technique, mind-reading technique, without using any equipment, directly reads the other party's thoughts and memories, even if it is a well-preserved brain, it can read the memory." As Yamanaka Heiai activated his chakra, the female ninja's originally confused pupils suddenly shrank, and she felt her brain being pulled by a strong force. She knew that all this was happening, but she couldn't stop it. Yamanaka Heiai closed his eyes and his brain absorbed the woman's memories. After a long time, he let out a breath. Yamanaka Heiichi's nose wrinkled. What smell? Then he saw the unpleasant smell under the female ninja disc. Are you scared to be? He quickly stood up and went to wash his hands in the basin next to him. Namikaze Minato took the opportunity to ask, "Heiai, how is it? Did that woman provide any useful information?" Yamanaka Heiai nodded while washing his hands. "Well, she is really a big fish. Her brother-in-law is Luosha, so she knows a lot of information about the Sand Village. You could have been hiding in the back, enjoying the safest and best protection, but you insisted on proving yourself to the Sand Village ninjas. You teamed up with your boyfriend and wanted to capture a few Konoha ninjas tonight. In the end, it failed." Yamanaka Heiai sneered. He was obviously a second-generation rich kid, but he insisted on proving himself. What happened now? Namikaze Minato was silent for a while, then he said, "Heiai, please write down this information. I will give it to Lord Madara." "No problem, Minato. I'm a little curious, when will you and Pepper get married? I heard that she is the princess of this generation of the Uzumaki clan." "You are so lucky," Yamanaka Heiai said with a smile. Namikaze scratched his head and said, "Let's talk about it later, let's talk about it later. Now the important thing is business." He brought a stool over, and Yamanaka Inoichi sat on it. Then he took out a piece of white paper and began to write. Namikaze Minato did not disturb him, but sat beside him looking at the ninjutsu scroll. He suddenly had a new understanding of Flying Thunder God, but the corner of his eye was staring at the woman from Sand's village who was lying on the ground like mud. The other side, the three little ones returned to the tent, and they unanimously decided to let Uchiha Obito go in first to wipe his body, because he was covered in blood and was much dirtier than Kakashi's right arm. Uchiha Obito did not hesitate either. He entered the tent, took off his blood-stained clothes, and began to clean his body with clean water in the tent. After cleaning up, he changed into combat uniform and walked out of the tent. "Kakashi, it's okay, you can go in." Kakashi nodded and entered the tent. At this moment, Uchiha Obito and Nahara Rin were standing at the door of the tent. The two men looked at each other, and Obito was the first to lose his patience and turned away. Nahara Rin smiled slightly. Obito is indeed the cutest. "Hey, Obito, tell me, if I die one day..." Nahara Rin suddenly laughed. Uchiha Obito's face changed, and he immediately turned around and looked at Nahara Rin. "No, you won't die. Don't talk nonsense." At this moment, Obito's eyes were sharp and his voice was firm. He was no longer shy and hesitant like before. Instead, he looked at Nahara Rin's face seriously and spoke seriously. "I mean if, idiot." Nahara Rin looked like a pufferfish, with her cheeks puffed up on both sides, which was very cute. "No ifs. If anyone wants to kill you, I will kill his entire family, no matter who he is. No matter how powerful he is." Uchiha Obito's voice sounded a little crazy at this moment. Immediately afterwards, his Sharingan suddenly appeared, and the double Magatama in his pupils suddenly rotated and turned into triple Magatama Sharingan. Nahara Rin widened her eyes, walked forward, stood on tiptoe, and put her face close to Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito was stunned. What was going on? "Hey, Obito, your Sharingan has changed from 2 dots to 3 dots. Did it evolve?" Nahara Rin observed Uchiha Obito's Sharingan with her innocent big eyes. Uchiha Obito was stunned, then Nahara Rin handed him a mirror. Uchiha Obito picked up the mirror and looked at his Sharingan. At this moment, 3 Magatama appeared in his pupils and rotated. Period. He was just thinking about the scene where Nahara Rin said that if she died, the Sharingan would evolve. He looked at Nahara Rin with mixed feelings. At this moment, he was a little happy and a little worried. He understood how important Rin was to him. I understood what the love of the Uchiha clan was like. Suddenly Obito said, Rin, you will always look at me, right? Obito's eyes revealed pleading and hope, wanting to hear the answer he wanted. Nahara Rin was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened and her lips curled up. Yes, I will. I will always watch you become stronger, watch you become Hokage. Obito, Uchiha Obito's eyes turned red, he hugged Nahara Rin, tears flowing silently. Huh? Obito, this is not polite to girls. You should at least ask the girls' opinions. Nahara Rin blinked. Uchiha Obito actually let go of her hand and asked, Lin, can I hug you? Nahara Rin's eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth curled up. Well, if it's Obito, then yes. Uchiha Obito's heart stopped for a moment. He looked at Nahara Rin in front of him, somewhat unable to believe it, and stood there in a daze. Nahara Rin tilted her head. How could this idiot be so stunned? Never mind. I finally got brave for once. If he doesn't hug me, then I'll hug him. Nahara Rin walked forward and hugged Uchiha Obito, buried her head in his shoulder and closed her eyes. Obito's shoulders are so strong. She thought to herself. Uchiha Obito's blood pressure was off the charts at this moment, and his face turned very red, like a cooked crab. He dared not move, his whole body was stiff, feeling the warmth in his arms, he even felt like he was dreaming. Lin, this can't be a dream, right? Uchiha Obito swallowed his saliva. He wanted to put his hand on Nahara Rin's back, but because he cherished the person in front of him, he didn't want to desecrate him, so he stopped in midair. Idiot. How can a girl take the initiative in such a thing? Nahara Rin buried her head in Obito's chest and muttered. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito tentatively placed his hand slowly on Nahara Rin's back. Nahara Rin's whole body tensed up, and she hugged Obito with more force, but she did not let go. Just as Obito's breathing was hot and he was about to hug Nahara Rin tightly, a voice rang out, Hey, I'm done washing. Lin, go in and take a shower. It's so hot, you can't sleep without taking a shower. Kakashi's naughty voice came out. Chapter 345. I will definitely become Hokage. Kakashi's naughty voice was heard, which made Nahara Rin and Uchiha Obito's heart skip a beat. Nahara Rin blushed and pushed Obito away, walking into the tent. When she saw Kakashi, Nahara Rin pouted like a pufferfish, with murderous eyes, and snorted, which made Kakashi's hair stand on end and shudder. Kakashi shook his head and walked out without caring. He looked at Uchiha Obito and found that he was now with his head down, his teeth clenched, and his fists clenched, as if he wanted to eat someone alive. Kakashi didn't care and patted his shoulder. Obito, what's wrong? Did you make Lin angry again? He narrowed his eyes and asked curiously. Uchiha Obito snorted and made the seal of opposition. Kakashi, stop talking nonsense and let's fight one-on-one. Uchiha Obito opened his Sharingan and stared at Kakashi. Kakashi was a little speechless. Hey, this is a big camp, and you just took a shower, aren't you hot? Stop talking nonsense. No need for ninjutsu. The outcome will be decided with fists and feet. Uchiha Obito said fiercely. Kakashi was stunned, then he noticed that Uchiha Obito's Sharingan seemed to have changed. It was a 3 Magatama Sharingan. No wonder he wanted to spar with him. Well, there's really nothing I can do about you. This is a camp, so be quiet. Kakashi made the opposing seal and then stood ready. Just then, a shadow flashed by. Kakashi's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, how fast. However, he had more combat experience. He raised his right hand slightly to block, and pushed forward with his left hand. Obito's right fist was caught. Seeing Kakashi's left hand retreat, Obito retracted his right hand, his body in the air, and kicked Kakashi's left palm with his right leg. Bang! Their palms and feet collided, and Kakashi put his left hand behind his back, trembling slightly. His eyes twitched. No, buddy, are you serious? Stop talking nonsense. Kakashi, take it. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and continued to attack. The evolution of the Sharingan brought him not only an improvement in his mental power and the observation ability of the Sharingan itself, he even brought Uchiha Obito's chakra to the level of a Jonin, and his physical strength and speed were greatly improved. Kakashi was speechless. He countered his moves and cursed in his heart, "No, why did you hit me so hard? Did I delay your relationship?" Kakashi actually guessed it right, but the thin-skinned Rin wouldn't say it out loud, and the thick-skinned Obito wouldn't say anything about Rin either, so he could only vent his anger by beating Kakashi. "Damn Kakashi, take my punch." Uchiha Obito threw a punch, and Kakashi had no time to defend himself. His eyes widened and he said, "I can't dodge it." Kakashi closed his eyes, and then he heard a bang. Kakashi didn't feel any pain, and he slowly opened his eyes. He saw Namake's Minato standing in front of him, stretching out his left hand to block Obito's attack. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'm saved. Thank you, Minato-sensei." Namake's Minato glanced at him, then turned to Uchiha Obito and said, "Not bad, Obito, your strength has improved a lot." Huh? 3 Magatama Sharingan. Uchiha Obito knew that he had gone too far, but he could no longer control his fist. With that punch, Kakashi would probably get a concussion. Fortunately, Minato-sensei arrived and stopped him. At this moment, Obito's anger had dissipated by more than half. He slowly said, "Thank you, Minato-sensei." "Kakashi, I'm sorry for not stopping just now." Namake's Minato patted his little head and said, "We are classmates, how could you be so harsh?" Uchiha Obito didn't say anything, he pouted his lips. He wouldn't tell the reason, even if you beat him to death. Kakashi was helpless, but he stepped forward to help Obito out. "Minato-sensei, it was me who suggested sparring with Obito, but we were careful not to use chakra, so it didn't cause too much impact. It's inevitable that you won't be able to control your strength in a sparring match, right, Obito?" Kakashi winked at Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Obito reacted, "Ha, that's right, Minato-sensei, we are just sparring." Namake's Minato looked at Kakashi with a strange expression, then looked at Uchiha Obito and sighed, "I can't control the affairs of you young people, but I'll warn you once. If I find you again, you will be given extra training when I return to the village." Namake's Minato became serious and looked at the two of them. The two nodded quickly, indicating that they did not want to increase the training. Since Namake's Minato became a disciple of Uchiha Owl, he has frequently used various harsh and difficult training methods. What is it? Under the shadow clone of Minato Namake's, you have to persist for 10 minutes until you reach the goal, otherwise you have to do this training every day. At that time, Uchiha Obito, Nahara Rin, and Kakashi had just become Jinan. Was it appropriate for them to face the shadow clone of the cage-level master Minato Namake's? When they had held on for 10 minutes, thinking the training was over, Namake's Minato jumped out and said, "Well done, you guys are great. You finally managed to hold on for 10 minutes. Now, let's move on to the next task. Hold on for 30 minutes under the attack of my shadow clones." At that moment, the three people almost vomited blood. They didn't know from which bastard Minato Namake's learned this hellish level training method. He was simply not a human being. Bastard Uchiha Owl, yawn. Isn't it someone who is teasing me behind my back? I'm really impressed. After Namake's Minato left, Uchiha Obito wanted to say thank you to Kakashi, but Kakashi glanced at him and cursed, "Idiot, if you want extra training, don't drag me along." Uchiha Obito's original feeling of being moved suddenly shattered to the ground. He looked at Kakashi fiercely. It was true that a dog could not spit out every. Kakashi, whose summoning beast was a dog, was even worse than a dog. "Parker, Wang. What do you mean? Are you insulting me?" However, Obito did not continue to get angry. He turned around, looked at the moon in the sky and sighed, "Kakashi, you must remember that you owe me tonight." Kakashi was confused. "What did you say? What do I owe you? Explain clearly." He didn't understand what he had done that suddenly made him owe Obito something. What was it? My head itched. And he was the one who helped Obito out tonight, so if he owed him anything, should Obito owe him something? I don't understand, I really don't understand. Uchiha Obito sighed and sat on the ground to one side, looking very depressed. He didn't know if there would be another good opportunity like the one just now, the happiness of the rest of my life. Kakashi, you are really good, you are a ruthless person. Kakashi didn't understand why, but he still sat next to Obito. He felt that Obito suddenly became much more pleasing to the eye. This melancholy and mature temperament made him more charming. "Okay, although I don't know what you are talking about, but since you are so serious, I will just consider it as something I owe you." Kakashi said with a smile. His relationship with Obito is like that of Naruto and Sasuke. They are lifelong friends, even closer than Might Guy. Kakashi is not disgusted by an ambitious and idealistic fool like Obito. How many people are still muddled through life, living day by day without any ambition or aspiration? Obito is different. Although he can be a bit of a middle school student, sometimes hot-blooded and a bit foolish, it's truly fun to be around him, and most importantly, Obito is kind-hearted. Both he and Rin know this, and they also know that it is true that he helped the old lady cross the street. In fact, Kakashi Hatake admires Obito very much. In the original novel, Kakashi's excuse for being late to meet young Sakura and Naruto was sorry, I saw an old lady who needed help on my way here. In the original novel, Kakashi eventually became like Obito, his time forever stuck at the moment of Rin's death, his Sharingan unable to close, his hands unable to wash clean. You two can actually sit together so harmoniously. The one who spoke was Nahara Rin. She looked at Obito and Kakashi with a smile. Obito chuckled, and Kakashi looked at Obito and smiled, with the corners of his mouth raised. Although it was difficult to see clearly because of the mask, he smiled. Kakashi consciously moved to the side to create a place for him and Lin to be alone. Lin didn't say anything and sat between the two of them with a smile. The boys and girls were staring at the sky with longing in their eyes. It's so beautiful. Don't you think so, Obito? Nahara Rin looked at the stars in the sky, her eyes curved, and she smiled. Yeah, I don't know how long it has been since the three of us looked at the stars shining in the sky like this. Uchiha Obito suddenly sighed. Kakashi glanced at him, then looked up at the sky. Well, after the war, there will be plenty of time like this. Yoshi. I've made up my mind. Rin, Kakashi, I must become Hokage. Let everyone recognize me. Recognize me, Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito suddenly stood up, raised his right hand, and the boy's childish voice resounded in the ears of the two people beside him. Well, Obito, I believe in you. You are talented and kind. Sooner or later, you will become Hokage. Before that, please allow me to see you with my own eyes and record everything about you. Nahara Rin smiled, stood up and looked at Obito in her eyes. Obito at this moment seemed to be glowing. Although she didn't say whether he could become Hokage in the future, the fact that Uchiha Obito had such a goal and was willing to work hard for it made him a hero in her eyes. Well, even though you're stupid and dumb, you're also easy to trust others, Kakashi said lightly. Hey. Kakashi, did you do this on purpose? Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth. However, you are a very reliable and hard-working person. I also believe that one day in the future, you can inherit the position of Lord Uchiha and become Hokage. Kakashi smiled, and his smile at this moment was not concealed. Uchiha Obito was stunned. He looked at Kakashi with some disbelief. Kakashi actually spit out ivory today. Lin's mouth curled up. Obito, this is the first time Kakashi has praised someone so much? Don't let us down. Become Hokage in the future and protect the village well. Don't worry. I will. I will not only protect the village, but also protect you too. At this moment, stars bloomed in Uchiha Obito's eyes, and his state of mind was elevated to a higher level. 6,000 words, equivalent to 3 updates a day. I feel like my writing skills have improved again. Haha, please urge me to update, please share, and please generate power with love. Thank you everyone. Chapter 346, Establishing Authority in the Army. The next day, the sun rose. The three little ones got up one after another, and Namikaze Minato had been waiting outside the door. Seeing them wake up, he smiled slightly and said, How are you, kids? Did you sleep well last night? Teacher Minato, aren't you sleepy? I worked the night shift for so long last night, Uchiha Obito asked after coming out. But his eyes were dark. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, then laughed. I'm not sleepy. The war is about to start today. There is no time to rest. Yeah, Hatake. Kakashi nodded. The battle was about to begin, and he felt a little nervous. Fighting and completing missions are two different concepts. When completing missions, the number of enemy ninjas is limited, while when fighting, the battlefield is full of ninjas. Even if it is a Sharingan, releasing sea-level ninjutsu can cause real damage. Nahara Rin smiled. She noticed Kakashi's nervousness and Uchiha Obito's pretense of being easygoing, but in fact he was not much better than Kakashi. Teacher Minato, has the marching time been set? Nahara Rin blinked. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, In 1 hour, you will follow me and serve as my subordinates while the army attacks from the side. Yes. X3, the three little ones' faces were full of anticipation, excitement, and nervousness, but there was no fear. The corner of Minato Namikaze's mouth curled up. Now everyone, Minato-chan, eat your rations. In 30 minutes, Join the army. The three little ones nodded, then took out the sleep-inducing biscuits from the storage scroll and started eating. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze walked towards the ninja troops he led before going out to battle. He still had to say hello to the troops briefly before they set out, otherwise the ninjas under him wouldn't recognize him. In this way, Minato Namikaze took advantage of the time when the three little ones were eating their dry food and went to meet with the ninjas in the army in advance. The ninjas in the army came from various major families and civilian ninjas. They received news yesterday that their leader was a disciple of the Hokage. This time, the 2,000 of them had to obey Minato Namikaze's orders completely. Most ninjas had no objection. After all, Minato Namikaze was the disciple of Hokage, and the status of Hokage in their hearts was like that of a god. The vast majority of ninjas who have a good impression of the Hokage believe it, because they think that as a disciple of the Hokage, Namikaze Minato is definitely not bad and there will be no problem in being obedient. However, there is a small group of geniuses who can also be said to be thorns. They have unique means to rely on, or have some understanding of war, but are not valued, which leads to them obeying on the surface but being very resistant in their hearts. At this moment, they were staring at Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze sensed this, but he didn't react much. Instead, he slowly said, You all come out, let's have a competition. The easiest way to deal with troublemakers in the army is to prove your strength. And the people that Minato Namikaze pointed out were those who were superficially convinced but not truly convinced. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up and they took a few steps forward. They were a little curious about what Minato Namikaze would do. Then I heard, I'll give you 10 minutes. Come on, defeat me, and you can become the leader of this army. Minato Namikaze smiled and looked at the 4 or 5 young men in front of him gently. The 4 or 5 young men looked at each other, and after exchanging glances, the man in the front said, In that case, let's get started. Namikaze Minato took out a stopwatch, pressed the timer, handed it to an honest middle-aged man, and asked him to keep it. Then speak up, come on. At this moment, his aura changed and the gentleness he had before was no longer there. If he looked like a good old man in a little sun just now, he now seemed like a mountain and a tiger. 4 or 5 young men quickly came to their senses, rushed forward one by one, formed hand seals and performed ninjutsu. The variety of ninjutsu dazzled everyone present, but it could be seen that the strength of these 5 people had reached the level of Jinin. Moreover, the coordination is seamless. The wind helps the fire, and the thunder and wind depend on each other. When Minato Namikaze saw this scene, he did not underestimate it, but threw Flying Thunder God Tsunade towards the attack. After the Tsunade passed through the attack, Minato Namikaze's figure disappeared, and in an instant he came to the position of the Tsunade, grabbed one of them, and put the Tsunade on his neck. He muttered, You lose, and then threw Flying Thunder God Tsunade in all directions, turning into Golden Flash, moving back and forth between the 5 people. If he had wanted to, these 5 people would have died on the spot. Namikaze Minato's performance caused cheers from everyone present, and the middle-aged man pressed the stopwatch again. When he glanced at the time, he realized that less than 7 seconds had passed. What an impressive achievement. It was truly impressive. The 5 powerful troublemakers swallowed their saliva and touched their necks. In such a short time, several of them were approached. If it was a real battle and the 2 sides were enemies, it would only take a moment for Minato Namikaze to slit their throats. We are convinced. The 5 troublemakers knelt on one knee and admitted their mistakes. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze realized that his plan had succeeded. He looked up and saw that no one in the army showed up. There was distrust in their eyes, but there was fanaticism in the eyes of those who looked at him. Namikaze Minato smiled and helped the 5 people up. No fight, no acquaintance. As opponents, you are not bad. Keep up the good work and try to kill more Sand Ninja on the battlefield. Seeing that Minato Namikaze did not pursue the matter, the 5 people breathed a sigh of relief and were conquered by Minato Namikaze's move. At this moment, they became Minato Namikaze's most powerful supporters. Minato-sama. We will, the 5 of them said in unison. Minato Namikaze nodded and signaled them to return to the team. At this moment, the 3 little ones arrived. Minato Namikaze asked them to join the team. After doing all this, Minato Namikaze led the troops to the camp gate. At this moment, the remaining 8,000 ninja troops were ready at the camp gate. Sarutobi Shinizuka had a serious expression and looked straight ahead. Uchiha Madara was chatting and laughing with Uchiha Izuna there. When they saw Minato's troops coming, they all looked at Namikaze Minato at the same time. Namikaze Minato made a gesture, okay. A few people nodded and started laughing again. Minato, why are you so late? Sarutobi Shinisu couldn't help but smile and patted Namake's Minato on the shoulder. Namake's Minato didn't mind. There was a little accident on the way, but it's been resolved. Sarutobi Shinisu understood what he was talking about. Yesterday, he had already established his authority in front of the troops by himself. The iron rod smashed into the ground and created a big hole, which convinced everyone at once and made them decide to follow this serious and powerful deputy commander. Okay, now that we are all here, let's prepare to implement a battle plan, Uchiha Madara interrupted, speaking seriously. Chapter 347, Cutting Open Kikayo Mountain with one sword. As soon as Uchiha Madara said this, two deputy commanders and one deputy commander looked at him. Deputy Commander Uchiha Izuna suddenly said, "Brother, be careful." "Izuna, don't worry. Don't you know your elder brother's strength?" Uchiha Madara said with a smile. Crossing his arms, Uchiha Izuna shook his head and smiled bitterly. His elder brother's strength was beyond reproach. In one word, amazing. If it weren't for the training of the new army this time, he estimated that his eldest brother would dare to challenge the entire Sand Village alone. After giving a few more instructions, Uchiha Izuna took Namake's Minato and Sarutobi Shinisu and walked towards the village, giving the Sand Village the illusion that their 4,000 people were withdrawing. After reaching a far enough distance, the 4,000-man ninja force headed towards the dense forest, detoring through the rain country to the Sand Village transportation route behind two large mountains. Uchiha Madara led 6,000 ninjas in a frontal attack, but stopped 300 meters in front of Mount Kikayo. Uchiha Madara raised his right hand, signaling the army to stop advancing. Tram, Tada. 6,000 people suddenly stopped and looked up the mountain. They saw people on every hilltop. The Hyuga ninja could even see the trap set there and quickly told Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara nodded and looked at the Sand Village ninja on the mountain with murderous eyes. "Who is Raza? Come out." Uchiha Madara's words were filled with arrogance and confidence, as if he was not calling the fourth Kazekage, but a piece of trash. Luo Shat had heard the news from the intelligence long ago that Uchiha Madara was arrogant and sent 4,000 people back to the village, and he took 6,000 people with him, intending to defeat his army head-on. What a foolish dream. Even if you are a legendary ninja, how dare you be so arrogant? Besides, who knows if your name, Uchiha Madara, is real? Raza, don't live in the same era as you. However, since Uchiha Madara is challenging me like this, Raza can't afford to lose momentum. Luo Sha used magnetic escape to suck out the golden sands from the ground, turning it into pure gold floor under his feet, floating in the air. HMPH. Uchiha Madara, I am Raza. Now that I'm out, what do you want to do? Raza summoned a golden spear, ready to stab Uchiha Madara at any time. Haha, get down here. Uchiha Madara stepped forward and summoned Susanoo. In an instant, the blue Susanoo rose from the ground and entered its first form. Uchiha Madara stretched out his claws to grab Raza. Seeing this, Raza immediately raised the height of the sand platform, and Uchiha Madara's move did not catch him. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows and said, "It's interesting, but is the fourth Kazekage planning to hide in the clouds forever?" His face was full of mockery. Luo Sha could no longer endure it. The despicable and evil Uchiha clan suppressed the development of our Sand Village and plundered our Sand Village resources. Now you dare to shout. Everyone, throw shurikens, throw big rocks, and detonate talismans. After saying that, Luo Sha controlled the golden spear to stab Uchiha Madara. He didn't believe that so many people working together could not break Uchiha Madara's defense. Whoosh! Golden spear stabbed at Uchiha Madara one after another. Uchiha Madara frowned, and Susanoo raised his arms. A large number of golden spears were shattered by the powerful chakra and turned into golden powder. Feeling all this from above, Luo Sha couldn't help but twitch his lips. This guy has cheats. Is it really reasonable not to ban him? Oh my god, God said, I tried my best, but now I have lost control and authority over this world. It's not my fault. The ninjas of Sand Village threw shurikens and kunai with explosive tags, and pushed down huge rocks. Uchiha Madara was subjected to attacks from explosive tags, large rocks, and several kunai every second, and the first form of Susanoo made him feel a little tired. Yes, you have some skills, you can be proud of it, but it's just a little bit. Susanoo, second form. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms over his chest, and Susanoo grew legs and arms, naked, without armor, and no sword in his hand. His height reached the halfway point of Mount Kikayo, but this time, he was not just defending. He used his second form of Susanoo to punch the mountain. There was a loud bang. Mount Kikayo shook violently, and some of the ninjas above it lost their balance and fell down the mountain without noticing. Up, help! Help me! Uchiha Madara was stunned. No, buddy, I just used the second form of Susanoo. Why is this mountain so fragile? Why did this guy start falling down? Should I still fight? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but doubt his life. Are all the ninjas in the ninja world so weak now? This made Uchiha Madara a little embarrassed to take action. The 8,000-man army of Konoha looked at each other, and now the commander-in-chief is going to fight alone against Sans Village and Kazekage in the front. Is this appropriate? At this moment, a voice came from the battlefield, warriors of the Sans Village. We cannot allow Uchiha Madara to continue like this, otherwise our families and our wives will be devoured by the flames of war. Use your strength, use wind jutsu, use fire jutsu, and attack Uchiha Madara. Anyone who can kill Uchiha Madara will be rewarded with 5 billion gold. Luo Xiao is determined to keep Uchiha Madara. Even if he couldn't keep him, he would consume him as much as possible when the time comes. I will kill Uchiha Madara myself. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. Here it comes. Finally the fight is about to begin. It's finally time for real. Just as the Konoha army was about to protect Uchiha Madara shouted, "Everyone from Konoha, retreat. Just stand behind me. What can a mere Sans Village do to me?" Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up, and then Susanoo took on its third form. With a simple armor attached, Susanoo's body became much taller. At this time, all kinds of ninjutsu, throwing weapons, detonating tags, kunai, and shurikens were thrown at Uchiha Madara's Susanoo without any cost. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, tisk, although their strength is not strong, he only defends and does not attack, and those attacks on Susanoo will quickly consume his eye power. If this goes on, even those who are dragged will lose their pupil power. There is no other way, I can only fight back, Uchiha Madara roared. Susanoo, fourth form, the blue Susanoo roared, and its size reached its maximum. He drew out his katana, raised it high, and then slashed towards the Kikyo mountain in front of him. The sword energy mixed with chakra split the Kikyo mountain into two. There are at least 100 ninjas standing within the range of his sword energy. For a moment, the whole audience was focused in silence. Everyone looked around and rubbed their eyes. No, this couldn't be real. No. How could a human being possibly produce such power? He is not a human, he is a Shura. The Shura of the ninja world. Chapter 348, Luo Xiao's escape. Uchiha Madara was breathing heavily at this moment, and his eyes felt a little burning. Damn, he was still too arrogant. I shouldn't have just stood there and let them hit me. Although my chakra is still sufficient, my pupil power has been consumed too much. The man on the cloud, Luo Xiao, was shocked. Damn, Uchiha Madara actually has such strength, how is it possible? Damn it. If only I had this Susanoo. No. Uchiha Madara's breathing is disordered. Luo Xiao suddenly noticed that Uchiha Madara's breathing was a little heavy at this moment. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Everyone, continue to attack." Uchiha Madara's pupil power has been greatly depleted. Now is the time to attack. Black Zetsu couldn't help but nodded. Although Luo Xiao is the one with the worst output he had ever led, his observation skills were still good. Uchiha Madara was too arrogant just now, only defending and not attacking. Black Zetsu was a little confused. Is this still the decisive and murderous Uchiha Madara he knew? Could it be that after returning to Konoha and staying there for so long, he has become indecisive? Black Zetsu frowned. No, there must be a problem. There must be a link missing. What is it? The ninjas of the Sans Village looked at each other, somewhat doubtful. Could they really defeat Uchiha Madara? At this moment, a voice came from the sky, magnetic style, gold dust, desert layer burial. The ground began to tremble, and the gold dust underground continued to pour out, turning into golden ropes that tied up Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Uchiha Madara frowned, and he waved his arms easily, and the golden rope was broken free, but after breaking free, it would be put together again. Tisk, Raza, is this the only binding trick you can do? Uchiha Madara looked at the clouds above his head with a sarcastic look on his face. Master Madara, be careful of the sky behind you. Suddenly, a gigantic golden tower appeared, 9,999 pure gold. Uchiha Madara was stunned and turned around, only to see the golden pagoda falling from the sky and hitting his Susanoo. Just as Uchiha Madara was about to break free, he was tied up by a golden rope. He roared and broke free from the golden rope. Before he could draw his sword, he raised his hands and Susanoo did the same. Luo Xiao, who was above the clouds, pressed his right hand down hard, his face flushed red. Damn. How can this guy hold on so long? Shit. I'm running out of chakra. Black Zetsu, help me. Raza gritted his teeth and shouted. Black Zetsu saw this scene and was moved. Wow, Raza is really good. He actually suppressed Uchiha Madara. However, his chakra was not enough. Tisk tisk, but being able to do this was already very good. Well done. I'll lend it to you now. Before he could finish his words, a flying thunder god Tsunade rushed towards Raza. Raza was stunned, and even Black Zetsu didn't react. Namikaze Minato appeared with a smile on his face. Hey, Lord Kazekage, I'm sorry. As an enemy, I will not show mercy. After saying this, Minato Namikaze used the flying thunder god Tsunade to cut off Raza's right hand because Luoshi's right hand was cut off. The S-level magnetic ninjutsu of the desert layer burial was interrupted. The golden tower was still there, but it no longer had the power to press down. Uchiha Madara sensed the opportunity. He lifted up the golden pagoda, then slowly lowered it to the ground. He wiped the sweat from his head and realized that he was too arrogant. Facing 8,000 ninjas alone, not fighting back and allowing them to attack, I'm sure even Hashirama couldn't bear it. Damn it. You kid, you actually ruined my plan. I will cut you into pieces, Luoshi said resentfully. Black Zetsu made the decision to immediately create another arm for him. Raza raised his right hand, absorbing the Black Zetsu's chakra. At this moment, the power and speed of his ninjutsu increased a lot. Magnetic release, golden binding coffin. The golden sand quickly condensed, trying to wrap up Minato Namikaze, but the next moment too slow. Minato Namikaze threw a kunai, and when he passed behind Raza, he performed the flying thunder god technique. Then, the chakra in Minato Namikaze's right hand gathered. Go get my kidney, Minato Namikaze roared, and pushed his right hand towards Raza's lower back. Suddenly, Luoshi's eyes rolled back and he felt like his waist was going to break. The entire A-level ninjutsu hit his waist. If Black Zetsu hadn't possessed him at this moment, he might have been killed. Luoshi spat out a mouthful of blood, turned and looked at Minato Namikaze with resentment in his eyes. Namikaze Minato frowned, looking incredulous. Even if a cage-level expert took this move head-on, he wouldn't just spit out blood. Black Zetsu, heal, Luoshi said in his heart. Black Zetsu, I'm so unlucky to be following you. However, Black Zetsu still honestly repaired Raza's lower back. Namikaze Minato wanted to continue the attack, but he heard Uchiha Izuna's voice. Minato, come back, there's something wrong with Raza. Namikaze Minato nodded and teleported back to Uchiha Izuna. He had given Uchiha Izuna a flying thunder god kunai in advance in case of emergency. 4,000 ninja troops rushed up the mountain from the rear supply route. Each of them was extremely excited at this moment. Uchiha Madara saw this and ordered, all-out attack. Climb the mountain and kill the general. The 6,000 ninja army could no longer bear it and rushed to the mountain. When the Sand Ninja saw the 6,000 troops in front and the 4,000 behind, they were thrown into disarray. Mutiny broke out among the troops. Some fought to the death, some deserted, and some knelt in surrender in less than 30 minutes. These people were captured by the Konoha army. Some died, some escaped, and some surrendered. Luoshi, in the clouds, was now heartbroken. All the accumulation of the past few years had been squandered once again. Damn it. Why, Rosa? Run quickly. Otherwise you will be caught soon. You can't deal with two Susanas. Also, don't go back to the village. If you go back now, the village will just kill you. Take your head, and negotiate with Konoha again. Escape. Escape to the hidden cloud village, said Black Zetsu. Luoshi nodded and said, I understand. Then he stepped on the golden platform and flew towards the north. The Sand Ninjas couldn't believe their eyes. Lord Raza, the fourth Kazekage, who had given a speech in the beer hall and called on everyone to resist to the end, actually abandoned his villagers and ran away alone. Why? Lord Luoshi. Why did you abandon your people? Damn Luoshi, I thought you were a wise leader, but you turned out to be a coward. Luoshi, I fought your grandma. Because of you, my father, my son died on the battlefield, and you just walked away. Bah, the Sand Ninjas were either crying, going crazy, or laughing. Although their expressions were different, their hearts were as dead as despair. Their shadow led them to fight against injustice, but was defeated. The shadow abandoned them and ran away. They could tolerate the lack of strength, but they could not bear the lack of responsibility. Rosa really made a bad move, Uchiha Izuna murmured. Lord Madara, are you okay? Minato Namikaze asked with concern. Uchiha Madara shook his head. It's okay, but I shouldn't be so arrogant. I only defend and don't attack. My eye power is a bit depleted now. Izuna, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll take a nap first to recover my eye power." After saying that, Uchiha Madara fell into Izuna's arms, and Izuna nodded. "Just leave it to me, big brother." He raised his head, his eyes lit up, and looked at all the Konoha ninjas. "Clean up the battlefield. Record the casualties, tie up these sand ninjas. Send someone back to inform Chiyo and pay the money. 6,000 words. Please urge me to update, please recommend, please like, please generate power with love. 0 is left and fire is on the right. Legong helps me." Chapter 349. Are you willing to be the vanguard? After Uchiha Izuna finished giving the order, he took out his cell phone, touched the screen of his smartphone, and dialed Uchiha Xiao's number. Uchiha Owl had just sat down in the Hokage's office, determined to have a hard day's work, when he received a call from his grandfather, Nara-Rakume, who was reporting on the village's internal affairs. Seeing Uchiha Izuna's name appear on Uchiha Xiao's phone, he wisely shut his mouth and stood aside. Uchiha Xiao indicated, "We are all family, it's okay, just listen to it." As he spoke, Uchiha Xiao turned on the hands-free mode and said, "Hey, Grandpa. What's going on? Is it because we don't have enough food or people?" "No, the war is over, blah blah." Uchiha Izuna repeated their tactics in time, making Uchiha Xiao embarrassed. One man taking on 8,000 men, using only Susanoo for defense and no offense. No one could stand it. If Uchiha Madara had taken action, within a few moves, Mount Kikayo wouldn't just be broken in two, it would be completely obliterated. "Oh, Grandpa has good intentions, ? "No, Grandpa, why didn't you tell me the details of your sneak attack on the troops? I want to hear it." Uchiha Xiao frowned. Uchiha Izuna chuckled, "Then teleport over. The rest of the negotiations will be handed over to our Hokage. And now that you're here, Namikaze Minato, wouldn't it be better for your disciple to tell you in person? Oh, by the way, your disciple is very strong." Uchiha Izuna kept the secret and then hung up the phone. Uchiha Owl was puzzled, with a question mark on his face. Hey. No, say something more." Nara-Rakume was laughing on the side, and was noticed by Uchiha Owl, who glanced at him. "Ahem, not he, Luming." Uchiha Xiao said his name, and Nara Luming stepped forward and said, "Ahem, Hokage, leave this to me. The negotiation is more important. Remember to talk more about money. Konoha Vocational and Technical School is still short of funds recently." "Okay, Luming, then I'll trouble you." Uchiha Xiao stood up. He had worked for a total of 2 hours, and it was time to get off work now. Uchiha Xiao flashed and disappeared on the spot. Nara Luming sighed. He had thought he could take a day off after the report, but he didn't expect to have to work overtime again. If it weren't for Uchiha Xiao's generous salary, he would have quit long ago. In the Sand Village mountain camp, Uchiha Izuna sat in the first seat. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was resting and recovering his eye power, so Uchiha Izuna took care of all matters on his behalf. As a result, less than 2 minutes after hanging up the phone, Uchiha Xiao appeared next to Uchiha Izuna. "Greetings, Lord Hokage." Inside the tent, Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Shinosuke knelt on the ground and shouted in unison. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Everyone, get up." Then, Uchiha Xiao turned and looked at Uchiha Izuna, with a dark face. "Grandpa, do you know that it's too late to speak halfway?" Uchiha Xiao suddenly felt that it was very rude to say this. "What's wrong with stopping talking halfway? What do you want to say?" Uchiha Izuna laughed. "It's uncomfortable to say half of what you want to say." Uchiha Xiao said this after holding it in for a long time, unable to utter any vicious words. He sighed. "Next, let Minato Namikaze introduce his disciples," Uchiha Izuna said with a smile, then stood up, helped Uchiha Xiao to the main seat, and sat down. Uchiha Xiao had no objection. Although Uchiha Izuna was his grandfather, Uchiha Xiao had the highest political status in the military camp, so he should sit in the main seat soon. Minato Namikaze bowed and walked out of the camp gate. He saw the 3 little ones who were waiting not far away and waved to them. Uchiha Obito immediately straightened his back and cheered up. Even Hatake Kakashi restrained his cold temperament. He knew that his father worked under Uchiha Obito. Nahara-rin was the most relaxed of the 3 because she had to ask Tsunade for advice from time to time. Tsunade was very satisfied with her as a disciple and often brought her home as a guest, even because Nahara-rin is Tsunade's apprentice. Many family members have proposed marriage to the Nahara family for political purposes. Nahara-rin's parents naturally understood their purpose. Although the Nahara family was not wealthy, They would not sacrifice their daughter's happiness in exchange for the development of the family. The most important thing is that although Nahorin didn't say it, they realized that she had someone she liked, so they all blocked it for her. Led by Minato Namikaze, the three entered the tent. Sarutobi Shinizuke nodded to Kakashi Hatake and Obito Uchiha. Obviously, the two little ones were recognized by Sarutobi Shinizuke. Minato, why don't you introduce yourself? Sarutobi Shinizuke looked at Namikaze Minato with a smile on his face. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, Teacher, these three are my disciples. I've heard of Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Rinko. Uchiha Al smiled. Nahorin was the first to speak. Hello, brother-in-law. Although she was actually Tsunade's apprentice, Tsunade insisted that they call each other sisters. Nahorin had no choice but to call Uchiha Al brother-in-law. Uchiha Obito was surprised at first. He was surprised that Rin and Hokage had such a good relationship. His eyes were a little dim, and Kakashi was only surprised for a moment, then looked at Obito, saw his distraught look, and sighed. Really, you are not bad at all. I don't know why you are so inferior to me. Hatake Kakashi slowly moved his feet and said softly, Idiot, what are you missing? You are the strongest Uchiha of this generation, the leader of the younger generation of Uchiha. Uchiha Obito came back to his senses. Oh, that's right. I am the strongest of this generation, the leader of the younger generation of Uchiha. Why am I feeling inferior? After realizing this, Uchiha Obito held his head high and looked at Uchiha Owl, his eyes filled with the pride of the Uchiha clan, but without arrogance. Uchiha Owl's perception was so sharp that he heard almost everything the moment Hatake Kakashi opened his mouth. This kid was feeling inferior. However, after listening to Hatake Kakashi's consolation, Uchiha Obito became visibly confident again. He is worthy of being the Iron Bond in the original work. Obito, right? I've heard of you. Your great-grandfather once taught you. And Kakashi, you have some of the style of White Fang. Uchiha Owl began to praise. Lin, your sister is pregnant recently and I'm a little anxious. Remember to visit her when you have time, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. The three little ones scratched their heads shyly and laughed. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao didn't say anything. He asked the little guys to sit down, and then said, Minato, tell me the details of your sneak attack team. Namikaze Minato stood up and nodded yes. In memory, Uchiha Izuna took the lead and walked at the front of the army, followed closely by Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Shinizuke, and behind them was the ninja army. Period. Stop. Uchiha Izuna asked everyone to stop, and then asked people to throw big stones onto the ground in front. After rolling, the ground suddenly collapsed. Uchiha Izuna looked at Namikaze Minato and Yamanaka Inoue. Well done. If you hadn't provided the information, we would have suffered heavy losses, Uchiha Izuna said to the two of them. Even Sarutobi Shinizuke was surprised. He didn't expect that Namikaze Minato would have such news. The Sand Village is good at setting traps. Under normal circumstances, everyone would only think that there would be ambushes on the support routes behind the Sand Village, but who would have thought that there would be so many traps at the intersection of the Rain Country and the Sand Village? If they are not careful, these senior ninjas will be fine, but the junior ninjas they bring will most likely die on the spot. Namikaze Minato stepped forward in time and said, Master Izuna, this credit belongs to my three disciples. They were on duty last night and killed a Jonin, a Chunin, and captured a Chunin. I brought the captured Chunin to Heiai. Heiai used the ninjutsu of mind reading to extract and organize the Chunin's memory and reported it to you this morning. Namikaze Minato added. Yamanaka Hai nodded and said, Indeed, if it were any other ninja, they might not have gotten this kind of information, but her brother-in-law is Raza. Oh? That's really lucky. Minato, where are your disciples? Let me see. This is our little hero. By catching that ninja, he indirectly saved all our lives, Uchiha Izuna said with a smile. Namikaze Minato did not refuse. He asked for credit for his disciple at this time and let Uchiha Izuna see the three little ones. It would be good for their future. Uchiha Izuna saw the three little ones soon after. He just nodded to the other two, and his eyes lit up when he looked at Uchiha Obito. Have I seen you somewhere? Uchiha Izuna asked with a smile. Uchiha Obito blushed and said honestly, Lord Izuna, we met once in the training ground. At that time, you were looking for Lord Madara, and I was training next to you. Oh. It's you. You are the little genius of the Uchiha family that Big Brother has his eyes on, Uchiha Izuna praised generously. With an even more joyful look in his eyes, Uchiha Obito scratched his head and said, No, I'm just an ordinary ninja. Uchiha Izuna nodded. He was not proud of his great achievements and was able to stick to his heart and be down to earth. No wonder his elder brother liked him. I just feel like they look stupid, but that's okay. Kids like them are very honest. And Uchiha Izuna also praised Hatake Kakashi and Nahara Rin for a few words, and then said, "Next, we are about to enter the enemy's hinterland. Little guys, do you dare to be the vanguard?" Uchiha Izuna raised his eyebrows and looked at the three little ones. The three little ones looked at each other and nodded. "We do." Uchiha Izuna shouted, "Okay, you stand behind Namake's Minato, and when you see a sand ninja, kill them without asking any questions. This is war. There can be no soft-heartedness. You understand?" Uchiha Obito nodded and said, "We have experienced various assassination missions and understand the cruelty of the battlefield. Therefore, we will strictly follow the orders of Master Izuna." Hatake Kakashi nodded, and so did Nahara Rin. Seeing the state of the three little ones, Uchiha Izuna nodded secretly in his heart, and glanced at Namake's Minato again. It seems that this guy has taught the three little ones very well. Chapter 350, Fierce Battle. Uchiha Izuna and his group crossed the trap and headed towards the heart of the Sand Village. The scouts from Sand Village learned the news and immediately notified the Sand Village Chiao's troops guarding the hinterland. This force was led by Chiao, Yi Kang and others. After receiving the news, Chiao snorted coldly, "I have said long ago that this battle will lose more than win. They fought a few small countries and plundered some wealth, and yet they dared to declare war on Konoha? Then, Elder Chiao, shall we continue fighting?" Yi Kang asked cautiously. She actually wanted to fight. After all, Luo Xiao is not on good terms with him, and the sand ninjas on the mountain were innocent. Chiao frowned. "I know what you're thinking of. It's the ninjas on the mountain, but if you take action, it won't just be the ninjas on the mountain who will perish. By then, the 2,000 sand ninjas behind us will also be wiped out, and the sand village will no longer be able to resist any external forces. Even Hanzo of the Rain Country will take action and point his sword at the sand village," Chiao explained with emotion and reason. Yi Kang was also a little hesitant. Chiao winked at the scout. "Do you know who is the leader of Konoha?" The scout understood, and he said, "It's Uchiha Izuna." Yi Kang trembled all over, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Withdraw the troops, mother-in-law, and leave one person to tell Luo Xiao's 1,000-man ninja army here." Yi Kang was unwilling and did not want to be an enemy of Uchiha Izuna. On the one hand, she could not beat him, and on the other hand, deep in her heart, she still remembered the scene when Uchiha Izuna saved her. "The young man is handsome and free-spirited." Chiao nodded and said, "Retreat. The scout will stay here, and you, Lin, will stay here too. Protect the scout." Lin bowed and said, "Yes, mother." After everyone evacuated, Lin looked at the scout and said, "Do you know what to do?" "I understand." After the scout finished his report, Lin gave him a bag of gold and said, "Don't return to the sand village in the near future. Wait until the war is over before returning." "Yes." After collecting the money, the scout left. Seeing this, Lin also ran towards the sand village. They had no intention of telling Luo Xiao about this matter, but instead planned to use this war to force Luo Xiao to step down, and then support Yi Kang to become the fourth-generation Kazekage and remove Luo Xiao. Just like that, before the 1,000 ninja troops left by Raza knew what was happening, Konoha's sneak attack force had already rushed in. Uchiha Obito formed a seal and mobilized his chakra, fire style, great fire extinguishing. A scorching flame spewed out of his mouth. The ninja in front of him was stunned at first, and was about to use water style, water array wall to resist, while another one was about to release a flare. When Minato Namikaze saw this, he used Flying Thunder God, first cutting off the arm of the man who set off the flare, and then stabbing the kunai into the neck of another ninja. After doing all this, Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique again and returned to the vicinity of Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Obito's fire escape technique had no resistance and burned towards Raza's remaining troops' camp and many ninjas like a pillar of fire. With just one encounter, the camp of this army turned into a sea of fire. And countless sand ninjas screamed in fear, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly fire the signal flare, damn it! Where are those two guards at the door? Where are Chiao's troops? I know, we've been betrayed." An officer under Luo Xiao gritted his teeth, and he was 80% sure that this was the idea of that old man Chiao. If it was Yi Kang, no matter how excessive she was, she would not fail to tell them that the enemy was attacking. It must be that hateful old woman Chiao. He plans to leave here. As long as he has the Green Mountains, he will be able to keep the firewood burning. As long as he returns to the Sand Village, he will expose the ugly behavior of old lady Chiao. But the next moment, "You are smart, but you have no chance." Uchiha Izuna appeared behind him. He drew out Uchiha's long sword and stabbed the officer in the back. Why? Aren't you from Konoha? The officer said in disbelief. Would Konoha be happier if the Sans village was more chaotic? Well, I have no objection to you exposing Xiao, but exposing Xiao means that your king will be affected, and I just don't want to embarrass her. Uchiha Izuna drew his sword. The officer fell to the ground, and Uchiha Izuna stomped on his head to crush it to prevent future trouble. After taking a deep breath, "Don't leave anyone behind." Uchiha Izuna's voice spread throughout the entire military camp. The 4,000 ninja soldiers all looked fierce and started killing. Uchiha Izuna did not see the Xiao troops that Raza's sister-in-law heard about, but it only took him a few seconds to figure out what Xiao had done. This was exactly what he wanted, so he could quickly attack the mountain and support his elder brother. However, he also had to prevent anyone from escaping. Otherwise, even if Yurkang was not involved, as a descendant of the elders, she would not be able to wash away the sins on her body. Uchiha Obito used fire style and switched his swordsmanship back and forth. With one strike of his sword, an enemy was beheaded. It was so majestic. Kakashi Hatake pulled out his white fang, the knife flashed, and with Hatake's swordsmanship, wherever the blade flew, heads rolled down. Nahorin smiled and performed the Painten kick and the mountain collapse fist, blasting the Sans ninja with one punch. Interpreting the aesthetics of violence among the 50 ninja troops, the three of them were the best, and each of them killed at least people in just 30 minutes. The entire Sans village army of 1,000 people was wiped out. According to the battle casualty statistics, 50 people were killed, 70 people were seriously injured, and 100 people were slightly injured. All the enemies were killed and no one survived. Uchiha Izuna sent 300 people to bring the seriously injured ninjas back along the same route, while the lightly injured ninjas were treated by the medical ninjas on the scene. Nahorin was also among the medical staff. With her palm magic and precise control of chakra, in less than 10 minutes, all 100 lightly injured ninjas were cured. After resting for 20 minutes, they went up the mountain together and killed everyone they saw, leaving no one alive. Namikaze Minato took the lead with the Flying Thunder God technique, killing 5 or 6 ninjas. Then he saw Raza suppressing Uchiha Madara, so he hurriedly took action after cutting off Raza's right hand, which was used to perform the ninjutsu. Everything that happened afterwards is well known. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up and he looked at the three little ones. "Yes, you are the future of my Konoha village. If you have any questions about training in the future, you can come to my house to find me. I will definitely teach you." The three little ones' faces flushed, especially Obito. In addition to questions about training, he also had many things he wanted to ask, such as how to be a qualified Hokage. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "Why don't you thank Hokage-sama quickly?" "I'm stunned." Oh, thank you, Hokage." Uchiha Obito quickly bowed 90 degrees, his face showing excitement. This is a unique honor for the new generation. Hatake Kakashi was also very excited in his heart, but his face was calm, and he was not surprised by the praise or criticism. "Thank you, Hokage." Nahorin nodded and said, "Brother-in-law, I will go to see my sister with Obito and Kakashi when the time comes." "Well, you are welcome to come. I believe Tsunade will be very happy then." Uchiha Owl smiled. The three little ones were excited. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Then, Grandpa, the next step is negotiation." Uchiha Izuna nodded and said, "Yes, I'll trouble you again. After all, even if everyone put together, you still can't say it." This is said to have a profound meaning. During negotiations, Uchiha Xiao always manages to cut the opponent's aorta with one blow, making them pay a heavy price. Even Uchiha Izuna doesn't have this ability. If there's anyone in Konoha who can match him, I think it should be Orochimaru. After all, they have something in common: shameless. Yes, as long as you can make money, make a lot of money. What is your face? Can you eat it? No. Uchiha Xiao laughed heartily. "Well, since everyone has fought so beautifully, I will contribute a little bit of my verbal skills. Minato, pass the order down. All dead ninjas must be registered and their families must be given resettlement funds upon their return. Ensure that their families can live out the rest of their lives in peace. If I find out that any officer, big or small, dares to embezzle this money, don't blame me for being merciless." Also, Shinosuke will compile a list of seriously injured people and ask Konoha Hospital to treat them regardless of the cost. If they can no longer serve as ninjas, they will be assigned lighter jobs and receive benefits triple the normal rate. The remaining funds will be covered by Konoha's finance department. After treatment, ensure that the lightly injured individuals fully recover and receive 2 years' salary, which will be paid immediately upon their return to the village. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, Shinosuke, no matter who it is, beat them to death. Yes, Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi. Shinosuke hurriedly bowed, walked out of the barracks, and began to compile a list. You know, if this matter is not handled well, Uchiha Xiao will not go to find the specific people below. They were the first two to be dealt with. On the contrary, if this matter had been handled properly, they could have made further progress and had a smooth career. Everything has two sides. Reward for good and punish for wrong. Only with both rewards and punishments can people respect and fear, admire and worry about each other. This is just the simplest way. Uchiha Izuna was not surprised. After all, Uchiha Xiao had been demanding this since World War II. Treating his own people well and criticizing people from other villages, rejecting corruption and fighting corruption. The key is that although Uchiha Xiao implemented it this way, he really gave high wages. He was not stingy either. The salary he offered was not only enough for officials to support their families, but also enough to leave more than half if, under such circumstances, there are still officials who engage in corruption and bribery, then the ninja clan leader will not dare to speak for them, and may even take the initiative to tie them up and send them to Uchiha Xiao to apologize. There has only been one Hokage or leader like this since the time of the ninja clan until now, when the 5 major countries have divided their territories. Period. Just be happy living under the rule of Uchiha Xiao. The way the 3 little ones look at Uchiha Xiao has changed. They can talk to you with a smile in the previous second, and transform into tigers in the next second, unleashing the power of thunder and shocking all officials. Okay, Xiao, don't be so serious. You almost scared the 3 kids. Uchiha Izuna sighed. Uchiha Xiao just came back to his senses and laughed out loud. Sorry, Obito, Kakashi, Rin, I scared you. You are the future of Konoha, and you are my disciple-in-law, Uchiha Xiao. You must serve the people wholeheartedly and contribute to the village in the future. Obito, Kakashi, listen to my orders, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. The two were stunned and knelt on one knee. Obito, Kakashi is here. You two both possess the strength of a Jonin. In this operation, you captured ninjas, obtained important intelligence, and killed over 50 people. You are hereby exempted from the Jonin assessment and promoted directly to Jonin. Upon returning to the village, you will receive your Jonin vest. Hokage-sama, Lin. Uchiha Obito looked up and wanted to talk to Lin. She also made great contributions. Lin, however, pressed down Uchiha Obito's head and said with a smile, Hokage-sama. Obito's head is confused. Don't argue with him. Jonin is very good. Uchiha Xiao clicked his tongue twice. He had always thought from watching the anime that Obito was the one Lin liked, and now that he saw it, that was true. Haha, I understand. Naha Lin, follow my orders. 6,000 words to know what happens next. Please click here to urge for more updates. The author writes 6,000 words every day without interruption. Please give me some encouragement to update, some love to generate power, and recommend the author to the community. I really need traffic. Oh, Chapter 351. If you want to survive in this world, you need strength. Naha Lin, listen to my orders. Although your chakra amount has not reached the level of a Jonin, your combat power is sufficient and you have saved countless people. Therefore, you will be granted the title of Special Jonin and enjoy the same treatment as a Jonin. Uchiha Xiao smiled slightly. Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi looked at each other, and then said at the same time, thank you for the reward, Hokage. Naha Lin also knelt on one knee after she realized what was happening and said, thank you, Hokage, for the reward. Uchiha Xiao smiled and waved his hand. From now on, you should be selfless and dedicated to the public and make contributions to Konoha. After that, Uchiha Xiao asked the 3 to leave. After the 3 little ones left, Uchiha Xiao looked at Uchiha Izuna, who was standing still, and said, Grandpa, how long will it take for the Sands village to send someone out to negotiate? It will probably take at least a day or 2, right? Uchiha Izuna gave his response, impossible. Believe it or not, before the sun sets today, someone will come to inform us that Shio, Yakura and Ebizo are here to discuss war reparations, Uchiha Xiao said playfully. At her age, how could she get things done so quickly? I don't believe it. On the one hand, she has to oversee the overall situation, and on the other hand, she has to stabilize the people's hearts. These are not easy to do. I'd say 1 or 2 days is an exaggeration. As for half a day, I really can't believe it. Uchiha Izuna shook his head. Uchiha Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and said, how about we take a look? Okay, there's nothing to do right now anyway. Uchiha Izuna replied just like that. Uchiha Xiao and Uchiha Izuna made a bet, but neither of them said what the price was. After Namikaze Minato went down to arrange everything that Uchiha Owl had ordered, he was sweating profusely. Even though our Lord Hokage only gave a dozen words to order the task, it was not an easy task to carry it out and give orders to the officers at all levels. Sarutobi Shinizuke was the same, panting. Finally, the two looked at each other at the door and couldn't help laughing. It was afternoon, and Uchiha Xiao was playing Go with Uchiha Izuna. This Go board was obtained from a previous system lottery, and it also contained instructions for the rules. Uchiha Xiao took out the Go board and placed it on the table just to kill time. Uchiha Izuna was shocked at first and was curious about what this thing was. Uchiha Xiao handed the Go rules to Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna looked at it for nearly half an hour and then put it down. Interesting, let's try it. Uchiha Izuna was a little impatient. Looking at the 19-way chessboard, he was rubbing his hands. Uchiha Owl nodded. No problem, this is just to pass the time. Then the two guessed who would go first, and in the end Uchiha Xiao played black and Uchiha Izuna played white at first. Uchiha Izuna was probably playing for the first time, and he lost to Uchiha Owl by 20 points. Uchiha Owl was very happy about this and said, "You are new, just practice more." In his high spirits, he didn't even notice that Uchiha Izuna's mouth corners were raised. After this round, he had completely understood the rules of Go. Then, it's hunting time. But I can't let Uchiha Xiao see it, otherwise, if he suddenly stops playing with me, wouldn't it be boring? So in the second game, Uchiha Izuna lost again, this time by 1.5 points. His face was calm, but he was secretly happy in his heart. He looked up at Uchiha Xiao at this moment. Uchiha Xiao had a serious expression on his face, sweat dripping down his back. What's going on? It's only the second game, and Grandpa's chess skills have improved so much. However, in the end, he was the winner. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Grandpa, I won again." Uchiha Izuna showed a look of frustration. Come on, come on. I don't believe it." Uchiha Xiao was stunned, thinking that he had won 2 games, and muttered in his heart, "Maybe it was the last game. Grandpa was lucky. It's okay to play a few more games." Little did they know that in Go, there's no luck involved, it's all about strength. Uchiha Xiao was also overwhelmed by the victory. Uchiha Izuna smiled and thought to himself, "I've been fooled." So the third game ended in a draw. In the fourth game Uchiha Xiao lost by 1.5 points, and in the fifth game Uchiha Xiao lost by 5 points. After playing these 3 games, Uchiha Xiao was sweating profusely. He slowly raised his head and his eyes caught the smile on Uchiha Izuna's mouth. He understood everything. "Well, it was great. I spent more than 3 hours. Go is quite interesting. You are welcome to come and play with the Grandpa anytime in the future. Oh, by the way, look at my memory." Uchiha Izuna slapped his forehead. "If you're not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play." Uchiha Izuna laughed loudly, and even his main Gekyo Sharingan laughed. Uchiha Xiao gritted his teeth. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. He was setting a trap for him because he was afraid that he would not play with him after knowing his strength. Damn it, Sun put you in his pocket, and you kicked Sun into the ditch. Bakalu report. Lord Hokage, Lord Deputy Commander, Yi Kang from the Sands Village is here and says that he has something important to discuss. Namikaze Minato walked and Uchiha Izuna stopped laughing, widened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao seemed to have regained his face from this. He straightened his body and glanced at Uchiha Izuna. "Minato, you take her first." "Oh no, please let her in." After saying this, Uchiha Xiao looked at his grandfather, and Uchiha Izuna had a complicated expression. Although Namikaze Minato didn't understand why Uchiha Owl was so polite, it was not like he didn't understand what he was saying. Since he was invited, he would treat him well. After Namikaze Minato left, Uchiha Xiao laughed and said, "Are you good at playing chess? What's the use of being good at chess? To survive in the world, you need background and strength." He was like a gangster at this moment. Before Uchiha Xiao finished speaking, Uchiha Izuna's robe moved without wind, and Susanu's 5 elements slowly appeared. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. No, Grandpa, I was just joking." "You don't." Uchiha Xiao wanted to cry but had no tears. He was just joking, playing a joke. How could he be beaten like this? This is considered disfigured. It's over, my face is disfigured. Grandpa blames you. Woohoo, then Yi Kang, you go to receive them. I can't see anyone today." With that, Uchiha Xiao Felishin left. Uchiha Izuna was stunned. Seeing Yi Kang, his eyes moved, and Uchiha Izuna swallowed his saliva. Now that his elder brother was resting and his grandson was missing, he could only carry the banner of Konoha village himself. So he opened the tent and walked towards the reception area. Uchiha Xiao appeared above the original tent, a golden light flashed in his left eye, and his face, which was swollen by Izuna, recovered instantly. Pupil technique, resurrection. Why would he do this? It's because he's worried about his grandfather's love. He clearly has feelings for her, but because of his reputation, he keeps avoiding her and keeps evading her. Really? Not honest at all. He obviously wanted to go, but he just fooled himself, and succeeded. Uchiha Xiao sighed and he returned to the big tent, with Uchiha Xiao's mouth corners raised. Just now, when he was being beaten by Izuna, he secretly put the bug into his clothes. He quickly took out his Bluetooth headset, put it on his head, listened to the conversation between Yi Kang and Uchiha Izuna, and took out a small table from the system space, on which he placed melon seeds, popcorn, and sake. Good, really good, everything is ready, just waiting for the conversation between today's male and female protagonists. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up at this moment, and he was ready to eat melons. In the guest tent, Nahor Lin smiled and poured a cup of tea for Yi Kang. Yi Kang looked at the girl who is younger than him, was slightly stunned, and smiled and said, "Thank you. Hey, little sister, how old are you this year?" "Me? I'm 10 years old." Nahor Lin smiled sweetly. Yi Kang was melted by Nahor Lin's cute look, and his original frustration and nervousness disappeared at this moment. "Sister, what about you? I don't think you are over 18 years old," Nahor Lin said. Yi Kang laughed out loud. "Are all the girls in Konoha so talkative? I'm already 26, almost 30, how can I be that young?" Nahor Lin shook her head. No, my sister is beautiful and has smooth skin. She doesn't look like a woman in her early 20s at all." At this moment, Yi Kang's favorability towards Nahor Lin increased sharply. A woman will always feel very happy when she is praised for her age and appearance. "By the way, sister, are you single?" Nahor Lin blinked her big eyes. Yi Kang nodded and said, "Yeah, what's the matter, little girl? Do you have someone you like? Tell your sister." Yi Kang looked at Nahor Lin with a gossipy look on his face. Nahor Lin nodded and said, "Yes." Nahor Lin's eyes lit up, and the image of Uchiha Ibito grinning foolishly flashed through her mind. With her cheeks flushed and her eyes smiling, Nahor Lin began to tell the story of her and Uchiha Ibito, and Yi Kang's eyes showed envy without concealing it. "Uchiha Ibito? This guy is such a straight man. I didn't expect you, Lin, to like this kind of person." Yi Kang laughed. "You don't understand. Ibito is actually a very gentle person. He is handsome and ambitious. He wants to become Hokage and protect everyone." There was tenderness in Nahor Lin's eyes. "By the way, Sister Yi Kang, there is a young man in Konoha who is the same age as you and single. Would you like me to introduce him to you?" Nahor Lin smiled slightly. Yi Kang was stunned, and a figure flashed through her mind, the scene where Uchiha Izuna saved her. "Sister Yi Kang? Sister Yi Kang? What's wrong with you?" Seeing that Yi Kang was distracted, Nahor Lin couldn't help but wave her hand in front of her. Oh. I was distracted just now. Sorry, Lin, I remembered some past events." Yi Kang had a sad look on her face, and her back looked a little lost. "By the way, who did you say you were going to introduce to me?" Yi Kang joked. "Our deputy commander, Lord Uchiha Izuna." Nahor Lin smiled slightly. Yi Kang's smile froze, and her voice trembled a little. "Why him?" "Because apart from Sister Yi Kang, no one is worthy of our deputy commander. And most importantly, the deputy commander is very handsome and single," Nahor Lin said slowly. Uchiha Izuna, who had just walked outside the door and wanted to enter the tent, froze when he heard this. He loosened his grip on the door handle, put his ear to the tent, and listened carefully to the movements inside. Chapter 352. The commander falls in love with a female general of the enemy country. "But, little sister, you have to know that I am a ninja from the Sand Village, and he is a ninja from the Konoha village. In this era when the 5 major countries and 5 major ninja villages coexist, intermarriage is impossible." Yi Kang sighed and touched Nahor Lin's head. Nahor Lin blinked. She knew that what Yi Kang said was true. From Yi Kang's perspective, she didn't know how to persuade her. "We can't just let her leave Sand Village and go to Konoha, right? It's not that simple. Besides, all my skills are inherited from the Third Hokage and Granny Xiao. Granny Xiao is the best to me. Whether it is resources or ninjutsu, they are all tilted towards me. Do you think I can betray the Sand Village and go to Konoha?" Yi Kang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, "Sister Yi Kang, what do you feel about Lady Izuna?" asked Nahor Lin. As for my feeling, I don't dislike him, and I like his face very much. I'm a face control. But as for the person, I don't know, after all. We haven't been together." When Yukang said this, the corners of his mouth rose and his eyes narrowed, as if he was very happy. Period. Uchiha Izuna saw this scene through the crack in the door and couldn't help but feel his heart pounding and held his breath. Yukang's beauty is simply based on Uchiha Izuna's aesthetic. Beautiful back, long legs, and thin waist. The two people in the tent were discussing men and Uchiha Izuna again. Uchiha Izuna's face was a little red at the door. Isn't the scale of the girls' discussion too big? Doesn't the storybook say that girls are all innocent, cute, considerate and gentle? Uchiha Xiao was speechless. Listening to the conversation between Lin and Yukang and the sound of the wind coming from the eavesdropping device, he knew that his grandfather was prying through the crack of the door at this moment. No, this won't work, I have to help him. So Uchiha Xiao cast a shadow clone, and then let the shadow clone cast a transformation technique, transforming into Uchiha Madara and walking towards Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna was peeping through the crack of the door, twisting her butt, which made Uchiha Madara very angry. She raised her foot and kicked Izuna on the butt. Izumi was stunned, leaned forward, pushed open the door, and when he saw that he was about to fall to the ground, he quickly turned 360 degrees in the air and landed handsomely. Looking outside the door, he originally wanted to go out and settle the score with that man, but when he saw the face of the person outside the door, he immediately wilted. It was the eldest brother. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, then disappeared and closed the door. Uchiha Izuna hung his head, thinking that he had received a beating in vain. "Izuna-kun," Yukang suddenly stood up and walked to his side. "Are you okay?" She patted the dust off Uchiha Izuna's butt, her face flushed. She also saw who had kicked him just now. It was Uchiha Madara, a man she couldn't afford to offend. But seeing her lover injured in front of her, she couldn't help but brush the dust off him. Uchiha Izuna was stunned, and suddenly his head buzzed. Now he was having physical contact with Yukang. Uchiha Izuna said stiffly, "No, it's okay, thank you, thank you." Yukang shook his head upon hearing this. "It's nothing. Compared to the favor you showed me when you saved me, this is nothing. By the way, where's the Hokage? Why isn't he here?" Uchiha Izuna's expression was a little unnatural. "Oh, he was delayed by something. Let me connect with Miss Yukang." Yukang blinked her beautiful eyes, then glanced at Naho Lin, who understood. She quietly walked out and closed the door with a smile on her face. Uchiha Xiao finally felt relieved in the big tent. Listening to the sounds coming from the headphones, he opened a bag of melon seeds and started eating them. Miss Yakura, please take a seat." Uchiha Izuna pointed to the chair. Yukang nodded and said, "Okay, please give me your guidance from now on." Uchiha Izuna hummed, and then the two of them started discussing. "Izuna-kun, regarding the location of the negotiations, we think it can be in your camp. After this battle, we no longer have the strength to resist, so we are willing to follow Konoha's advice," Yukang said with a wry smile. This defeat made the already poor life of the villagers in Panchagakure even worse. Signing a contract under someone's command is the most undignified act and can even be considered unconditional surrender. Uchiha Izuna was silent for a moment before saying, "No need. Sand Village is also one of the 5 great nations. Let's sign the contract at the border." Yukang's beautiful eyes flickered, and she looked up at Uchiha Izuna, a little surprised. They were already prepared to be humiliated, but Uchiha Izuna actually said that they would negotiate at the border. This gave their Sand Village dignity, but, will Uchiha Izuna's actions have a negative impact on himself? "Izuna-kun, let's forget about it. Someone in Konoha will have objections. You can't afford to damage your own reputation for the Sand Village." Yukang hesitated for a moment, but still said it, "Don't worry, I'm just doing my routine work. The Sand Village and Konoha Village are both big ninja villages, and Konoha should still give them the respect they deserve." Uchiha Izuna picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp. Calm and composed, Yukang's pupils dilated and he reached out to stop it, but he was still a step too slow. After Uchiha Izuna finished drinking the tea, he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad, this tea is much sweeter than the previous ones." He put down the cup and looked up at Yukang, but he found that Yukang's cheeks were red, which made him feel a little strange. Yukang murmured, "The cup you held, Izuna-kun, was the one I drank from." She gritted her teeth, her face blushing, and looked down at her toes. Uchiha Izuna's pupils shrank, and red clouds rose on his cheeks, and he became a little embarrassed. The two dared not look at each other, as if they would explode if they looked at each other again. Uchiha is eating melon in his tent, His eyes light up. It's exciting. Yukang's mind was filled with Uchiha Izuna's words just now, that the tea was sweeter than before. Sweeter, sweeter, sweeter. Even his breathing became a little rapid. Uchiha Izuna occasionally raised his head and observed the blushing cheeks of the woman in front of him, and his heart could not help but beat wildly. That. The two looked up in surprise, then spoke at the same time. You speak first, you speak first. It was another perfect synchronization, and this action made the two people's originally somewhat uneasy and panicked hearts gradually calm down. They looked at each other and smiled. Ha 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 ha. X2 Uchiha Xiao's mouth was sore from eating melons. Tisk tisk, his grandfather and Yukang are such a perfect match. He must find a way to help them. Alice, for the sake of his grandfather, Uchiha Xiao was really worried about him. After what happened just now, Yukang and Uchiha Izuna were no longer so unfamiliar and cautious. After discussing the signing time, the two of them actually started chatting in the tent. Both of them were looking for such topics and expressing their opinions until dark. When they stopped the conversation after being reminded by the kitchen staff, Uchiha Xiao tzed his lips in the tent. Who's cooking in the kitchen today? Deduct their wages. According to the content and time of the conversation between Uchiha Izuna and Yukang, he felt that the passion between a single man and a single woman was bound to cause sparks, but it was ruined by a cook. Yukang looked outside and found that it was already dark. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Uchiha Izuna didn't say anything, but remembered the voice of the man from the kitchen just now. He would be in trouble after the task at hand was done. It's getting late, Izuna-kun. I have to go back. There was reluctance in Yukang's eyes. But he finally turned around and walked outside. Uchiha Izuna suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." Then he stood up and said, "Wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Yukang nodded and stood obediently at the door of the tent. But in about 10 seconds, a white mink fur cloak was hung on his arm. When he reached Yukang, Uchiha Izuna unfolded his cloak and draped it over Yukang's shoulders. "It's cold now. Don't catch a cold if you go back so late." There was tenderness in Uchiha Izuna's eyes. Yukang opened his red lips slightly, then gritted his teeth, feeling deeply moved after seeing the cloak put on. Uchiha Izuna personally escorted Yukang out of the camp. After walking about 2 kilometers, Yukang stopped and said with a smile, "Stop, Izuna-kun." Uchiha Izuna was stunned, but quickly managed her expression and stopped. "Ms. Yukang, you?" Before Uchiha Izuna could finish speaking, Yukang stood on tiptoe and kissed Uchiha Izuna's lips. Uchiha Izuna's eyes widened. He didn't expect Yukang to be so brave. However, this feeling is pretty good. Soon, their lips parted, and Yukang smiled and said, "From now on, you don't have to call me Miss Yukang, just call me Easy. Okay. It's time for you to go back. If you leave the camp so far, the ninjas will be worried." Uchiha Izuna really wanted to say, "Let's stay," but considering Yukang's position and experience, he swallowed back what he wanted to say. "Will we meet again in the future?" Uchiha Izuna asked. Yukang nodded and said, "Yes, but it might be on the battlefield. After all, as long as the ninja world is not unified, war will break out sooner or later." Uchiha Izuna was silent for a while, and secretly swore in his heart that he would end this chaotic world. "When the time comes, don't show mercy," Uchiha Izuna replied. "Tisk. Keep this sentence to yourself." After saying this, Yukang used the instant body technique and disappeared from Uchiha Izuna's sight. Uchiha Izuna took a deep breath and walked towards the camp at the same time. Uchiha Xiao yawned and said, "Not bad, not bad. I am very satisfied with this melon. I will tell Jiraiya about this material and ask him to write a book about the love-hate relationship between me, the commander-in-chief, and the female general of the enemy country." Uchiha Xiao didn't know that one day in the future, this book would become a huge hit. It even led to several marriages between the Sand Village and the Hidden Leaf Village. The relationship between Sand Village and Konoha Village was strengthened, but of course that's a story for later. Uchiha Xiao stood up, walked out of the tent, looked at the moon in the sky, and suddenly he heard a female voice, "Break the seal on the moon and I will protect the entire ninja world." Uchiha Xiao frowned. Was it an illusion? He strengthened his perception, but found that the voice had disappeared. "Is it Kaguya Otsutsuki?" Uchiha Xiao murmured. He thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Finally, he turned around and went back to sleep. 6,000 words. Please urge me to update. Please give me some comments. I want to be famous. Chapter 353. Only tricks can win people's hearts. Next morning Uchiha Xiao stood up. He had heard from the eavesdropper that the time for today's negotiations was 10 o'clock in the morning, so he was not in a hurry. After Uchiha Izuna sent Yukang away last night, he returned to the camp and saw Uchiha Xiao resting, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he drank alone, looked at the moon, lamented the impermanence of life, the lack of fate, and stayed awake all night. Uchiha Owl had a simple breakfast made by the accompanying ninja. Now that the war was over, everyone had time to eat a proper meal. Although the taste was not very good, it was nutritious at this time. Uchiha Madara walked in. The door was not closed, so he knocked on the door. He woke up last night and saw the depressed Uchiha Izuna. He went up to ask questions, but Uchiha Izuna didn't say anything and just kept drinking, talking about this and that, which made Uchiha Madara confused. So, when I saw that Uchiha Xiao's door was open today, I thought of asking Uchiha Xiao if he knew what was going on. Seeing his great-grandfather coming, Uchiha Xiao quickly stood up and said, "Great-grandfather, please take a seat. You must be exhausted yesterday. I know your good intentions very well. In fact, Uchiha Madara's strength does not require him to defend there all the time. As long as he wants, Susanu's perfect form can be slashed out with one sword, and the war will be half over." He chose to defend instead of attack entirely for the sake of the next generation of Konoha ninjas, which made Uchiha Owl admire him very much. "Don't interrupt, Xiao. Do you know what happened to Izuna? He didn't sleep all night, didn't say anything when asked, and just drank. He is such a grown man, yet he is so childish." Uchiha Madara sighed and sat on the stool that Uchiha Xiao pointed to him. "Hey, Grandpa, this is not childish. On the contrary, it means that Grandpa has grown up and wants women." Uchiha Xiao smiled contemptuously. He picked up the omelet on the table and took a bite. "Thinking about a woman? Who are you thinking about?" "Xiao, what do you mean?" "Izuna has a woman he likes." Uchiha Madara widened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Xiao, who was eating an omelet in his mouth and making some humming sounds. This made Uchiha Madara frown. "Don't eat it. Tell me what happened." Uchiha Madara snatched the omelet from Uchiha Xiao's hand and stared at Uchiha Xiao. If Uchiha Xiao couldn't give him an explanation, he would not be able to eat this meal. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao swallowed the food in his mouth, choked a little, and picked up the milk on the table and drank it. Tun he finally swallowed the omelet. "Grandpa, you're so anxious again. Isn't it normal for Grandpa to want to find a partner when he's only in his 20s? Uchiha Xiao rolled his eyes, speechless. "You are deliberately trying to piss me off, right? In the ninja world, people can get married at the age of 13 or 14. Now, even if you count from the time of her resurrection, Izuna is already very old. I originally thought that this guy had no interest in women, but today I got him because of a woman's size. How can I not be anxious?" Uchiha Madara said angrily. Uchiha Xiao reacted, "Oh, yes, this is the ninja world, tut-tut." His mind was confused again. "Okay, since Grandpa is so anxious, I will say something." Uchiha Owl put his arm around his great-grandfather Uchiha Madara's shoulders and whispered a few words in his ear. Uchiha Madara frowned at first, then relaxed, then became angry, and finally calmed down. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. The one who made Uchiha Xiao stunned was not Grandpa. "Your mood is so changeable? In just a few words, your face changed 4 times. Do you really think that changing your face is easy and you can change it at will? So, in your opinion, what should we do? Let me tell you, Xiao, if you don't handle this matter for me, don't blame me for causing trouble for you. And we can't make things difficult for Izuna and Yukang." Uchiha Madara finally uttered these words and turned his back. Uchiha Xiao's eyes widened. "What? Are you saying that again? How can this be so easily resolved? Please, this is a matter between 2 warring countries. If it were an allied country, it would be easier to say. No, it's not easy to say. There are only a few young people left in the Sand Village who can take on the responsibility. Asking them to send the genius who will take on the leading role to Konoha is unrealistic no matter how you look at it." Uchiha Owl wanted to speak, but Uchiha Madara looked at him with murderous intent, and instantly swallowed back what he wanted to say. "If it's easy, would I ask you to do it? I know you have a lot of clever ideas, so please pay more attention to this matter." Uchiha Madara suppressed the anger in his heart, and then forced a smile. "Boy, I believe in you, don't let me down." With a last pat, Uchiha Madara's hand also pinched Uchiha Owl's shoulder, which was meaningful then, He picked up 2 pieces of bread and 2 bottles of milk on the table and left Uchiha Xiao's tent. Uchiha Xiao's face turned green at this moment. Damn, Grandpa's hand strength is really great. He seemed to have not yet practiced physical skills specifically. Is this the gap between people? Thinking about what Uchiha Madara had just said, Uchiha Xiao wanted to die. This was just like the 9-headed prince consort asking Binboba to kill Tang Monk and his disciples. Uchiha Xiao slumped on the bed in the tent. Oh my god, who could tell him how to resolve this? How could his grandfather's love affair cause such an international incident? On one side was family affection, and on the other was profit. It was so hard to choose. Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath, stood up, wrote a letter, sealed it, and stamped the envelope with ink. On the surface of the envelope was written personally written by Grandma Xiao, and the signature was Uchiha Xiao, a junior. Then he called Minato. As soon as the call was connected, Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, Minato, where are you now? Are you busy? If not, come to me. I have a good thing for you to do. If you do it well, you can earn the favor of my 2 grandfathers. Minato Namikaze was eating. After hearing so many questions, he didn't know how to respond for a moment. He just talked about the favors of his 2 grandfathers at the end. Then Minato Namikaze threw the bowl away without even wanting it, performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and entered the Hokage tent. Teacher, you're looking for me? Namikaze. Minato smiled. Uchiha Al glanced at him, but didn't expose his little thoughts. Then he nodded and said, send this letter to Chiyo in the Sand Village. Remember to be respectful and let her read it alone. Do you understand? In any case, I will remember your great contribution. Besides, your master's wife is about to give birth. I often think that it is time for me to retire and take good care of the child. As for the position of Hokage, Minato, I think you are more suitable. Keep up the good work. Uchiha Xiao patted Minato's shoulder, then stood up, hummed a song and walked out of the tent, and Namikaze Minato was stunned in the place, his ears still echoing with Uchiha Xiao's words, retire, the position of Hokage, Minato is more suitable. He could even still feel the warmth from Uchiha Xiao's big hand on his shoulder. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath, his eyes changed from excitement to joy, and finally calmed down. He put the envelope in his arms, then walked out of the tent, then walked out of the camp, and ran towards the Sand Village. Namikaze Minato also has a dream, which is to become Hokage and serve the villagers. Uchiha Al's words really touched his heart, so Minato was very alert and secretly swore in his heart that he must do this thing well. Sand Hidden Village. Yi Kang walked into the tent. Sitting at the head was Chiyo, who was known as the Flower of Sand Village when she was young. She had not slept all night and was waiting for news in the tent with her brother Ebizo and son Lin. Although they were wondering why Yi Kang had not returned so late, they all believed that Konoha would not take action, as this would damage their reputation. They were not Raza, who were shameless as for why Yi Kang hasn't come back for so long. He probably encountered something on the way. He just needs to wait a while. He waited from yesterday afternoon to this morning. Just when Chiyo was about to collapse and fall asleep, news came from the scout report. Lord Yi Kang has entered the camp gate and is heading towards the main tent. At this moment, Chiyo's eyes lit up and she quickly perked up. She looked around and saw that her son was, well, not bad. He was studying the art of puppetry without slacking off. He was worthy of being her son. She took another look at her brother next to her and frowned. She saw that Ebizo had his head down and was still kowtowing and smacking his lips from time to time, which made Chiyo very angry. Chiyo stood up, her feet went numb, and she almost fell. She gritted her teeth. Lin heard the sound and quickly stood up to help her mother. Chiyo was supported by Lin, with a smile in her eyes. She patted her son's hand and said, my son is so considerate. Ebizo still didn't react at all, he just kept nodding and even drooling, which made Chiyo furious. After resting for a while, Chiyo took 2 steps, and the numbness disappeared. Then she jumped behind Ebizo with a quick step, and then there was a big sinus snapped. Ebizo was stunned. Fuck. No one has ever slapped me in the face in my entire life. Let me see who the hell this idiot is. He turned around and saw Chiyo's face full of anger. She hadn't retracted her hand yet, obviously she had just beaten someone. At this time, Ebizo swallowed his saliva and said, sister, let's talk it out nicely. A gentleman uses his hands instead of his words. He took back what he said. His sister was not a human being, but a tigress. She had beaten him many times since he was a child. I'm not a gentleman. Look at what you're like. Yukang risked his life to plan for the future of our sand village, and you? You waited for him for a night and you're like this. Ebizo, oh Ebizo, you're known as the wisest man in the sand village, but your wisdom is useless. Xiao's voice was loud and clear, and it was not concealed at all. It could be heard from far away. Yukang, who was walking towards the big tent at this moment, was stunned. She did not expect that her mother-in-law would attack and insult her own brother for her. The corners of her eyes were a little red. Her mother-in-law is so good to her. She will never leave her mother-in-law and will treat her mother-in-law as her own mother. If Uchiha Xiao was present, he would probably sneer, haha, what a great Xiao, what a Liu Bei of the ninja world. It is true that since ancient times, true feelings cannot be retained, and only routines can be used to win people's hearts. Chapter 354. A letter. Ebizo felt a little aggrieved. He had clearly dozed off because he saw his sister was a little sleepy. Why did his sister only slap him and not herself? Of course, Ebizo only dared to complain about this in the depths of his heart, not saying it out loud in front of his sister. Lin didn't dare to say anything, but his eyes were full of heartache when he looked at his uncle. He knew that his mother was acting, because she did so after hearing the report from the spy. He understood, after all, there were too few cage-level fighters in the sand village now. Moreover, he is a cage-level fighter in the same camp as himself. At this time, it is the best policy to wrong his relatives and show his appreciation for talents. Lin sees through it but does not say it out loud, and learns his mother's methods in private. This is the real way to control people. Xiao is still cursing Ebizo, and beating him hurts her heart. After all, he is her own brother. At this time, someone asked, why don't you beat your son? Brother or son, who do you think is more important? Doghead saves life. Funny JPG, Granny Xiao, I'm back. Yukang took a deep breath, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and walked in slowly. Xiao's eyes lit up at this moment. She didn't care about her brother and quickly walked to Yukang and said, you've lost weight. You've worked hard. Are you tired after this trip? Yukang shook her head and said, no, mother-in-law, I just discussed a lot with Uchiha Izuna about today's signing. Yukang was very moved at this moment, but she still lied. After all, she still liked Izuna. Just as Xiao was about to pull her in, she pulled out a stool for her and said, hurry and sit down. Then, she called the spy out to get some food. What are you looking at? Our sand village hero, Scorch Release Yukang, is back. Go get some food. Yes. The spy was also an old man. He knew Xiao's intention, so he stepped back and went to prepare food. Xiao looked at Yukang again, with a smile in her eyes. After a few looks, she suddenly stopped smiling and said, Yukang, what is this cloak? Yukang said, oh, this, we talked very late yesterday. When we came back, it was dark. Sand Village is full of desert, and the temperature difference between day and night is large. Mr. Izuna gave it to me personally. Xiao was not suspicious. After all, the Konoha family was powerful and it was just a cloak. Considering Yukang's loyalty to the Sand Village and to her, it was impossible to bribe her. Yukang began to talk about the signing time, which was at 10 o'clock today. Xiao, Ebizo, and Lin nodded and had no objection. After discussing the specific matters for a while, the spy seized the opportunity to bring up the delicious food. This touched Yukang very much. He didn't expect that even though the conditions in the Sand Village had become so dilapidated, Grandma Xiao could still give her milk, bread, and even a small plate of beef. Seeing that Yukang was moved, Xiao's eyes were full of smiles. If Lin had not already married, had a good relationship with his wife, and had given birth to a little grandson for his family, she really wanted Lin to marry Yukang. Just as they finished their meal, the spy came again to report. Golden Flash in Konoha, Minato Namikaze is reporting. Namikaze Minato? Xiao frowned. What is he doing here? I don't know, but I heard that he was looking for Lord Xiao. If he couldn't see Lord Xiao, he wouldn't tell anything. The spy reported truthfully. Xiao's brows frowned even deeper. He had heard of Konoha's Minato Namikaze. On the battlefield, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to take heads from the midst of thousands of troops as easily as taking something out of a bag. His movements were so strange that they were unprecedented. It's really frightening, but such a person actually came to the Sand Village today and asked to see Xiao. This. Ebizo glanced at the spy, then at his sister and said, Sister, why don't I go? I'm your younger brother and can represent your opinions to a certain extent. Now that you are the leader of the Sand Village, your safety is of paramount importance. Xiao nodded and said, Ebizo, thank you for running. Remember not to cause any conflict. There are still thousands of Sand Ninja prisoners in their hands. Don't act rashly. If the other party insists on seeing me, I have to make him take down all his weapons, otherwise I won't see him. Xiao said it's not Xiao's fault, because she also needs to be on guard. Such a ninja with such ability is simply too terrifying. He can flash by, and if you seize the opportunity, your head will fall to the ground. Even a cage-level strongman can't withstand it. Ebizo nodded and said, yes, big sister, wait for my news. Then, Ebizo followed a spy to the camp gate and looked at Minato Namikaze. Well, he was quite handsome, and he looked like a reasonable person, unlike Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao bullshit. Same style as Tiger King. Minato Namikaze couldn't help shaking his head when he saw that it wasn't Granny Xiao who came out. Ebizo was stunned. What does this mean? Disappointment? Minato Namikaze was disappointed to see me? Konoha's ninja, please tell me your names. Ebizo frowned and said, the Konoha ninja, Namikaze Minato, comes to see Granny Xiao. Namikaze Minato stood straight, his eyes bright, looking at Ebizo. Ebizo sighed, Konoha has so many talented people. It's a pity that my Sand village is short of talent and supplies. My name is Ebizo. The grandmother Xiao you are talking about is my sister. If you have any problems, just tell me. Ebizo smiled confidently, with a wise look on his face, and looked at Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze was unmoved and continued shouting, Konoha ninja, Minato Namikaze, request to see Grandma Xiao. He seemed not to see or hear what Ebizo said. This made Ebizo unhappy. Young man, don't be so arrogant. I can, to a certain extent, replace the Xiao-chan you mentioned. Do you understand? Namikaze Minato glanced at Ebizo and said, are you Granny Xiao? Hokage-sama's order is that I must see Granny Xiao before I can talk to you. Ebizo took a deep breath and said, don't be angry, don't be angry. This child is just a little stubborn. If you persuade him well, he will probably be obedient. Just when Ebizo was about to persuade him again, a voice suddenly came, Namikaze. Minato, since you want to see me, please throw all your weapons at the door. They will have to be checked by our people. Do you dare? Xiao's voice came from afar. Namikaze Minato nodded, of course. After that, he threw his ninja tool bag on the ground, and all the explosive tags and flying thunder god kunai hidden on his body were thrown on the ground. Ebizo, go check if he has any weapons on him. Remember to observe etiquette. After all, he is a messenger sent by the Hokage. Xiao said slowly, I got it, sister. Ebizo shouted with a dark face and began to search Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato did not resist, but opened his defense and spread his hands. Ebizo walked closer and began to feel around carefully, even asking Namikaze Minato to take off his shoes. Namikaze Minato had no objection, but took off his shoes. After checking that everything was correct, Ebizo shouted, sister, don't worry, Namikaze Minato has no weapons. Let him in. Xiao suddenly paused. Boy, do you dare to come in? This is the camp of the enemy ninja. We just had a war. Aren't you afraid that we will attack you? Haha, if you wanted to take action, you would have done it long ago. I am representing the Hokage to go to Tsunade, and Tsunade has just been defeated. If something happens to me, do you think those captives in Tsunade still have a chance to survive? Namikaze Minato said calmly, with a smile on his face. Grandma Xiao was choked by his words, but did not refute, because what Namikaze Minato said was the truth. Their sand village was almost falling apart, so how could they dare to kill the messenger, who was a famous ninja at that? Besides, whether he can be killed is still a question. It is said that the flying thunder god technique comes and goes without a trace and cannot be traced. As long as you mark it in advance, you can teleport there instantly. I am afraid that by the time your kunai has not yet pierced Minato Namikaze's body, Minato Namikaze will flash back to Konoha. By then, the attitude of Sand Village has been revealed. How will Konoha treat Sand Village then? I dare not think about it, I dare not think about it. Xiao didn't say anything, but asked the spy to bring the people to the tent. Shi and Yi Kang went to the tent first, while Lin was responsible for keeping an eye on Minato Namikaze to prevent him from taking sudden action. Soon, Namikaze Minato was invited into the tent. Xiao sat on the main seat and said with a smile, the conditions in the Sand Village are rather simple, please don't be disgusted. She smiled as if she was meeting an old friend whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Minato Namikaze stared straight at the old woman sitting in the first seat, then smiled. He took out a letter from his arms and handed it to her with both hands. "This is a letter from my Hokage to Grandma Xiao. It can only be read by Grandma Xiao, so I am sorry for offending you just now. I hope Elder Ebizo will forgive me." At this moment, Minato, who had completed the task, also returned to his original state. With a warm smile and a humble attitude, Xiao was stunned and looked at Ebizo. Ebizo snorted, but didn't say anything. After all, everyone was serving their own master in this matter, so it was normal to be cautious. For example, when Minato Namikaze hid the content of the mission, didn't they also search Minato Namikaze's ninja tools? This is fair. Ebizo didn't intend to care about it. After all, he was still very optimistic about Minato Namikaze. After all, the first impression was that he was handsome. You have to admit that handsome guys always give people a good impression and will be more successful in whatever they do. Xiao nodded and asked her son Lin to take the letter. Lin nodded in understanding and then walked in front of Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze suddenly said, "This letter can only be read by Xiao-san. This is the order of the Hokage." Lin was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, I won't read it. I will present it to Mother." Minato Namikaze nodded and handed the envelope to Lin, his eyes fixed on the envelope. If Lin dared to open the envelope, he would fight to the death. Fortunately, Lin was a relatively honest man and promised him that he would hand the letter to his mother, that is, to his mother. Xiao took the letter and saw the cover, from Grandma Xiao herself, signed Uchiha Xiao. The author wrote it in great detail. "Why is the traffic decreasing? I'm crying my eyes out. Woo woo. Please urge me to update, please comment, please like, please generate electricity with love." Chapter 355, Each has his own agenda. Xiao opened the envelope and took out a piece of letter paper. It read, "Dear Flower of Sand Village, I am Uchiha Xiao of Konoha. I know very well that this battle was not the intention of Sand Village, but was caused by the villagers of Sand Village being bewitched by the thief, which led to the war between the two families. Konoha understands this and will sign a treaty with Lord Xiao at the border today. However, our village's deputy commander, Uchiha Izuna, has a crush on your village's scorch-release ninja, Yakira, and therefore wishes to become your in-laws. To add to our joy, if Master Xiao is willing, then Konoha will not pursue the responsibility of the Sand Village and will support your son to inherit the position of the 4th Kazakage. At the same time, we can form an alliance, share happiness and difficulties, and Konoha will also provide financial support to the Sand Village. Please consider it carefully, Master Xiao, Hokage of Konoha." Uchiha Xiao respectfully presents. Xiao's mouth twitched. When she said respectfully, it felt like her words were not polite at all. Xiao originally wanted to swear and curse Uchiha Xiao, but she suddenly looked at her son and hesitated. Konoha's support is of great benefit to her son and the villagers, and Yukang, no matter how close she is not her biological son. Even if her talent is 1 in a million, she has the strength of a cage. But in today's ninja world, everyone with a discerning eye knows that whether the ninja world is in chaos or not is decided by Uchiha Xiao. Even if a ninja is more talented or gifted, he is not worthy of being called a genius in front of Uchiha Xiao. On the contrary, establishing friendly relations with Konoha would bring more tangible benefits. The current Sand Village cannot withstand turmoil. Raza's actions directly destroyed the achievements of the Sand Village in the past 8 years. If she didn't have 2,000 ninja troops at her disposal, Xiao couldn't imagine how Sand Village would resist the invasion of the Rain Country. Would they be annihilated? Would the Rain Country take over Sand Village? After thinking it over again and again, Xiao's eyes were dim. She looked at her son again and thought of her little grandson. Xiao's eyes no longer hesitated. She stood up and looked at Minato Namikaze solemnly. "Please go back and convey that I, Xiao, support this matter. However, whether it will succeed or not will depend on the attitudes of the parties involved. If it fails, please don't be angry, Hokage. The Sand Village is willing to pay compensation and be a vassal of Konoha." Xiao spoke with a natural temperament, making the surrender sound like a victory. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, "Okay, Lord Xiao, I will convey everything you said to Lord Hokage word for word." After saying that, Namikaze Minato turned around and was about to leave the Sand Village camp. "Wait, Lin, go see Minato off and remember to be polite." After giving the order, Xiao looked at her son Lin. Lin nodded and stretched out his left hand as a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze nodded. The two of them walked out of the tent, one in front and one behind, and headed towards the camp gate. After the two left, Xiao sighed and asked her brother to go out. Ebizo, you go out first. I have something to say to Yukang alone. Go wait outside the door. When Lin comes back, ask him to wait outside the door as well, Ebizo said with a serious face. Yes, sister. After that, Ebizo stood in front of the tent, looking straight ahead, ready to stop everyone seeing this. Xiao immediately put on a smiling face and said, Yukang, come and sit here. Grandma Xiao stood up, sat in the main seat, and then motioned Yukang to sit next to her. Yukang didn't understand what was going on, but she sat down obediently. Just as she sat down, and before the chair had even warmed up, Xiao suddenly held her hand and said, Little Yukang, you are in your 20s now, right? Although Yukang was a little confused, he still said, Well, I'm 26 now. Grandma wants to ask you, do you have any boy you like? Xiao smiled kindly when Yukang heard this. The handsome appearance of Uchiha Izuna suddenly appeared in his mind, and he blushed and felt shy seeing this. Xiao thought to herself, oh no. Could it be that this little girl already has someone in her heart? This is troublesome, but thinking about Konoha's assistance and support, Xiao gritted her teeth and said, It's like this, Yukang, the Hokage just sent a letter saying that he wants you to marry into Konoha. Marry Uchiha Izuna. That way, you can protect the Sand Village, provide it with supplies and financial support, and release the thousands of captured ninjas. But, since you have someone you love, your mother-in-law will refuse this matter on your behalf. Xiao sighed, her body hunched, like a candle in the wind, looking very pitiful. Yukang's eyelids jumped when she heard this. Mother-in-law? Who are you talking about? She couldn't believe her ears. Mother-in-law said the Hokage wanted her to marry whom? Izuna? And she would also protect the Sand Village and provide supplies and financial support? Uchiha Izuna is also the biggest hero in the battle between Konoha and Sand Village this time. Uchiha Izuna, their Hokage seems to be interested in letting you marry Uchiha Izuna, so that they can avoid holding Sand Village responsible and provide support to Sand Village. Xiao moved her lips. She was acting all this out to get Yukang to agree. People only speak half of what they say, as everyone has their own little thoughts. As for supporting Lin and supporting Lin to become the Kazakage, Xiao did not say it, and could not say it. Uchiha Xiao also expected that Xiao must have selfish motives. Her son is not dead now. Although his strength and talent are a little lacking, he is still her own flesh and blood. Now the Sand Village is riddled with holes, and the only fighting force that can be relied upon is Yukang and her son Lino. Xiao is half, and she is already old, and Luo Shat has also run away. So the candidates for Kazakage are Yukang and Lin. In terms of strength, Yukang is slightly stronger. By then, it is still unknown who will win and who will lose, and that was based on Konoha's intention to hold them accountable and to impose sanctions on them. So Xiao intended to let Yukang and Lin lead the Sand Village together. But now, Konoha has made its attitude clear that it will not impose sanctions on them and is even willing to form an alliance with them. This made Xiao's heart shift from supporting Yukang and Lin to the alliance with Konoha. In other words, marrying Yukang out would not only meet Konoha's needs, but also solve the current difficulties faced by Sand Village, and also, it would allow her son to ascend to the position of Kazakage, a position that is absolutely safe and stable. Therefore, such a drama was performed, hoping that Yukang would feel sorry for her and the Sand Village, give up the person he loved, and marry to Konoha. Yukang was a little excited at first when he heard that the marriage partner was Uchiha Izuna, but soon reason took over. If she got married, what would happen to the Sand Village? After hearing the conditions stated by Grandma Xiao, she suddenly felt that marrying there was not so difficult to accept. The Sand Village had Grandma and Lin, as well as Elder Ebizo. With the support of Konoha, the Sand Village might become even better. She would marry Uchiha Izune in Konoha. Uchiha Izune was Uchiha Al's grandfather. Would Uchiha Al take better care of the Sand Village for Uchiha Izune's sake? Most importantly, she and Izune were truly in love. However, she couldn't show it too obviously, otherwise her mother-in-law might become suspicious or take the opportunity to blackmail Izuna. So after taking a few deep breaths, Yukang said with a serious face, Mother-in-law, for the sake of the Sand Village and the future of the Sand Shinobi, I, Yukang, am willing to accept the marriage. Her expression contained 3 parts of misery, 3 parts of helplessness, and 4 parts of righteousness, which made Xiao stunned. Finally, Xiao cried, I'm sorry for you, child. You sacrificed your own happiness for the Sand Village. Don't worry, the Sand Village will always be your mother's home. If Konoha bullies you, I, an old woman, will declare war on Konoha even if it costs my life. Xiao is indeed an old player. Her acting skills are enough for those young players to learn for a lifetime. Of course, our Miss Yukang is not bad either. At this moment, her eyes are red. Grandma, thank you. You must come to see me. Well, both of them are heavyweight actors. Xiao's acting is mature and there is no flaw. Although Yukang is young, he will not spend too much money to marry his future husband, and his acting is also vivid and real. The two wanted to hug each other and cry, but they had their own thoughts in their hearts. However, there was one thing they agreed on, that is, everything was for the Sand Village, everything was for the future of the Sand Shinobi. It is precisely because of this common point that both of them were able to accept marrying into Konoha and giving back to the Sand Village. After a while, the two of them adjusted their emotions, and Xiao said, "Good girl, let them in. We have to let them know about this." Yukang nodded. "Okay, I'll go right away." After that, Yukang stood up with red eyes and invited Lin and Eberzo in. Then Xiao recounted the story. Lin was puzzled. It can't be that serious? He was about to speak, but Eberzo grabbed him and winked at him, telling him to shut up. In the end, Lin followed his uncle's advice and said nothing, but he felt deeply guilty towards Yukang in his heart. He didn't expect that after the leadership of the third generation and the pseudo-fourth generation Kazakage, the Sand Village would fall to the point where people had to marry women to ensure their safety. This made Lin feel a little disappointed, and Xiao noticed this, then changed the subject. "Alright, everyone, get ready. There's still an hour before the negotiation. Go wash off the dirt on your bodies so you can present your best face when negotiating with Konoha." After saying that, Xiao pulled Yukang away and continued to persuade her, telling her to remember to live a good life with Izuna after going to Konoha, and to endure any conflicts if possible. She also prepared a dowry for Yukang. Uchiha meant to let Yukang return to Konoha with the Konoha ninja army as soon as possible, so the Konoha support funds could reach the Sand Village as soon as possible to help them develop their economy. Yukang did not feel disgusted by this. He appeared mature and steady on the surface, but he was actually very happy inside. He thought to himself, "Izuna-kun, this time, I'm here to find you." Chapter 356 Signing an agreement and severing contact. The Konoha camp has begun to move towards the border to make room for the Sand Village delegation. Otherwise, what if they dare not come to negotiate? At this moment, a flash of light appeared in front of Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth rose. "Minato is back? What did Grandma Xiao say?" In fact, Uchiha Xiao seriously speculated and thought about the character of Xiao, so he proposed the plan just now. He felt that there should be an 80% chance that Xiao would agree, and the remaining 20% would be a surprise. Namikaze Minato bowed and said, "Teacher, these are the exact words of Xiao." Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard it. "Good. This is well done. As expected, Minato, you didn't let me down." Minato Namikaze scratched his head. At this moment, he was like a child in front of Uchiha Owl, not as mature and steady as he was when he was in the Sand Village camp. After the two exchanged pleasantries for a while, Uchiha Xiao glanced at the back of Uchiha Izuna, who was commanding the army in front, smiled secretly, and then walked towards the figure behind him, Uchiha Madara. He gently touched Uchiha Madara's shoulder and said, "Grandpa, come here. There's something good going on." Uchiha Madara frowned. "Good news? What good news? Didn't you see that I didn't talk to Izuna all the way, and was always worried about his marriage? If you have something to say, just say it now. Don't keep me in suspense." Uchiha Madara glared at him. "If you have this time, you might as well think about how to help your grandfather win the person he likes." "Really?" Uchiha Xiao's mouth twitched, but he saw that his grandfather was upset at the moment, so he didn't keep him in suspense, but whispered a few words in his ear. The change in Uchiha Madara's expression was also very obvious. He looked at Uchiha Owl with admiration in his eyes. Well done." Uchiha Madara's big hand was about to slap Uchiha Xiao's shoulder, but Uchiha Xiao quickly dodged sideways. He couldn't help but frown and said, "Don't think that I have to accommodate you just because you are older than me. Don't you know how strong your own hand is? Really?" But Uchiha Xiao could only complain in his heart. Uchiha Madara was stunned, but didn't care. How about explaining it to the village? After all, someone died this time. Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Then you will have to pay for it, grandfather. This money can be considered as a gift to grandpa." Uchiha Madara was about to refute, but after thinking carefully, he decided to agree. After all, he is my only younger brother, and I can't just sit there and watch him become a bachelor. Okay, I'll listen to you on this matter. Please play your best during the negotiations and try to negotiate this matter as quickly as possible. Uchiha Xiao expressed his understanding and nodded. Don't worry. I know what's going on with this matter. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao stopped talking and followed the army towards the distant border. When Uchiha Xiao and others reached the border line, he clapped his hands and used the wood release, 3 rooms and 2 living rooms technique. With a loud crash, the tree roots rose from the ground and then turned into a wooden house. The accompanying personnel were stunned. They did not expect that wood release could be used in this way. Even Uchiha Madara was deeply moved at this moment. Why didn't he think of wood release being used to build a house? Oh, that's right, when he dueled with Hashirama Senju, wood release was used in battle. Such a ninjutsu is not something Hashirama Senju would consider. If Hashirama Senju didn't consider it, what else would Uchiha Madara consider? Today he was enlightened. He felt that his eldest grandson, Uchiha Owl, could definitely publish a book. He even thought of the name, 100 Applications of Wood Release. Uchiha Owl asked his grandfather, Uchiha Izuna, to settle the army and come back to negotiate in the house in a while. Uchiha Izuna nodded and said it was no problem. Then he settled the army 10 kilometers away from the border in the territory of the Land of Fire. After instructing Namikaze Minato to manage it, he rushed towards the wooden house built by Uchiha Owl. Several people entered the house, Uchiha Owl, and soon the voice of Sarutobi Shinizuke came in. Hokage, Xiao and the higher-ups from Sans Village are here to visit. Sarutobi Shinizuke didn't call him teacher, but he still remembered it by referring to their positions when they were working. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. What a guy, coming so quickly. Then he stood up and said, everyone, follow me out to meet the leaders of the Sans Village. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha with his spotted head, followed Uchiha Owl and walked towards the door. Pushing open the door, Xiao walked in front, followed by Ibizo, Lin, and Yukang. Their expressions were calm at the moment and it was impossible to tell their emotions, which made Uchiha Xiao nodded. Well, that's right, and he said with a smile, oh, what wind has brought our Chiyako here? Come in, Shinizuke, go boil some water and prepare some tea. Chiao's mouth twitched. You are pretending quite well, but looking at your lineup, I feel a little scared. The 3 most powerful Uchiha warriors are also the top warriors in the ninja world. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Owl, any one of you 3 can single-handedly challenge all the Sans Village high-ranking officials present, so is there a need to make such a grand ceremony? Yes, Lord Hokage, I'll go right away. Sarutobi Shinizuke took out a kettle that he got from somewhere, poured the drinking water directly into it, then walked into the house, found the stove, and lit it to boil water. This was in the wild, there was no electricity, so they had to make do with what they had. Xiao and the others were politely invited into the house by Uchiha Xiao. When Uchiha Xiao looked at Yukang, his eyes flashed. Uchiha Izuna stared at Yukang's beautiful back without saying anything. At this moment, the 2 of them represented Konoha and Tsunade. The difference in their positions meant that even if they had many emotions, they had to restrain themselves. Granny Xiao, I heard from my good-for-nothing apprentice that you agreed to my conditions? Uchiha Xiao smiled, then sat on the chair and stretched out his hand to motion Grandma Xiao to sit on the chair opposite. Xiao looked at Yukang with some guilt, then looked at Uchiha Izuna, brainwashing herself that all this was necessary for the Sans Village. Besides, Izuna was also handsome, so there should be no problem entrusting Yukang to him. Of course, Lord Hokage. Both I and Yukang have agreed to your proposal. I don't know about you. Xiao glanced at Uchiha Izuna and didn't make her words clear because she found that Kwane didn't seem to know about this. At this moment, his eyes widened and he was a little confused. Brother. Grandson, what on earth did you do without telling me? Why did you involve Miss Yukang? He was a little angry at the moment. He didn't understand what it was that couldn't be told to him, and this matter involved Miss Yukang. Uchiha Madara also saw his brother like this for the first time, and he couldn't help but feel a little lost. Is this still the little angel who obeyed him in everything? Now he dares to question me. Uchiha Xiao said calmly, Grandpa, I heard that you like Miss Yukang, so I mentioned it to Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao is open-minded and is willing to agree to this matter and fulfill your relationship with Miss Yukang. Uchiha Izuna was stunned. He hadn't expected this to happen. Wait, how did Uchiha Xiao know about this? And why would Xiao be so kind? She agreed to this so easily? He frowned, waiting for Uchiha Xiao's next words. Uchiha Xiao sighed. Why should people live so clearly? But after all, he is his blood grandfather. It's better not to hide it from him. I came to negotiate with you with the conditions of exempting you from the war reparations, forming a friendly alliance with the Sands village in the future, and supporting their economic development. Why are you not satisfied, Grandpa? Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna was about to say "I," but when he saw Yukang's bright eyes and slightly raised mouth corners, he finally suppressed his emotions. His expression relaxed and he said, "I have no objection, Granny Xiao. You have seen that the person on my side has also agreed, so please sign this agreement." Uchiha Xiao unfolded the agreement on the table and handed it over. Grandma Xiao turned it around and started looking at it. The agreement is as follows. 1. The top management of Sand Village agreed to marry the legendary ninja of Sand Village, Shoten Yekira, into Konoha Village, thus severing their ties with Miss Yekira. Period. 2. Konoha Village regards this as a marriage between the two villages. After the marriage, Konoha will form an alliance with the Sand Village and share the joys and sorrows in the future. 3. If the plan succeeds and the war reparations are waived, Konoha will no longer hold the Sand Village responsible. 4. If things fail, Konoha will take the following 10 sanctions. The more Granny Xiao looked at it, the more headache she had, and the more scared she became. Damn, this Uchiha Owl is simply a cannibal. If she had asked Namikaze Minato to reject Uchiha Owl's conditions before, then once these 10 measures were implemented, the Sand Village would never have a chance to make a comeback and might even disappear from the stage of history. Even Ebizo looked at Uchiha Xiao with a look of surprise, thinking to himself, how could this guy be so terrifying? How did he come up with all those agreements? This is even more unequal than an unequal treaty. For example, one of the clauses states that if the Sand Village disintegrates, Konoha will demand debts from the former ninja clan, former ninjas, and former villagers of the Sand Village. Damn birth. Xiao sighed and said, we accept the first 3. We are willing to marry the scorch-released ninja Yukang to your village's deputy commander, Uchiha Izuna. From now on, Yukang will be Uchiha Izuna's wife and will sever all ties with the Sand Village. Uchiha Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and said, then please sign, Grandma Xiao. Uchiha Xiao made a gesture of invitation and looked at Grandma Xiao with a smile on his face. Xiao took out her pen and signed her name on it, then looked at Yukang with a complicated look and said, my child, you have suffered so much? Yukang shook his head and said, Grandma, it's okay. I hope you can lead the Sand Village out of its predicament and usher in a new life. == 6,000 words. Brothers, the old official is still insisting, it would be better if you urged him a little. Chapter 357, Cloud Ninja, plundering the land of fire. After saying a few polite words to Yukang, Grandma Xiao of the Sand Village loosened her hand. Ebizo and Lin followed behind Xiao, and they walked towards the Sand Village indoor. Uchiha Xiao stood up and said with a smile, Grandpa, the rest is left to you. We have done everything we can. After that, Uchiha Xiao patted him on the shoulder. Uchiha Izuna was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and said, minding my business, huh? But he obediently dragged Yukang out of the room. Yukang's eyes lit up, and then he followed Uchiha Izuna out the door. Uchiha Xiao was stunned. Well, he got on really quickly and started holding hands. Maybe in a few years, he would have a very young uncle. Uchiha Madara on the side smiled and said, well done, Xiao. I'll give you a great credit this time. Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, only this time, and the compensation will be paid from your family property. After saying this, Uchiha Xiao turned and left, as if he had made some kind of decision. Uchiha Madara didn't say anything, but nodded. As long as his brother liked it, he would have no complaints no matter how much money he paid. After the negotiations, Uchiha Owl took the lead and led the ninja troops towards Konoha. Everyone's face was filled with the joy of victory. Although they did not contribute much, they actually saw blood on the battlefield. This showed that they had transformed from rookies to veterans. Just as they arrived at the village entrance, Lu Ming called and said, Hokage, this is bad. The Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village have somehow joined forces from the north of Konoha and are heading towards Konoha. It is said that someone saw the fourth Kazakage appearing in the lineup of the two major ninja forces. Nararatume's voice was steady and loud, and he told Uchiha Owl everything. Uchiha Xiao frowned and said, okay, Lu Ming, I understand. I just arrived at the village entrance and was about to return to the village. In this case, I will lead my troops directly north to fight against the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village. After saying that, he hung up the phone, looked towards all the ninjas, and began to speak. Brothers, we have just eliminated the unrest in Sand Village, and because of the escape of the 4th generation false Kazekage, Raza, he has gathered the ninjas from the 2 major countries of Kirigakure and Kumagakure in just 2 days. They are now heading towards Konoha from the north. Tell me, what should we do? Uchiha Xiao's voice was full of passion. Although the content was shocking and made the ninjas of the ninja unit stunned, the next moment, everyone roared, "Fight! Fight! Fight! Strike the Kumo invaders from the north and keep Konoha safe!" All the ninjas' shouts were a little inconsistent at first, but as soon as these 2 sentences came out, everyone began to speak in unison and say these 2 sentences together. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Okay. In that case, everyone must obey my orders and not retreat. Go north to fight against the clouds and fog." After that, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the north, instead of the home in front of him that symbolized his hometown and warmth. The emotions of all the ninjas were aroused, and they all looked towards the north. Although some individual ninjas couldn't help but glance at the village that symbolized a warm harbor, they soon looked towards the north with determination in their eyes. Konoha is their home, the paradise where their relatives, wives and children live. In order for them to live in peace, they must fight on the front line and repel all invading enemies. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "All troops attack. Target the Yunwu army, and annihilate all the ninjas you see. Let them know the wrath of Konoha." After Uchiha Xiao finished speaking, all the ninjas set out on their journey. When Uchiha Xiao was about to tell Uchiha Izuna to take Yukang back to the village, Uchiha Izuna smiled bitterly and said, "Grandson, thank you for your kindness, but your grandmother said that since she married me, she is a member of Konoha. As the daughter-in-law of the Uchiha family, she will not allow her to retreat, let alone just enjoy herself at home." After saying that, Uchiha Izuna looked at Yukang helplessly, and Yukang nodded. Yes, that's what she meant. Uchiha Xiao's eyes lit up. "In that case, Grandpa, then you will always protect Grandma, and leave the command of the army to me." Uchiha Izuna nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your help, Owl." Uchiha Xiao nodded, then turned and walked to the front. One of his characteristics when leading troops was that he led by example. If there was a battle, he, Uchiha Xiao, would stand at the front of the team. It was precisely because of his actions that the entire ninja army was inspired. A noble person like Uchiha Xiao was willing to fight alongside them and stand at the front, fighting alongside them, which greatly increased the morale of the ninja army. Each ninja looked excited and looked ahead. They slowly swore in their hearts that they must achieve excellent results in this war to repay Konoha and Lord Hokage. Cloud Army Camp. The Hidden Cloud Village sent out 10,000 ninjas, and the Hidden Mist Village sent out 8,000 ninjas. The leaders were none other than the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Mizukage Agura Kurodaji, and standing next to them was the fake 4th Kazekage Raza. "Rosa, are you sure that the Konoha army is still negotiating in the territory of the Wind Country? If your prediction is wrong, our army will suffer heavy losses." Kiruda Yagura narrowed his eyes. He was a little doubtful at the moment. The 3rd Hokage didn't say anything, but his eyes were looking at Luosha. Luosha nodded and said, "You too, although the Konoha army defeated the Sand Village, Konoha will never give up the Sand Village's invasion. Signing a treaty and bargaining will take at least 3 days, but I rushed here in 1 day to tell you the news. That is to say, we have 2 days of free attack time. If the Cloud and Mist army breaks into Konoha within these 2 days, not only can we avenge our previous defeat, but we can also plunder countless scientific and technological achievements and a huge amount of money." Luosha described the incident vividly and extravagantly in front of the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Mizukage. The 2 cage-level strongmen were moved, but the 4th Mizukage raised his own question: how should Konoha deal with the 2 strong men, Hoshirama Senju and Tobirama Senju? Luosha patted his chest confidently and said, "Leave Senju Hoshirama to me this time. You may not know that I fought against Uchiha Madara alone. Last time, I almost suppressed him. If it weren't for a young boy from Konoha's sneak attack, Uchiha Madara would have been killed by me by now." The 3rd Hokage's eyes widened, and he inexplicably sighed in his heart. What kind of ego is this? Raza challenged Uchiha Madara alone and almost suppressed him? The 4th Mizukage couldn't help but glance at Raza, carefully examining his expression. He saw that the 4th Kazekage Raza looked calm at the moment, without any sign of lying, which made him secretly shocked. In that case, Hoshirama Senju will be handed over to Brother Raza, and Tobirama Senju will be handed over to me, Yagura Karuta. Brother Ai, you will rush to the front, destroying the cities and capturing the strongholds, and be the strongest spear that pierces Konoha's defense. The three of us will work together, and this time we must severely damage Konoha," said Yagura Karuta. The third Hokage nodded and said, "That's right. Ever since Uchiha Xiao appeared in Konoha 8 years ago, the balance of power in the ninja world has tilted towards Konoha. This is a golden opportunity given to us today. If we miss it, there will be no chance like today. Don't worry, two cages. Leave Senju Hashirama to me. You just focus on taking down the city and capturing the stronghold." Luo Sha's voice was very deep at this moment, and his confident look really gave him the feeling of a master, which made the third Hokage and the fourth Mizukage couldn't help but praise him in their hearts. "In that case, the entire army will attack, and I, the third Hokage, will lead the charge." The third Hokage stood up and walked towards the door. He also gave a pre-battle speech to arouse the emotions of the ninjas, and then exerted a huge amount of chakra, covering himself to form a layer of thunder armor. "Brothers, follow me and kill." After saying that, he took the lead and charged towards the village of Konoha. With just 4 moves, the gate of the village was blown away. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village showed cruel expressions and rushed into the village, burning, killing and looting. At this moment, they seemed to have released their nature and were doing things that were worse than those of beasts. The third Hokage did not stop them, but instead felt that it was as it should be. The Konoha ninjas stationed in the village fought to the death and died one after another. However, before one ninja died, he passed the news to Shikoku in Konoha village through the village phone, and informed Shikoku of the incident and the actions of the Kumajiri ninja. Then he drew his ninja sword and killed the beasts outside. In this way, all the ninjas arranged by Konoha in the village died at the hands of the enemy without a single coward. This scene was seen by the elders, village chief, and men in the village. They all gritted their teeth and looked at the group of beasts in human skin in front of them, with hatred in their hearts and eyes full of red. Unfortunately, since they did not have the abilities of those Konoha ninjas, they could only hide this hatred in their hearts. They did not lose the courage to live, because they believed that Konoha's Hokage, Uchiha Xiao, would avenge them. It must be said that the third Hokage had not completely sunk in. When he condoned the burning, killing and looting of the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas, he had not forgotten their goal this time. "Brothers, after you have robbed the food and property, do not stop. There are plenty of villages like this in Konoha." The Cloud and Mist ninjas stopped what they were doing and laughed strangely. The Hokage waved his hand and said, "Continue to march towards Konoha village. Loot supplies on the way, hand over 50%, and keep the rest." As soon as these words were spoken, the Cloud and Mist ninjas were like chickens with their blood pumped up, following the third Hokage and heading towards the next village, towards Konoha village. Iwagaki, your father, the spy, reported that the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village have joined forces. What should we do now? Wang Tu looked at his father, who was sitting in the main seat, and Inoki said in a deep voice. Inoki was silent, thinking about the pros and cons. If they did nothing, they would not lose anything, nor would they gain anything. This was the simplest way to protect themselves, but if he moves, he has to think about the consequences. If he follows the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village to march towards Konoha, he will definitely not be willing to do so, because there are too many masters in Konoha, and they are all people he cannot afford to offend. Although he is in a good position now, he believes that as long as Konoha makes some effort, these two villages will inevitably pay a huge price. If he turned his attention to his old neighbor, the Hidden Cloud Village, he would offend both the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village at the same time. If he only offended one family, Inoki wouldn't care. After all, who is afraid of who? But at this moment, the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village were all together, which made him hesitate. At this moment. Chapter 358, Iwagakure Village Pre-War Preparations. At this time, the spy suddenly entered the tent of the Hidden Rock Village. Report. A Konoha ninja came outside the door. He appeared out of nowhere and said he wanted to see that Tsuchikage, the spy said while kneeling on one knee. Inoki suddenly realized something and stood up. Where is he now? Reporting to Lord Tsuchikage, he is at the entrance of the village. Before the spy could say more, Inoki flew towards the village entrance. He had already guessed who the visitor was 8 years ago. Once, when the Cloud Village was about to attack the Iwagakure village, a man appeared out of nowhere and brought yellow soil to negotiate with him. This man was the great Buddha Zanwanin, The Uchiha Owl who captured 2 human pillars even though Inoki had ordered the reconstruction of the buildings around the village and destroyed many of the Flying Thunder God's marks. Who knows where Uchiha Owl would leave his mark? The only person he could think of who could suddenly appear in the Iwagakure village was Uchiha Owl. The fact that Uchiha Owl appeared in the Iwagakure village at this moment meant that they had already dealt with the affairs of the Sands village. They had also received the news and were heading towards the Cloud Ninja Corps soon. Inoki saw the figure at the entrance of the village. He was 8 feet tall, with a cold face, holding a folding fan, and murderous eyes. Who else could it be but Uchiha Owl? Uchiha Owl's eyes lit up when he saw Inoki appear at the village entrance. He opened his folding fan and said, "Lord Tsuchikage, how are you? I wonder if the silver I gave you is enough to spend?" Uchiha Xiao took the initiative and told Inoki about the looting of the daimyo's mansion and the division of the spoils. Inoki immediately understood what Uchiha Xiao was planning. He smiled and said, "What are you talking about, Hokage? What silver?" "I don't know," Inoki replied. Of course he knew, it couldn't be clearer. He used the money to develop the Iwagakure village, but he did not confess it to the daimyo openly. The daimyo continued to rely on the Iwagakure village, and the 2 sides lived in peace. Haha, it doesn't matter if Lord Tsuchikage doesn't remember. Now there is an opportunity to plunder huge wealth again. I wonder if Lord Tsuchikage is willing to do it. Uchiha Xiao looked at Inoki, closed the folding fan in his hand, and smiled slightly. What do you mean, Lord Hokage?" Inoki had a guess in his mind at this moment, but he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he waited for Uchiha Owl to point it out. Then, he could extort some money from Konoha. Uchiha Owl cursed the old fox inwardly, but pointed with his fan to the east of Iwagakure village, which was the Kumagakure village. Inoki understood in his heart that, as expected, he was driving the tiger to devour the wolf. He wanted him to lead the troops to attack the Kumagakure village so that their pressure would be reduced. By then, the Third Hokage will definitely return and kill them. If it was only the Hidden Cloud village, what Uchiha Xiao said could be considered, but now it is the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Cloud village, so he has to think carefully. Uchiha Xiao understood what Inoki was thinking. He said, "Don't worry, I will take action on the front line. I won't tear them all apart, but I will be able to break both families apart." Tsuchikage Inoki had already made up his mind, but on the surface he smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be better if we didn't send troops? Although there would be no gains, at least there would be no losses, right?" Uchiha Owl smiled coldly and said, "That's true, but by then, the Iwagakure village will not gain the friendship of Konoha." After that, Uchiha Owl disappeared. Wang Tu, who was standing next to Inoki, frowned. "Father, isn't this Uchiha Owl too arrogant? Now that Konoha is in trouble and needs our assistance, he is still so arrogant. Otherwise, we should not take any action and sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If Konoha loses, we can join the coalition and get a share of the spoils. If Konoha wins, we can attack the Hidden Cloud village and plunder a fortune." Inoki glanced at him and said, "Idiot, now, you still think Konoha will lose? Since Uchiha Owl can appear here, it means that the affairs of Sands village have been dealt with. The next step is to lead the troops to fight against the Cloud Ninja Corps. Do you think Konoha will be defeated? If Uchiha Owl, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Izuna, 3 ninjas who possess the power of Susanoo, attack together, can the Kumagiri ninjas resist? And this time, it is probably that the barbarian Hokage did something against the will of heaven, otherwise Uchiha Owl would not come and ask us to put pressure on them. Once he reaches the front battlefield, he will naturally repel the army." Inoki expressed all his guesses and explained them to his son Wang Tu was stunned. "Isn't this a big deal? Oh my god, how did my little potato dad come up with this? Why didn't I think of it? Then father, should we help Konoha?" Wang Tu asked weakly. He carefully looked at his father's expression, only to see Inoki take a deep breath and say, "Help. Not only help, but also beat the Hidden Cloud village to death, rob the Hidden Cloud village to death, and let Konoha see our activities." Inoki made a decision. Why is this happening? Although Wang Tu had doubts in his heart, he refrained from asking them. He believed that his father's decision must be correct. Inoki looked up at the sky, a smile on his lips. How old was Uchiha Owl now? Only 26 or 27, and what about himself? He was already in his 40s or 50s. How long he could live was unknown, but Inoki knew that for the next few decades, Konoha would still be the one calling the shots in the ninja world. Period. He is not like the Third Hokage, a fool who believed what others said and launched an attack on Konoha. This time, due to the Third Hokage's impulsiveness, not only did he give the Iwagakure village an opportunity to plunder, but he also gave the Iwagakure village an opportunity to make friends with Konoha. Would Inoki refuse such a plan that would kill two birds with one stone? He wouldn't. So Inoki said, Huangtu, go call Han and Laozi and discuss the attack on the Hidden Cloud village immediately. Tell them that they can use the tailed beast balls without restriction. Inoki's eyes were fierce. If you want to have fun, then go big and make Konoha owe them an even deeper debt. After this is over, if Iwagakure needs your help in the future, you can't refuse to help, right? The Iwagakure village, have offended our dear old neighbors for your sake. I guess you, Konoha, don't have any response? Inoki's calculations were very detailed, and he even considered them decades into the future. Soon, Laozi, Han, and Huangtu arrived at the Tsuchikage building. They looked at Inoki, and no one spoke. Although Huangtu told them on the way that he wanted them to lead the Iwagakure ninjas to attack the Kumagakure, he did not make the purpose clear. Therefore, the two of them were mentally prepared and came to ask that Tsuchikage Inoki. Inoki smiled when he saw the two of them coming and said, please take a seat. I'll have to trouble you two to lead the troops to the Hidden Cloud village and cause a big commotion in the Land of Lightning. Although the two didn't understand, they nodded. Inoki saw their confusion and didn't intend to hide it from them. Instead, he told them about Uchiha Xiao's visit to the Iwagakure village. Han was fine, while the King Mu in his body smiled and said, yes, your leader is very smart. He was able to see the interests involved in the whole matter and put pressure on the right people. This is not easy, right, King Mu? I was saying that Lord Tsuchikage is wise and brave. Han raised the corners of his mouth and communicated with King Mu in his heart. King Mu rolled his eyes and said, yes, you are awesome. Okay. But Old Z frowned and said, Lord Tsuchikage, isn't this giving Konoha an advantage? Moreover, Uchiha Xiao caused us a lot of losses in the Hidden Rock village. If we help him, will it cause dissatisfaction among the people below? As soon as these words were spoken, Tsuchikage Inoki narrowed his eyes and looked at Laozi. Huangtu frowned. Although he didn't understand it either, he believed in his father Inoki's judgment. Han was confused at this moment. It's not that you forgot, Laozi. It was Lord Tsuchikage who redeemed you from Uchiha Xiao. Now you are contradicting Lord Tsuchikage like this. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? King Mu began to speak in Han's mind, stay away from this Old Z from now on. Sun Wukong got into trouble by following him. And don't say anything for a while, just stand by your leader. Han nodded. He understood that King Mu was doing this for his own good. Ever since Han became the perfect Jinchuriki, the two of them had chatted frequently and knew a lot about each other. Sun Wukong frowned in Laozi's mind. He didn't say anything, but in his heart he didn't approve of Laozi's behavior. Now Laozi's words were tantamount to refuting Inoki. Isn't this kind of behavior ungrateful? Sun Wukong couldn't stand Laozi's personality. He originally felt that Laozi was very thoughtful and had some conflicts with him, but he was also a hero. Since losing to Uchiha Xiao last time, Laozi has changed. He has become moody and blaming others. This time, he even refuted his benefactor, which made Sun Wukong a little disappointed. Laozi, Inoki spent a lot of money to rescue you, we can't, Sun Wukong reminded, but Laozi responded in his heart, you don't understand, Sun Wukong. We were captured because we were not strong enough. If I were that Tsuchikage, then even if Uchiha Xiao defeated me, he would not dare to touch me. Besides, the position of Tsuchikage belongs to the most capable person. If Inoki did it, why can't I, Laozi, do it? Okay, Sun Wukong, stop talking, Laozi said lightly in his heart. Sun Wukong. So, Sun Wukong began to contact King Mu. King Mu, I can't stand it anymore. Can you let me get away from this Laozi? He is just like a fool. He repays kindness with enmity and has great ambitions. I feel ashamed to become his tailed beast. King Mu was silent for a moment. Sun Wukong, I know you are anxious, but don't worry. Believe me, there will be a chance. With his character, he is destined not to live long. If God wants him to perish, he must first make him crazy. Now he is openly fighting against Inoki. No matter in strength or ability, he is crushed by Inoki. Inoki will not let him have an easy time. Wait a little longer, King Mu comforted Sun Wukong sighed, wondering how he ended up with such a Jinchuriki. 6,000 words. Still, the author still insists. Please click to urge for updates. brothers, and recommend the book. If you have time, please support the author by clicking and showing your love. Thank you all. Chapter 359 Inoki's Methods. Lao Zi's face was full of complacency. He had long been unhappy with the fact that Inoki always held the power of the Iwagakure village alone. He just sat in the village and gave orders all day long. He could mobilize anyone with just his mouth, including him and Han, the two honorable Jinchuriki. Today he finally got a chance. Oh? You mean, someone would be unhappy with my actions? Inoki's voice was filled with sarcasm. He slowly stood up from his seat. Who told you that what I did was wrong? Have you forgotten who redeemed you when you were trampled under the feet of Uchiha Xiao? Who is it that inherited the position of Tsuchikage and, for over 20 years, has diligently and tirelessly led the Iwagakure village from the bottom of the 5 great nations to its current strength as one of the top 3? It's you? Old Z? The Jinchuriki who only knows how to hug his chest and has a gloomy face all day? Or are you and Han dissatisfied with me? Tsuchikage Inoki's words at this moment were very plain, but no one present could ignore and question what he said. Han walked out with sweat all over his forehead and bowed. Lord Tsuchikage, I have absolutely no intention of questioning you. This matter has nothing to do with me. Han smiled bitterly. At this moment, the tense momentum between Lao Zi and Inoki on the field made him a little overwhelmed. Han looked at Lao Zi with a strange look in his eyes. Why are you so brave if you're not my friend? These words reflected Han's inner thoughts at the moment. He looked at Lao Zi and wanted to beat him to death. Now, because of Lao Zi, he was suspected. Lao Zi looked at Han, frowning, and cursed in his heart. Damn it. You are a Jinchuriki like me. Originally, after this success, I would drive that Tsuchikage out of power, and then we would jointly control the power of the Hidden Rock Village. Tisk tisk, it seems that you don't have this blessing. Well, Han, I know that you are loyal to the Iwagakure village and you will definitely not have such despicable thoughts. After all, it takes a lot of thick skin to call your mother when you pick up the bowl and curse your mother when you put the bowl down. I still believe in you. As the Tsuchikage Inoki walked down the steps, Han quickly knelt on one knee. Inoki patted his shoulder with a smile, then looked at Lao Zi and said, You said that my actions would make people dissatisfied? It would make everyone in the Hidden Rock Village dissatisfied. Well, I'll give you a chance, Lao Zi. If you can find 10 family leaders and say this, the position of Tsuchikage will be given to you. HMPH, you said it, Inoki, don't regret it. After saying that, Lao Zi also left this place that made him feel uncomfortable. He was fed up with the mocking looks from Inoki and his faction. Inoki ignored him and slowly walked up the stairs. He sat on that Tsuchikage throne again. He smiled and said, Han, I want to apologize to you. I was too harsh just now. Han didn't dare to stand up and hurriedly said, Lord Tsuchikage, I dare not. I just hope that Lord Tsuchikage will understand that old purple and I, that traitor and I have no contact with each other except that we are both Jinchuriki of the Hidden Rock Village. Inoki smiled and said, Of course I understand. He is him, and Han is Han. However, I hope that if Han has any dissatisfaction with me, he can speak out directly. I just like to discuss issues with others. Han still lowered his head and said, Lord Tsuchikage is wise and powerful. I believe that anyone with a discerning eye can see that he has been in power for the past 20 years. Han only knows a few martial arts, but if I can help Lord Tsuchikage, I will be extremely satisfied. Inoki's smile grew even wider. Tour, go help your Uncle Han up. The ground is cold. Then take out 500 million silver from the treasury and give it to him. He has worked hard over the years and has been running around for our Iwagakure village. Yes, father. Huang Tu hurriedly helped Han up. Hearing this, Han breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally drawn a clear line between himself and that guy Lao Zi. The words and actions just now were all taught to him by King Mu. King Mu said, Remember, Inoki is no simple man. He is the only leader in the ninja world whose wisdom can rival that of Uchiha Xiao. He judges the situation and his governing methods are not as kind and benevolent as he appears. You follow him closely, and you will be fine in the future. It was as if King Mu's eyes could see through Tsuchikage Inoki. He wanted to explain his thoughts to Han, but when he thought of Han's IQ, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and scolded him for his previous behavior and words. Han nodded fiercely in his heart. I understand, King Mu. From now on, if Tsuchikage tells me to go east, I will never go west. King Mu nodded and felt relieved. He was really afraid that Han would be fooled by Lao Zi and follow Lao Zi in rebelling. If that happened, with Lao Zi's brain, both he and the king would suffer. Inoki wasn't in a hurry. Did he ask Old Purple to go door to door looking for him? Then let him go and wait for him for a while. By the way, I'll see which families are dissatisfied with me and eliminate them all. Oh, by the way, if Uchiha Xiao asks me to hold him accountable, I'll say that Old Purple disagrees. Then, I can easily deal with this Jinchuriki, right? Kill 3 birds with 1 stone, perfect with Uchiha Xiao's temper. He knew that because of Old Z, 1 or 2 more villages under his Konoha's rule were destroyed, and that problem would not be solved by simply trampling him under his feet on the battlefield. Moreover, Inoki was not afraid that Uchiha Xiao would see through his plan of killing someone with a boro knife. Instead, he believed that Uchiha Xiao would help him. After all, a smart ally who could help their Konoha and an ally who could judge the situation was what Uchiha Xiao needed. The difference between a smart person and a stupid person is that the former knows what he should and should not do, while the latter always has in his mind the idea that he can do it too. How many powerful people have died because of arrogance and hubris? Inoki knew that this era was not his era, but the era of Uchiha Xiao, known as the god of Konoha. Since he couldn't change the trend, he might as well obey. Unfortunately, many people don't understand this truth, and some even call them fools. Do they really not understand? No, they do. They understand it all too well. Just like Raza, didn't he know Konoha was powerful? Why did he declare war? For his own purposes, for his own power. Didn't Old Purple know that helping Konoha would bring huge benefits? He knew, but he was also blinded by power. He wanted to drive out the dictatorial Inoki and become the supreme Tsuchikage himself. So he had to make a fuss about this matter. There are so many smart people in the world, but only a few can hide their edge and win in the end. The reason is, one is overconfident, and the other is not lucky enough. Just like that, after waiting for 2 hours, Old Purple came in from outside with a dark face. Inoki looked behind him and couldn't help laughing. Hey, isn't this the great Four Tails Jinchuriki? Old Purple of Iwagakure is back? Huh? Why is there no one behind you to support you? Oh, I understand. It must be that they don't know how to appreciate it. It's not your fault, Old Z, right? Inoki sneered. Every single one of the staff and senior executives currently in the office of the Tsuchikage building laughed at Lao Z, laughing at him for overestimating his own abilities and for not understanding what politics was. Lao Z clenched his fists and said angrily, I lost, Lord Tsuchikage. I failed to find anyone. Please punish me. Lao Z was not convinced, but wanted to save his face. But now that the two have already torn their faces apart, will Inoki give him this opportunity? Of course not. With a turn of his eyes, Inoki suddenly thought of something and said, well, since you are willing to accept the punishment, I will punish you alone. Go to Konoha, use the tailed beast ball, help Konoha, and kill the Cloud Ninja army. How about it? Then, Inoki frowned again and said, Tisk, no, you alone are no match for the 20,000 strong Cloud Ninja army. I think it's better to forget it. No. I'm going, and no one can stop me. Lao Z said resolutely. However, an embarrassing thing happened. No one present stopped him, but watched him perform coldly, including the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, who had had dealings with him before. Inoki's eyes lit up. Okay, from now on, no one is allowed to make a fuss about this matter, otherwise they will be my enemy. Old Z is the benchmark of our Iwagakure village. Do you understand? I understand. Lao Z turned around and snorted, then walked out of the Tsuchikage building. Without even glancing at the people present, he left the Iwagakure village with an arrogant look and flew towards the battlefield. After seeing Lao Z leave, Inoki's smile and raised mouth corners turned flat. Wang Tu, Han, I order you two to lead 15,000 rock ninjas and attack the hidden cloud village directly. The momentum must be huge, and no grass will be left in the place where you pass. Make money by killing yourself. Yes. Huang Tu-han began to dispatch troops. After receiving the order, Inoki asked other senior staff to ensure the food and supplies. If Huang Tu-han ran out of food and supplies during the battle, everyone present would be beheaded, and their families would also be implicated. Everyone cheered up and did their best. They knew that Inoki was not the kind of person who would ignore your efforts. As long as you worked hard, nothing would happen, even if the war failed and if you can do well, but because of laziness, then it's hard to say. Just after everyone left, Inoki took out a smartphone and called Uchiha Xiao. This was a smartphone that Uchiha Xiao had asked the Anbu to secretly give to him. When he attended Uchiha Xiao's wedding, Inoki didn't have to wait long before the call was connected. Lord Tsuchikage, have you figured it out? Uchiha Xiao's voice came over. That's right, I think Owl King is more worthy of my bet on Inoki. But Inoki hesitated to speak, and even his expression became embarrassed. Uchiha Xiao frowned. He was very familiar with this way of speaking. The word just was followed by either a condition or a key point. However, Uchiha Xiao did not intend to expose it and asked patiently, just what? However, there is one person who disobeyed orders and acted on his own. He has now entered the territory of the Land of Fire and intends to use the tailed beast ball. Chapter 360. Master and Disciple. Uchiha Xiao raised his voice a few notches. What? Bastard. Who is it? Han or Laozi? Bastard, Laozi, kill him. Uchiha Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He used the tailed beast ball in the Land of Fire. Damn, he's so brave. Inoki's lips curled up, and he smiled and said, Sir, this is also my fault. It was Old Purple. Old Purple expressed doubts and denials about my idea of sending troops to attack the hidden cloud village immediately. He delayed me for 2 hours and now we parted on bad terms, but I have already sent troops to attack the hidden cloud village. At the same time, the Iwagakure village will regard him as a traitor and will no longer protect him. In a fit of rage, Laozi said on the spot that he would take action alone to help those cloud ninjas and prove to us that he was right. It's all my fault. Inoki sighed. However, because of his words, the originally furious Uchiha Xiao calmed down for the first time. He narrowed his eyes, thinking about Inoki's words, and finally smiled. Okay, Tsuchikage-sama, I know what to do. But I want to confirm one thing with you. Old Murasaki is really a traitor to the Iwagakure village and is no longer under the protection of the Iwagakure village, right? There was murderous intent in Uchiha Xiao's voice. Even though he was thousands of miles away, Inoki could feel it through his smartphone. He smiled and said, Yes, Owl-sama, if he does anything wrong in the future, it has nothing to do with the Iwagakure village. You can just deal with it. It's just the tailed beasts. Inoki frowned again. Uchiha Xiao cursed the old fox inwardly, but he said, I can't guarantee this, because I might kill this guy directly. You don't have to think about the tailed beast, but I, Uchiha Xiao, owe you a favor. Hey. What are you talking about, Hokage? Iwagakure and Konoha are brother villages. There's no need to be so polite. Inoki smiled. Tailed beast? If there's no tailed beast, then there's no tailed beast. What he needs is an obedient Jinchuriki, not a loser who uses this power to challenge him all day long. Well, that's it, Inoki. After this battle, I will treat you to a drink, and Konoha will exempt tariffs on Iwagakure for 10 years. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao hung up the phone. The smile on Inoki's lips was almost reaching his ears at this time. A yellow-haired man in a long-legged lolly walked over. Old man Grandpa. Inoki was stunned when he heard that. He quickly stood up with a smile. At this moment, he seemed to no longer be the third Tsuchikage who was decisive and resourceful, but a master, an old man. Haha, Xiaodi, how come Kuratsuchi is free to come and see Grandpa today? Tsuchikage Inoki was smiling at this moment. One of these two people was his granddaughter Kuratsuchi, and the other was his most proud disciple Deidara. Deidara possesses 3 types of chakra, wind, earth, and fire, and his comprehension is even higher than his own. At this moment, Inoki even trains him as his successor, and even plans to teach him all the techniques of dust release when he grows up. The most important thing is that his granddaughter Kuratsuchi likes Deidara very much. Although they are still children now, won't they develop feelings for each other over time? Master, look, I have researched something interesting. Then, Deidara's eyes lit up and he opened his hands. In his hands was a small spider made of white clay, looking at the surrounding environment with a confused look on his face. What is this? Just as Inoki was about to touch it, he saw Deidara's mouth curl up, his right index and middle fingers raised, and then he muttered cats. The spider instantly became alert and rushed towards Inoki. Inoki was stunned for a moment, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Then he formed seals with his hands and pointed to the ground. Earth escape, earth flow wall. A hard stone wall rose from the ground. Seeing this, the spider was not afraid at all and rushed towards the earth flow wall. Then, with a bang, it exploded. The Iwagakure high-ranking officials who had been leaving were startled. What the hell is that? Lord Tsuchikage. Even the Anbu were alarmed. A group of ninjas rushed into the Tsuchikage's office. Everyone saw that the room was filled with dust and they couldn't see clearly inside. They could vaguely see a figure who kept throwing something and muttering cats, crack crack. Then there were bursts of fire and explosions when the figure disappeared. The dust slowly dissipated and everyone could see the situation inside clearly. It was Deidara, Kuratsuchi, the exploded earth wall, and a dusty old man. Ahem. Deidara, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Where did you learn these evil tricks to dare to use them on your master? Bastard. Inoki gritted his teeth, grabbed Deidara's collar, and without even looking at the expressions of the senior executives present, he grabbed Kuratsuchi and left the scene. Everyone looked at their noses and their hearts, wanting to laugh but not daring to, so they could only endure and wait until Inoki left. Then someone chuckled, and it caused a chain reaction. Ha 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 ha. I never thought that Lord Inoki would be humiliated one day, by his own apprentice. By the way, what did Deidara use just now? Was it a detonating tag? No, how could a detonating tag be so powerful that it could blow through the earth flow wall cast by that Tsuchikage himself? At this moment, Deidara's wailing voice was heard from the back mountain of Iwagakure village. I called you playing with clay, I called you blasting master, I called you disrespectful, I called you naughty. Inoki gritted his teeth and said angrily. Every time he said a word, he raised his hand and slapped Deidara on the butt. Ouch! Ouch! You old bastard, you will regret this. I tell you, you don't understand. Explosion is art. Besides, what's wrong with playing with clay? I'm not playing with black soil. Deidara was furious. He was already 5 years old and had developed a new ninjutsu, yet he came to tell the old man why was he like this. Inoki was stunned. What was he talking about? Playing with clay instead of black soil? He wanted to play with black soil. Damn. Explosions are art, damn. Dust release is art, okay? You little brat, you're always talking nonsense. I don't know who you learned that from, and you still want to play with Kuratsuchi. Inoki hadn't finished speaking when his granddaughter grabbed him and said, it's not impossible for Deidara brother to play with Kuratsuchi. After hearing this, Inoki almost fainted. It's not that he had never thought about letting Deidara marry his granddaughter, but this is too young, isn't it inappropriate? However, he soon realized that what the two children meant by playing was probably playing games together or something, and it seemed that he was the one who was being dirty. However, this is not important. Then you kid, you blew up your master, how are you going to settle this account? Inoki blew his beard and glared at Deidara. Deidara gritted his teeth and said, art is explosion. Then, he summoned a little bird from somewhere and flew towards Inoki. Inoki's mouth twitched, and he used the rock fist technique, punching Deidara's bird. But before he hit it, Deidara shouted cats. Boom. Inoki was knocked back 2 steps. He was careless and didn't dodge, so he was tricked by the little guy. But it didn't matter. Inoki started to teach his apprentice a lesson again. The sound of pa-pa-pa echoed throughout the entire back mountain. Deidara's eyes were filled with hatred, and he kept muttering in his heart, this is too much, old man. Wait, one day. I will let you see the art of explosion. It's no worse than the dust release you mentioned. However, Deidara could never have imagined that he would eventually die at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke. Although his master did not say anything, he wanted to kill Uchiha Sasuke the moment he saw him to avenge his apprentice. In the eyes of the future Inoki, Deidara is his most outstanding disciple. Even if he does not learn his dust release, he still recognizes him for his explosion release and wants him to take over the position of Tsuchikage. Unfortunately, that day, when he learned that Deidara was killed by Uchiha Sasuke, he didn't say a word. He locked himself in the room, tears streaming down his face, his eyes empty, and he kept saying, Zyod, it was the master who was wrong. The master also thinks the art of explosion is beautiful. Zyod, I won't force you to learn dust release anymore. Come back. As long as you come back, the master will support all your research on explosion release ninjutsu. The master is willing to give you money and let you spend it as much as you want. The master was wrong. Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? Besides, how could Inoki and Deidara be indifferent after nearly 10 years of master-disciple relationship? Although Inoki did not approve of the explosive ninjutsu at this moment, he was also surprised by Deidara's strength with just that move. If it weren't for Deidara's strength information, even a Jonin would have been blown to pieces. However, this was not the righteous way that he recognized. Only dust release was the righteous way, and it was the ninjutsu that Deidara should learn in the future. When the time comes, I will hand over the position of Tsuchikage to him and let him become the most honored person in the Tsuchikage village. But now, I still have to give him a beating. It's a good thing that he blew me up this time. If he had blown up someone else, he would have been blown to ashes. Kuratsuchi kept begging for mercy, tears on her little face. Grandpa, if you want to hit me, hit me. Don't hit Deidara geezer, he's in pain. Haha, it's okay, junior sister Kuratsuchi, it doesn't hurt. In order to show his masculinity, even though his butt was red and swollen and sweaty after being beaten by Inoki, he no longer made any sound. Tsuchikage Inoki was delighted. Good boy, you are so patient at such an old age. You will become a great man in the future. Finally, he snorted, since your junior sister pleaded for you, Master will let you go this time. Remember, don't use explosion release ninjutsu in the village again. After saying that, Inoki threw down a bottle of medicine and turned to leave. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Inoki leave. In fact, Inoki did not go far, but was observing the two little ones from a distance. He felt distressed. After all, this was his apprentice at the time, and he had been a little too harsh on him just now. He felt a little regretful at the moment, but as a master, as the Tsuchikage of the Hidden Rock Village, he had his own pride and his own status, and he would not allow himself to apologize to his apprentice. This master and apprentice pair are truly cut from the same cloth. One is stubborn and refuses to explain to his apprentice, while the other leaves Iwagakure village without a word to practice explosion release and join the Akatsuki organization to realize his art. 6,000 words seem trying to complete Deidara's storyline, and I think it makes sense. What do you think? Urge for more. I want more. Crazy, twisted, creepy and dark. Chapter 361 Ruthless Massacre. When Uchiha Owl got the news from Inoki, the corners of his mouth rose. Tisk, isn't it just killing someone with a borrowed knife? I'll let you borrow it once. Besides, Sun Wukong, the four-tailed beast, is a big help. Most of the Uchiha clan are pure fire or fire thunder, so giving the four-tailed beast to the Uchiha is not bad, but it cannot produce the strongest effect. But Yukang, this cheap grandmother of his, is different. She has the burning escape of wind and fire chakra, plus the melting escape brought by Son Goku, so she will be the owner of double bloodline limits. Besides, she is Uchiha Izuna's wife, so isn't she also a member of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Xiao was thinking, and his eyes drifted towards Yukang from time to time, with the corners of his mouth raised. Yukang felt that he was being stared at, and hurriedly looked in the direction of his gaze, but saw Uchiha Xiao with an evil smile on his face. She hid behind Uchiha Izuna, looking weak and powerless, which made Izuna stunned for a moment. Then, following her gaze, he found that Uchiha Xiao was looking at his wife with a lewd expression and couldn't help frowning. "Owl, what are you looking at?" Uchiha Izuna asked in a bad tone. Uchiha Owl came back to his senses and said, "Oh, nothing, I'm just wondering whether Yukang is willing to become a Jinchuriki." Uchiha Owl smiled. "Jinchuriki? You mean?" Izuna thought for a moment and looked at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "Soon a rebel ninja from the Hidden Rock Village, Lao Shi, will come to my Konoha village to cause destruction. His behavior is a challenge to the authority of our Konoha. That Tsuchikage Inoki has already told me that I don't need to consider his face and should handle the matter on my own," Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Uchiha Izuna's eyes moved. "Owl, you mean, the four-tailed fox?" Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, "However, let's talk about this matter after the Konoha rebellion is quelled." Uchiha Xiao expressed his thoughts to Uchiha Izuna, then looked to the north. Uchiha Izuna raised his eyebrows, holding Yukang's small hand. He said gently, "Ms. Yukang, just now Xiao saw that you wanted you to become Konoha's Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Don't be nervous." Yukang was stunned. Four-Tails Jinchuriki? Did she remember that the Four-Tails Jinchuriki was old Shizuku from Iwagakure? How did he become Konoha's Four-Tails Jinchuriki? Just as she was puzzled, the scout's voice was heard. The one coming was from the Hyuga clan. He knelt on one knee in front of Uchiha Xiao, his face full of anger. "Report to Lord Hokage, there is a large group of cloud ninjas causing chaos 10 kilometers ahead, but there is no trace of the Raikage and Mizukage." Uchiha Xiao was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "All troops, prepare for battle, charge straight into the enemy camp, and kill all those who are causing trouble." "Yes." As soon as Uchiha Xiao said this, all the Konoha ninjas answered. Everyone sped up a lot and rushed forward. 10 minutes later, they finally arrived at their destination. Uchiha Xiao stood at the entrance of the village and smelled the lingering smell of blood. His body trembled and he seemed to hear the woman's cries in his ears, "Don't come over here. You bunch of beasts. Help, who'll save us? The ninjas guarding the village from Konoha have died in battle. We don't know when Konoha will send troops to rescue us." "Mom, why is that uncle on top of me?" "Daughter, my daughter." Uchiha Owl's eyes were full of murderous intent. He roared, and the first form of Susanoo was displayed. His eyes turned directly into the shape of a kaleidoscope and flew towards the source of the shouting voice. Some ninjas from the hidden cloud village were seen with evil looks on their faces, riding on the women, tearing their clothes and laughing evilly. Uchiha Xiao did not hesitate, and stretched out his right hand towards the ninja in the air. The golden skeleton extended and held the ninja. "Ah! Who is it? Damn it! How dare you ruin my good deeds? Brothers, go!" The ninja roared. However, in the next second, Uchiha Xiao had a look of contempt in his eyes, and he clenched his right hand. The golden skeleton in the void made the same movement, crushing the ninja directly. The internal organs were squeezed into a ball by the broken bones and the powerful grip, turning into blood. The other ninjas from the hidden cloud village, who were doing the same thing as the man, stopped what they were doing and looked at Uchiha Owl. The women in the village were also temporarily saved because of Uchiha Owl's appearance. They sorted their clothes, tears streaming down their faces. One woman, disregarding her image, rushed towards her daughter and hugged her in her arms. It was just a little bit, and her daughter was about to be killed by those beasts. Uchiha Xiao looked at these ninjas coldly, then he made a palm with his right hand and slashed at one of them. The golden skeleton also turned into a sharp sword and slashed towards the ninja. With a ripping sound, the ninja didn't even have time to dodge and was cut into two pieces. Seeing this, the other ninjas knew they were no match for their opponent, so they took out flares from their waists and released about 3 or 4 in total. Uchiha Owl did not stop them, but waited quietly. The Konoha ninjas are still on the way, and it will take a while. Besides, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. No matter how many of them come, they are just scum like ants. Who would bother with ants? No matter how many come, we will kill them all. Several ninjas couldn't help but laugh when they saw that Uchiha Xiao had no intention of leaving. Instead, he stood there watching them, but in a short while, more than 1,000 ninjas appeared. These ninjas had one thing in common: they were young, very young, so young that Uchiha Xiao looked at them and they were only about 13 or 14 years old. These are all new ninjas of the hidden cloud village, but it doesn't matter. Since they have committed invasions and done those dirty things, no matter how old or young they are, they should stay. After more than 1,000 ninjas appeared, they did not rush to attack, because Uchiha Owl was surrounded by a huge golden skeleton, which looked extraordinary and majestic. When some of the leading ninjas saw this scene, their faces suddenly changed. "Uchiha Owl! Hokage Uchiha Owl! Everyone, run!" Just as they said this, Uchiha Xiao moved. In an instant, he threw dozens of kunai, which pierced the ground, trees, and walls of houses. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Owl used the Flying Thunder God technique, constantly moving, and each move took away the screaming old ninjas. When the new generation of young ninjas from the hidden cloud village saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. What strength and speed! Those ninjas who had mocked Uchiha Owl before could not help but tremble now. Pervert, this guy is a pervert. It seemed that they had just vaguely heard the captain say, "What did this guy's name seem to be? Hokage, Uchiha Owl. Hokage Uchiha Owl." The cloud-hidden ninja's eyes suddenly flickered. He had heard of this name before. Looking at the golden skeleton, he couldn't help but gasp. If he had known that the Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Owl, would come in person, he would not have sent out the flare even if he was beaten to death. Would this just lead his companions into a trap? Moreover, 4 were released in a row just now, which shows that the situation is urgent and rescue is needed. This is just the beginning. More than 1,000 ninjas have appeared. I can't imagine how many people will come to rescue one after another. We finally understand why Uchiha Xiao didn't kill them immediately, but stood there, looking at them with a playful expression. It turned out that he was waiting for them to call for help. One of the ninjas who had set off the flare gritted his teeth at this moment. He took advantage of the crowd and quietly walked towards the back. He remembered the personal records of Hokage Uchiha Owl, who seemed to be very caring about his people. In this case, as long as those women and children were caught, it might not be impossible to restrain Uchiha Owl. While Uchiha Xiao was moving around and killing people, he also left an Eye of Truth near those women and girls, which was engraved with the Flying Thunder God mark. Suddenly, He suddenly discovered that the young man who had just committed violence was rushing towards this group of women holding a kunai in his hand. He gasped and tried to catch one of the women. The woman saw him and screamed, then closed her eyes as she watched the hidden cloud ninja coming towards her just when the young ninja from Kumagakure thought he could succeed and was about to make a great contribution. A figure suddenly flashed before his eyes. It was Uchiha Xiao's mind moved, and Susanoo rose from the ground, wrapping several women inside, and standing with him on the head of the golden complete Susanoo. Now there are more ninjas, and it will be inconvenient to protect them when a fight breaks out. The ninja who was planning to sneak attack the women and take them hostage now sat down on the ground. The Uchiha's chakra aura was no longer concealed. This chakra is thick as a mountain pressed down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Damn it, move, move. The ninja suppressed his fear and wanted to get up, but as soon as he stood up, he fell down again. Uchiha Xiao controlled Susanoo, raised his right foot, and then dropped it, crushing the young ninja to pieces. The ground began to tremble, and all the ninjas on the field could no longer control their bodies and fell to the ground. Monster, this is a monster. This guy is simply not someone a human can handle. Run. Just when the ninjas of the hidden cloud village decided to escape, Uchiha opened his eyes. His main Uchiha Sharingan disappeared and turned into golden Rinnegan. Rinnegan skill, pressure. In an instant, with Uchiha as the center, a red gold lotus blossomed under the feet of Susanoo, covering all the ninjas of the hidden cloud village. At this moment, the ninjas of the hidden cloud village felt their whole bodies stagnate and they could not move. What kind of trick is this? Why can't I move? Damn it, why do I feel like I can't even breathe? It's so uncomfortable, it's like the air is being squeezed inwards from all sides. I can't stand it anymore. Bang! Suddenly, one of the ninjas couldn't bear it anymore and exploded on the spot, leaving no trace of his body. The others were shocked when they saw this, and their minds were lost, which disrupted the rhythm of their chakra circulation to resist. But the price of this is, bang! Chapter 362 to three-way advance. With a bang, another ninja exploded, leaving no trace of his body. Seeing this, the nearby ninjas' faces changed again, and their minds lost. This scene triggered a chain reaction, and one after another, ninjas could not withstand the pressure and disappeared on the spot. Soon, thousands of people died on the spot, and the remaining ninjas were struggling to hold on, circulating chakra to resist the pressure. Uchiha Xiao sneered, "You scum of the hidden cloud village, this is just the beginning." After saying that, Uchiha doubled the intensity of his pressure. The faces of those ninjas who had adapted to Uchiha's pressure changed drastically. They had no time to react and could not withstand the pressure, so they exploded again. Bang, 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 bang. It was as lively as fireworks. About 2,000 ninjas died on the spot. Seeing this, Uchiha Xiao just smiled and mocked, "They are so vulnerable. Let's see, there are still some good seedlings." Period. As he spoke, he looked down and saw that there were less than 1,000 people still struggling to hold on, with cold sweat pouring down his face. These people were the ninjas who came to support later, not the evil people at the beginning. Each of them had a firm face and they all had their own beliefs in their hearts. War is war, why do we have to do those dirty things? Uchiha Xiao took a look and didn't feel anything about it. It's true that people with principles can be found everywhere, but they should never join the battlefield to invade Konoha. Uchiha exerted his might and controlled Susanoo. He raised his hands and thousands of sharp blades appeared behind Susanoo. As Uchiha pushed forward, thousands of blades flew out and pierced the talented ninjas of the hidden cloud village. "I'm sorry, I don't like raising a tiger to cause trouble. I will nip in the bud any factors that threaten Konoha. Even though you are young, talented, and principled, but please die. When you reach the Pure Land, go to the Sixth Path Sage to seek justice." Uchiha's voice sounded, and then he released Susanoo, and the golden Rinnegan turned into black eyes in an instant. More than 4,000 ninjas from the hidden cloud village were wiped out, and the blood dyed the ground red, making the road sticky. Several women couldn't believe that they would be able to witness such a scene in their lifetime. Uchiha Xiao turned his head and looked at them with a smile. The women trembled all over and lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. After all, the scene just now was like a miracle. Although they knew that he was the Hokage, how could those who had witnessed miracles dare to peek at the face of God? Uchiha sighed and said nothing more. Then he heard Minato's voice, "Teacher. I'm here. I'm here to support you." A golden light flashed, and Naimake's Minato appeared. Uchiha patted his shoulder when he saw him and said, "Not bad, you've made progress, and the speed is very fast. Go and do what you are good at? Those women were almost insulted by the Kumagakure scum. Go and comfort them. Master will go ahead and clean up the debris in the village. Oh, and when the army arrives, have 2,000 people stay in the village to ensure the safety of the villagers. I will also capture a few Junin from the hidden cloud village and have Heiai prepare them. After saying that, Uchiha rushed towards the village and started soul sensing to check for any fish that had escaped the net. Namikaze Minato smiled and walked up to the girls. Don't worry, I will protect you until I pacify this village. His voice was magnetic, gentle, and handsome, which immediately put the women at ease, and they all bowed to thank him. Namikaze Minato shook his head. This is what we should do. By the way, is it convenient for me to ask, what did my master, the man who just saved you, do? Perhaps because of their identity as Konoha ninjas, or perhaps because of Minato Namikaze's strong affinity, several women told him everything they had seen. After listening to them, Minato Namikaze took a breath. In just less than 3 minutes, 4,000 ninjas were slaughtered. Master, is this your true strength? You are so powerful, being your disciple must be very stressful. Namikaze Minato thought to himself. Less than 10 minutes later, the Konoha ninjas arrived. Uchiha Izuna, the leader, smiled when he saw Namikaze Minato and said, Minato, did you and Al kill these ninjas together? As he spoke, Uchiha Izuna squatted down, picked up a piece of iron forward protector that was squeezed into a mess, and asked. Namikaze Minato shook his head. The teacher killed all of them alone. I didn't do anything. Uchiha Izuna was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. He had some understanding of his grandson's strength. 8 years ago, he was able to beat Hashirama Senju in his prime. Today, his strength should have increased a little bit, but according to Minato, it has obviously increased by 1 billion points. Namikaze Minato told Uchiha Izumina what Uchiha had instructed him to do. Uchiha Izumina did not hesitate and directly managed the Konoha Legion in an orderly manner. Not long after, Uchiha Xiao returned to the place where he had slaughtered more than 4,000 cloud ninjas at the beginning. He was covered in blood, holding 2 officers in his hands, with a cold expression on his face. Master, you're back. Namikaze Minato raised the corners of his mouth when he saw Uchiha appear. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, thank you for your hard work, Minato. You have done a good job. Next, let Heiai come over. We must hurry. I don't know how many villages are experiencing war. Yes, Master. I will call Heiai immediately. He understood that there was no time to waste at this moment. If he delayed any longer, the villagers in the village would suffer soon. Heiai followed Minato Namikaze to the scene. He looked at the muddy ground, which was faintly red, and couldn't help frowning. However, seeing Uchiha Xiao's serious face, he didn't say anything and saw the 2 Kumagakure beside Uchiha Xiao's legs. He instantly understood what Uchiha Xiao meant. After nodding to Uchiha Xiao, he immediately came to the 2 men, stretched out his hands, pressed the heads of the 2 officers, and performed the mind-reading technique. Soon, he got the information and marching route of the Cloud Legion, as well as the whereabouts of the 3 Shadow Belt soldiers. Heiai screened all the information and told Uchiha Xiao the important situations. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, thank you for your hard work, Heiai. Uchiha Xiao patted Heiai's shoulder. Yamanaka Heiai smiled and said, this is what I should do, teacher. Uchiha Xiao turned to look at Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara, and said, Grandpa, Great-Grandpa, I will go fight against the Hokage's team. Grandpa will go fight the Mizukage, and Great-Grandfather will go fight Raza. We will act separately, each leading 2,000 soldiers. We will quickly eliminate the enemy and then reunite. The 2 nodded and agreed to Uchiha's suggestion. Soon, the 3 men gathered 6,000 people, split up and attacked in 3 directions. Not daring to delay for a moment, Namikaze Minato followed Uchiha to the village attacked by the Hokage. Sarutobi Shinosuke and Yukira followed Uchiha Izuna to the village attacked by the Mizukage. Uchiha Madara led the team alone and walked towards Raza. He still remembered that Raza was shameless and attacked him when his pupil power was overly depleted. Unine Village Killer B and Young Master Ai stayed at home. This was the decision of the 3rd Hokage. Killer B didn't feel anything about this, but young Master Ai felt very bored and wanted to go on a killing spree with his father in Konoha. Killer B, however, felt that being an enemy of Uchiha was not a good thing. After learning that the 3rd Hokage was going to attack Konoha village, Ushio tried his best to tell Killer B that you cannot get involved. Killer B also asked, will we lose? The cow demon said without hesitation, he will die. The man and the one-tailed beast remained silent. It's really annoying. I told you that my dad should take me there, but my confidant told me that they have robbed a bunch of supplies again. I shouted angrily, grabbing his hair. Actually, have you ever thought that this is what your uncle wants to leave for you and the Hidden Cloud Village to escape? Kirabi suddenly said. This time he did not sing, but looked at AI seriously. AI was stunned. Leave a way out? What do you mean? B, do you think my father will lose? Kirabi opened his mouth, but seeing his brother's expression, he tidied his words and said tactfully, Brother, uncle is incredibly brave. This is just a sneak attack, so there's a high probability that there won't be any problems. Killer B said this against his will. According to Nia Gui's introduction, Uchiha Xiao has become an existence close to the Six-Paths Sage. Is the Six-Paths Sage still a human? He's a god. Uchiha Xiao's strength is close to that of the Six-Paths Sage, and he doesn't think his uncle can compare to the Six-Paths Sage. Losing is only a matter of time, isn't that the end? Although father was no match for Uchiha Xiao, it was a sneak attack. He can always escape if he can't defeat him. Seeing that Killer B started to speak more carefully, young Master AI softened his attitude a lot. Yes, but this matter was a joint effort between my uncle and the other two shadows. You were not involved. When the time comes to hold people accountable, you can get out of it, big brother. Kirabi said the points he had analyzed. Gongzi AI nodded and said, that being said, I still feel it is a pity that I was not able to go to the battlefield with my father. Kirabi was silent. That was all. Big brother wouldn't listen at all, so he stopped talking. Saying it 3 times was as bland as water at this moment. A spy suddenly came to report. Sir, Master B. The 5-tailed Jinchuriki from the Hidden Rock Village, Wang Tu, brought a large number of Iwagakure ninjas to plunder the wealth of the villages under her jurisdiction. Guangzi Ai's eyes lit up, and he looked at Kirabi. B. Come with me for a big fight. These bastards from the Hidden Rock Village took advantage of the situation and broke in. B. Let's defeat them head-on. As he spoke, Master AI planned to mobilize his troops to leave the city. He had been so depressed for the past 2 days. Finally, he had some fun. Killer B frowned and said, No, big brother, you can't go. Now 80% of the troops of the Hidden Cloud Village are deployed in the Konoha battlefield, and the remaining 20% is not enough to resist the attack of the Rock Ninja. Why are you so fussy, B? Aren't you scared? Guangzi AI looked at Kirabi with a complicated expression. Kirabi's expression was complicated. He didn't expect his brother to look at him like this. He took a deep breath and said, First, we have to tell uncle about this. Then I will go to the battle, and you can't go to the battlefield. Once my uncle knows about this, he will definitely lead his troops back to defend the city, but the danger of Yunnan can be resolved. Also, my uncle is fighting in the Konoha battlefield. If something happens to my uncle, the Hidden Cloud Village needs someone to take the lead, and that person must be you. As for stopping the Hidden Rock Village, it's most appropriate to leave it to me. Killer B said solemnly, B, you. Guangzi AI wanted to refute, but found that Killer B spoke very logically. Finally, he slowly loosened his clenched fists. Okay, I get it. I won't go. But remember, you must make the Hidden Rock Village pay the price. Young Master AI snorted coldly. Yes. After Kirabi hummed, he turned and walked towards the camp in the village. He was ready to lead his troops to intercept the Iwagakure troops. 6,000 words still. Please urge me to update more. I'm powering you with love. Chapter 363 Battle of Yunnan. Killer B led 500 ninja troops out of the Hidden Cloud Village, and the remaining 1,500 troops stayed in the village to prevent the Hidden Rock Village from taking advantage of the chaos to attack the base camp. Killer B didn't care about the lives of the people in those small villages. It was not that he didn't want to, but the 500 ninja troops he had were not enough to support those villages. In his heart, the headquarters of the Hidden Cloud Village was more important than those villages. Therefore, he ordered the ninja troops to set up camp 3 miles outside the village, sent out spies to observe the movements of the Iwagakure ninja troops at all times, and sat in the big tent to recuperate so that he could fight when the Iwagakure ninja troops attacked in a village near Kumagakure village. Han and Huangtu ordered that only the resources within the village be plundered. Those who resisted would be killed depending on the severity of the situation, while those with less serious situations could be knocked unconscious. As for the women in the village, they were not to be bullied at will. These were all what Inoki had instructed them to do before they left. At this moment, Inoki still had the ambition to annex the Hidden Cloud Village, so this battle only needed to show that the lineage of the Hidden Cloud Village did nothing about the village under his rule, and then inadvertently publicize what Uchiha Xiao of the Land of Fire did. Even if the villagers complain about them, they'll shift their blame to Kumagakure after they leave. Why can't the Hokage do it? Is it because we pay less every year? Or are we providing less civilian labor? By then, it will be the Cloud Village that will have a headache, and his Iwagakure village has only plundered some wealth and has not harmed anyone. If you want to blame someone, just blame it on the brainless and warmongering Raikage. In this way, the Iwagakure ninjas acted very smoothly. In the end, after those villages heard about what the Iwagakure village had done, they took the initiative to prepare money and food and placed them at the entrance of the village. Han and Huangtu were also happy and relieved, and they took the food and money and left until they arrived 3 miles outside the hidden Cloud Village and met the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee and his 500 ninjas. All troops stop. Huangtu narrowed his eyes and looked at Killer Bee with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. Killer Bee was a burly man, standing in place, staring at Huangtu and the 5-Tails Jinchuriki. You are the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee? Killer Bee? Han said. Killer Bee glanced at him, not in the mood to shout at the moment. He nodded and said, Red Masked, Steam Ninja, 5-Tails Jinchuriki. I have long admired you. Han raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect that he was so famous that even this junior knew his name. At this moment, King Mu said, Fool, the news about you Jinchuriki has long been posted on the black market. As the Jinchuriki of the hidden Cloud Village, does he know that you are worth being surprised? Han immediately restrained his pride and looked at Kirabi with a serious gaze. Kirabi was stunned. He didn't expect Han to calm down so quickly. He had originally wanted to take advantage of Han's pride and seriously injure him, but what a pity. Hey, B, you don't have to think too much. It must be that guy King Mu who reminded the ninja named Han. Really, King Mu is still the same, more cunning than anyone else. Nia Gui explained to Kirabi. Killer Bee nodded secretly, and he said how a person's personality could be so changeable, proud one second and cautious the next. It seemed that the tailed beast was reminding him. Killer Bee glanced at Wang Tu and said, You are Anoki's son, right? Wang Tu nodded, Indeed. I wonder what the 8-Tails Jinchuriki has to teach you? These two sentences sound ordinary, but they are actually full of murderous intent. Killer Bee is saying that Wang Tu relies on his father, and Wang Tu replies that you, Killer Bee, can only stand here because of the tailed beast. The two men faced off for the first time and were evenly matched. Haha, let's put it this way, you two, you have plundered the wealth of the people in my territory along the way. It's better for you to take a step back and go back. Otherwise, when my Raikage arrives, you will all be left here. Kirabi bluffed and did not rush to take action. HMPH, never mind that your Raikage is currently fighting in the Land of Fire. Even if you were present, with just 500 of you, can you withstand my army of tens of thousands? Huangtu snorted coldly. Killer Bee's eyes were gloomy. Tisk tisk, he didn't expect that Wang Tu would be so disrespectful to them. This is really. However, Wang Tu was right. With these 500 people, he really couldn't resist these tens of thousands of ninjas. But Kirabi raised the corner of his mouth and said, In that case, let's fight. After saying that, Kirabi shouted in his heart, Brother Nige. Oh. Ushiki immediately released the tailed beast chakra, wrapping up the 500-member Cloud Ninja Legion. The 500 Cloud Ninjas now had a layer of dark red chakra on their surface, and they felt that the chakra in their bodies was being generated continuously. Period. This is Killer Bee's tailed beast chakra. He shared it with us, allowing us to reduce damage and extract chakra quickly. Brothers, kill all these invaders. For a moment, the morale of the ninjas of the hidden Cloud Village was greatly boosted. They were all eager to fight and looked at the rock ninjas with bloodthirsty looks on their faces. Han asked King Mu, do you have such ability? My goodness, sharing the tailed beast's chakra outer garment, I can't even think about it. King Mu's mouth twitched. I don't have it, but neither does that Ushiki guy. Although this looks like the sharing of the tailed beast chakra coat, it is actually injecting a ball of tailed beast chakra into the bodies of the ninjas. It's still far from the real tailed beast chakra coat, and as far as I know, the only tailed beast that can share the tailed beast chakra coat is Kirima Ninetails. King Mu snorted coldly. Han immediately had an idea. King Mu, can you do this? Of course you can, but this move only looks strong. In fact, its strength is limited, King Mu asked in confusion. At this time, even if it is just a showpiece, it can stabilize the morale of the army. King Mu, let's also allocate 500 chakra groups, Han suddenly said. At this moment the 5 Tails was stunned. He didn't expect that Han had become so smart. However, he did not refuse. Instead, he distributed the white chakra ball to the 500 Rock Ninja. The 500 Rock Ninja also felt this power and roared, "Oh, this is the power of Lord Han. I feel that my chakra manipulation proficiency and the power of my ninjutsu have been infinitely amplified." In just a moment, the Rock Ninjas also cheered. Seeing this scene, Killer Bee frowned. Tisk, the disguise and advantage that he had worked so hard to create were actually pulled flat. B, that guy is really something. He can even think of this trick. I'm afraid this battle will be. Before Nia Gui finished speaking, Killer Bee clamped 7 ninja swords with his hands, elbows and legs. Killer Bee's taijutsu is now filled with the tailed beast's chakra, allowing the blade to extend and move even faster, charging directly into the Iwagakure formation. Swish, 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 the sound of knives was dense, and the light of knives was dense. In just a moment, nearly 100 people's lives were taken away. Han was stunned at first, and then he reacted. He shouted, looking for death. The 5-tailed chakra was activated, the steam armor was attached to the body, and silver white horns grew out of the arms. Horn / plus boiling release, unparalleled strange power. The silver horn slashed towards Kirabi. Kirabi wanted to resist, but the bull demon inside his body shouted, "Get out of the way. You can't resist this move." Killer Bee quickly used the substitution technique and turned his body into a wooden stake. When Han's combination of skills hit the stake, it instantly turned into dust, and a nearly 100-meter-long trench was created on the ground. Kirabi's figure appeared 100 meters away. Looking at Han and the gap in front of him, he couldn't help but gasp. If he was careless with this move, he would be seriously injured if not killed. This 5-tails Jinchuriki is very powerful. He is not the kind of Jinchuriki who relies solely on the power of the tailed beasts. Like himself, he relies on hard training and reconciliation with the tailed beasts. Only by working together can he use such a move in an instant. Han's danger level rose sharply in Killer Bee's mind. However, it only rose slightly, and Wang Tu shouted, "Brothers, kill! The enemy has only 500 men, and we have. The advantage is mine." In this way, 15,000 people fought against 500 people. Han fought against Killer Bee, and in the end, the Hidden Rock Village paid the price of 3,000 people and killed the 500 Cloud Ninjas. Killer Bee was restrained by Han, and the two of them had already entered a fierce battle, which was not something that ordinary ninjas like them could participate in. Killer Bee's 8 tails were waving wildly, and Han's 5 white tails were also standing straight up. The two looked at each other with anger in their eyes. At this moment, Killer Bee saw that 500 people had died in the battle, and he took a deep breath and said, "Jayu Oni, tailed beast ball, continuous tailed beast ball." The cow demon hummed, then took over Killer Bee's body. The 8-tailed beast suddenly appeared, roaring like a bull. Then, the cow ghost opened his mouth and extracted chakra from the air in front of his mouth. A small ball gradually appeared from nothing, and then grew from small to large, and began to gather. Tailed beast ball. King Mew, Han shouted, "Good." King Mew took over Han's body and rushed in front of the bull ghost. The moment he appeared, he pushed the horns on his head upwards, tilting the bull ghost's head, and the huge tailed beast ball shot into the sky with a loud bang. It exploded in the air. The 8-tailed bull demon snorted coldly, and its 8 tentacles wrapped around King Mew's body. At this moment, the 5-tailed King Mew used his agility and the flexible use of the tentacles on his head to cut off the tentacles of the 8-tailed king one by one and escape from its entanglement range. Nia Gui and Mu Wang looked at each other. Neither of them could do anything to the other, but in terms of a protracted battle, Nia Gui was much stronger than Wu Wei. Mu Wang, Han, prepare to retreat. My endurance is not as good as Nia Gui's. If this goes on, the Rock Ninja will suffer heavy losses. 5-tailed King Mew shouted to Han. "Okay. King Mew, let me return to normal first," Han said. King Mew nodded, and then his body disappeared. Han appeared before everyone and shouted, "Everyone, retreat 50 miles immediately. No mistakes." After saying that, Han transformed again and fought with the 8-tailed ox key. Wang Tu understood what Han meant. His face turned pale, and he asked everyone to retreat. "King Mew, you have changed. You have become a minion of those humans," the 8-tailed bull demon taunted. Chapter 364, Battle against the third generation of Thunder. King Mew sneered, "How dare you talk about me? Aren't you also working for the Hidden Cloud Village?" He looked at the 8-tailed ox demon coldly with a bit of wisdom in his eyes. Nia Gui shook his head and said, "You don't understand, King Mew. He is different. I am not fighting to help the Cloud Ninja, but for him. Otherwise, why didn't I transform to stop you from killing the Cloud Ninja just now? King Mew mocked. You are still like this, you idiot. You are like a bald donkey who has attained enlightenment, talking nonsense all day long. Do you want to beat me or not? If you don't, I will leave. King Mew, you and I headed off right away, but you're leaving. Let me see you off, the ox ghost murmured. And then his mouth was instantly filled with a tailed beast ball, which we released instantly. King Mew broke out in a cold sweat and instantly released a tailed beast ball. This tailed beast ball was released using his own chakra, rather than the natural chakra in the air, which means that it consumed his own chakra. The two tailed beast balls collided, making a huge roar that could be heard even by the Iwagakure ninjas 50 miles away. Wang Tu's face showed worry, and he kept praying in his heart, Han, please don't get into trouble. King Mew turned around and left without looking back, but the next moment another tailed beast ball was thrown at it. It gritted its teeth and did not resist, taking the blow with its body solidly. With the help of the recoil force of the tailed beast ball, it flew towards the distant Iwagakure. Originally, the place where Nia Gui was filled with smoke and dust. After an unknown amount of time, the smoke dissipated and Nia Gui's eyes showed helplessness. Since he had promised B to avenge him, he could not go back on his word he had held back just now. Although that attack could not destroy King Mew and the Han dynasty, it still caused considerable damage. He could not take action for at least 10 days. The figure of Nia Gui slowly disappeared, and Karabi reappeared. He murmured, thank you, brother Nia Gui, it's okay, but I can only buy you 10 days at most. If that guy hasn't come back after 10 days, then it won't be that easy. After Nia Gui said that, he closed his eyes and rested. Rock Ninja Camp. King Mew trembled and used his hooves to break. He knew that the bull ghost had held back in order to prevent him and Han from fighting. If he really wanted to kill him, that blow would be enough. Mew, Lord Mew. You? Wang Tu looked embarrassed, but Mew Wang looked at him and said, I have tried my best. After this battle, I can't take action for at least 10 days. You have seen the power of the A-Tails, so if you don't want to sacrifice it in vain, just rest well. Also, find a medical ninja immediately to treat Han. After saying that, King Mew disappeared, and King Han appeared, lying on the ground with a blank look in his eyes. It was obvious that the previous attack had caused him considerable damage, and he had lost consciousness at this moment. Huang Tu immediately found the best medical ninja in the village and started treating Han. During this period, Huang Tu asked Han no less than 10 times about his condition and when he would be better. The medical ninja said at least 10 days, then used medical ninjutsu to start treating Han. Wang Tu was silent, and finally spoke, the entire army retreats 100 miles. No rash actions are allowed until Han recovers. Anyone who disobeys orders will be executed. Then he took out a cell phone and called his father Inoki. After hearing the battle situation, Inoki was silent at first, and then suddenly smiled and said, you did a good job. When Han wakes up, tell him that when he comes back, he will be given the position of Tsuchikage's assistant. The Hidden Rock Village will never let any of its warriors shed blood or tears. Also, be prepared to evacuate at any time. That reckless man should be back soon. Inoki had a smile on his face and a playful look in his eyes. If those old guys who knew him well and had worked with him for a long time saw his expression, they would understand that someone was going to be in trouble. Wang Tu nodded repeatedly. Please rest assured, father. I will take care of everything and leave a great gift for Lord Raikage. The corners of his mouth curled up, as if his wife was about to give birth. Tsuchikage office. Inoki hung up the phone and called Uchiha Xiao, but no one answered. Instead, there was a reply tone from an artificial intelligence. The subscriber you are calling is currently busy. Sorry. Inoki frowned. What's going on? Why isn't this Uchiha Xiao answering the phone? What's he busy with? Could it be? Inoki's eyes lit up, and he made another call. The call was quickly connected. Hello, Ling Linky, what's the situation on the Konoha battlefield now? Ling Linky is Inoki's first eye. Wherever there is a battle, there he is. He also delivers the latest news to Inoki. Tsuchikage-sama, right now the Hokage is charging towards the village. The Raikage is attacking with a murderous look on his face, followed by over 2,000 people. 2,000 people? Why is it just this? How many Cloud Ninjas are there? Inoki asked in a serious tone. It is estimated that the Raikage brought 4,000 ninjas and wreaked havoc in Little Stone Village, a village under the jurisdiction of Konoha. Ling Linky said. Inoki frowned. 2,000 against 4,000. Oh, yes, it's Uchiha Xiao, The Great Buddha against 10,000 players, that's fine. By the way, Lord Tsuchikage, I have something to report to you. It is said that before coming here, Uchiha Xiao had slaughtered more than 4,000 Kumo ninjas in 10 minutes. All that was left were some rags and crushed Kumo ninja Ford protectors, and the ground was stained red with blood. Walking on the ground was like walking in mud after rain, so sticky. A trace of panic flashed in Ling Linky's eyes, and his voice trembled a little. He had been working as a spy for many years and had seen all kinds of scenes, but this was the first time he had seen a scene like hell. Inoki was silent, then slowly said, "Protect yourself. It doesn't matter whether you can see this battle or not, you must protect yourself." After saying that, Inoki hung up the phone. He recalled what Ling Linky had just said in his mind. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. 10 minutes, 4,000 people, rivers of blood, and muddy roads. Phew, luckily I chose to cooperate with Muai. If I had really cooperated with Arakage and Mizukage, wouldn't it mean that the fortune I had worked so hard to save would be gone in an instant? It hurts to think about it. The corners of Inoki's mouth twitched, then he stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the Tsuchikage building, looked towards the southeast direction of the Hokage village, shook his head, and then murmured, "Thunderbolt Thunder? Thunderbolt Thunder, why did you provoke him? He is a man who kills without blinking an eye. Your hidden cloud village is in trouble." Big trouble? Inoki smiled bitterly. It is not known whether he was mocking the Third Hokage, or mocking himself, or was feeling fortunate that his choice was correct. No one knew, not the office staff, not the top management of Iwagakure, and even Inoki was not sure what his mental state was at the moment. Little Stone Village. The Hokage said with a serious face, "Everyone, search every house, don't leave a single one untouched. Put all the stored food and treasures into the scroll. As for women, each person can only choose one. If there are more than one, don't blame me for being ruthless." The Hokage's voice was loud and reached everyone's ears. The Cloud Ninjas shouted yes, and then began to bully men and women, raping and looting. The third generation of Lei listened to these voices, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It was really good. This feeling. Trampling those high-ranking, peaceful and happy villagers of the Fire Country under his feet. The Third Hokage had a conscience, but not much. Just as he was enjoying closing his eyes and listening to the screams and wails of the villagers, a ninja suddenly came to report, "Lord Hokage, the Hidden Rock Village has sent 15,000 soldiers to attack our Hidden Cloud Village." The third generation of Lei's eyes widened, and he grabbed the ninja and cursed loudly, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that old man Inoki be so bold as to attack me from behind? This is too much." The ninja's neck was strangled, and his face suddenly turned red due to lack of oxygen, and he couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, the third generation of Thunder loosened his grip, threw him aside, and then shouted, "Everyone, stop what you are doing and follow me back to the Hidden Cloud Village to slaughter the Rock Ninja dogs." As soon as the 4,000 ninjas stopped, their faces changed drastically and they quickly gathered together, following the third generation of Rai, and planned to return to the Hidden Cloud Village for support. At this moment, Uchiha Xiao and Namikaze Minato appeared, and they looked coldly at the Third Hokage below. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. The third generation of Rai's pupils shrank and he gritted his teeth. He didn't come earlier or later, but came quietly when the Iwagakure village attacked his hometown. If he said that Konoha had not reached any agreement with the Iwagakure village, he would not believe it even if you beat him to death. Uchiha Xiao, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Third Hokage was staring at Uchiha Xiao at this moment. As long as he made any move, he would directly trigger the penis enlargement technique and go straight for Uchiha Xiao's head. You killed my people and defiled the women of the people under my rule. Now, you come and go as you please. Do you think this is your home? AI. Uchiha Xiao's chakra burst out, and his hair and clothes were blown all over the place. Uchiha Xiao no longer calls AI the Hokage. He is not worthy of being the cage of a village. In his eyes, all his subordinates are just imitating the leader. Uchiha Xiao, I'll say it again, get out. Otherwise, don't blame me. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Xiao used Susanoo. A golden skeleton appeared, stretched out, and turned into a giant hammer. After swinging it in the air, It smashed towards the head of the third generation Lei. The third generation of Lei's pupils shrank. He raised his arms, activated his chakra, and protected his body with thunder armor. The giant hammer hit his arm, and he just felt his arm numb. Then he roared angrily and bounced the golden giant hammer away. The scene caused the ninjas of the hidden cloud village to cheer. Who else could resist Susanoo with physical strength, besides their own third generation Lord Rai? I want to ask you, who else could it be? Even many ninjas on Konoha's side widened their eyes. This was the first time they saw Hokage's all-powerful Susanoo being deflected by a physical body. Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly, "It's just a casual attack, and you are so happy." After saying that, Uchiha Xiao stretched out his hands, the golden skeleton holding a hammer in one hand and a golden awl in the other. Both hands pressed towards the third generation of Lei. 6,000 words all hand type, no perfunctory. Please pay attention, please urge updates, please generate power with love. Chapter 365. You are so crazy, Raikage. Upon seeing this, the third Raikage roared angrily, and the power released by the thunder armor on his body became even stronger. The original illusory prototype of the armor turned into an almost solid blue arc armor, slowly flowing around his body. Seeing the sledgehammer and the awl coming towards him, he would not sit still and wait for death. He activated the lightning chakra mode and used the lightning chakra current to stimulate his nerves and muscles, thus bursting out at the speed of sound and dodging boom. The golden hammer and the golden awl collided, but it didn't cause widespread damage. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the entire blow was concentrated at the tip of the awl. At that moment, the awl pierced the ground, and a force penetrated the surface and struck the ground, creating a small hole visible to the naked eye. The third Raikage appeared, looking at the cone with a solemn look in his eyes. This move is even stronger than the tailed beasts. Perhaps others don't have the right to speak, but he, the third Raikage, the strongest Raikage, has the qualifications. Uchiha Xiao showed a sarcastic look on his face. I thought you wouldn't hide. After all, you are known as the strongest Raikage, the one with the strongest physical body. The third Raikage snorted coldly. That depends on the person. If someone is really susceptible to any skill, he is not a warrior, but a fool. After saying that, his figure turned into a ray of lightning and rushed towards Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao held the Uchiha fan in his hand and blocked it with both hands. With a thud, the Raikage appeared, and the three-handed attack struck the Uchiha fan, causing a huge roar. A wave of air radiated from the point of contact to the surroundings. Instantly, the ninjas from both the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf Village couldn't help but step back more than 10 steps, looking at the two people in the center of the field. They gasped. These two perverts were simply not human. This was no longer a battle that a Jonin could participate in. Even an ordinary cage-level warrior would be affected and seriously injured if he was not careful. Seeing this, Konoha and Cloud Ninja tacitly gave up their positions in the center of the field and continued fighting on the periphery. The third Raikage groaned, feeling a recoil force, followed by a fishy and sweet feeling surging up from his internal organs. He forced himself to suppress the discomfort and stepped back. Uchiha Xiao only felt a shock in his arm, but thanks to the huge physical plug-in of the sage body, the shock was quickly relieved and his condition was restored to its peak. Uchiha Xiao retracted the Uchiha flame fan and stuck it into the ground. He stepped on the fan with one foot and held the handle with one hand. Is this all you can do? Sorry, you can't leave. Prepare to die as an apology. Uchiha Xiao clapped his hands and shouted, "Fire style, great fire extinguishment." The magnetic voice was accompanied by a huge heat wave, and a column of red flames shot towards the Raikage. The pupils of the third Raikage shrank at this moment, and then he shouted Nibbon count. Faced with a raging heat wave and the almost solid flame column, the third Raikage did not choose to retreat, but faced the challenge head-on. The dark blue violent lightning crackled, and with the third Raikage's two-handed attack plus sprint, it drew a graceful arc in the dark night, but the violent aura in it told you that this was not graceful at all. The arc cut a pillar of fire into two halves, and it continued to pierce Uchiha Xiao's face. Uchiha Xiao was stunned and had no time to resist. Puff! The second hand pierced through Uchiha Xiao's head. Uchiha Xiao's face was pale, with disbelief in his eyes. HMPH, don't underestimate me, Hokage. Although you are very strong, I am not bad either. The third Raikage made words similar to post-war summary, pulled his hand out, turned around, and moved in one go. Namokaze Minato shouted angrily, "Teacher! This is impossible." Then he began to explode, throwing out nearly 100 flying thunder god kunai, and then he performed the Flying Thunder God technique regardless of the cost, constantly moving around the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage gritted his teeth and said, "Damn mosquito. Go to hell with your useless teacher." After saying that, the Third Hokage's chakra burst out again, bombarding the ground. The ground collapsed instantly, and a gust of air was generated, spraying towards the surroundings. Although the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf Village had walked a long way away, they were still affected by the air wave of the attack and were blown away one after another. Screaming in pain, Minato Namikaze gritted his teeth and seized the opportunity, throwing a Flying Thunder God Kunai at the Hokage's head, then Flying Thunder God Stage 2 in the air, circulating the wind attribute chakra in his hand, and turning gorgeously Flying Thunder God Stage 2, Big Ball Rasengan. The Third Hokage was unable to dodge the blow because he had just unleashed a powerful blow and his old strength had not yet been exhausted. A wind attribute Rasengan forced his waist disc to the ground and he roared, "Ah! Damn it! You little bug! Wait until I get up, I will kill you." Minato Namikaze used all his strength in this attack, causing considerable damage to the Third Hokage, but who is he? He was the Third Hokage, the strongest Hokage, the one who could single-handedly challenge the Eight Tails. "Even if I'm injured, I can still stand up. Keep fighting." After Minato Namikaze's chakra was exhausted, he rode on the back of the Third Hokage. At this moment, he grabbed the Flying Thunder God Kunai, looked fierce, and slashed at the Third Hokage's neck. At this moment, the Third Hokage raised his left hand and blocked the fatal blow with his body. Although the Flying Thunder God Kunai successfully pierced his palm, this little damage could not make the Third Hokage retreat. The Third Hokage's chakra erupted, and the violent lightning chakra surged, bouncing Minato Namikaze away. With a whoosh, Minato Namikaze was bounced 3 meters away. Because his chakra was exhausted and his physical strength was affected, he was unable to resolve this move. In the air he fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were filled with hatred, disappointment, and sorrow. The Third Hokage stood up and pulled out the Flying Thunder God Kunai from his left hand with his right hand. Fresh red blood spurted out, but the Third Hokage seemed to feel no pain at all. Tisk tisk, there are so many geniuses in Konoha. However, it is precisely because you are a genius that I deserve to take action and end your life. After saying that, the Third Hokage walked towards Minato Namikaze. Every step seemed to step on his heart, making him tremble with fear. Minato Namikaze struggled to stand up and resist, but the Third Hokage was not in a hurry and slowly walked towards him. "Haha, now that Uchiha Xiao is dead, I wonder who can protect you." The Third Hokage thought so, and suddenly his face changed. Uchiha Xiao was killed by him? Something's wrong, something's wrong. How could it be so easy? And Uchiha Xiao obviously didn't use his full strength. His heart was pounding at this moment, and a feeling of uneasiness arose. He suddenly turned around to look in the direction where he killed Uchiha Owl, and saw a wooden man kneeling on the ground with a big hole in his head. He understood at this moment. Not good. The Third Hokage just shouted, and the Cloud Ninjas under his command knelt on the ground, unable to move, and then began to self-destruct and die one after another. The explosion of the thunder armor and lightning chakra just now caused his sense of touch and pain to drop sharply. He couldn't feel the feeling of the two hands piercing the wooden man just now, and thought it was real. But now it seems that it was all fake. The Cloud Ninjas knelt on the ground and wanted to shout, but their throats seemed to be blocked by something. There was a pattern made of a huge golden lotus under their feet. Standing inside it, they felt like they were being squeezed and oppressed in the sky. Uchiha Owl's eyes were shining with golden light. He looked down at the Cloud Ninjas present without a trace of emotion, with a cruel look on his face. This time he did not start with the lowest level of coercion, but directly exerted his full strength. Instantly, 3,000 ninjas were killed, just like before. Nothing remained, leaving behind only the Cloud Ninja 4 protectors that symbolized their status. The Third Hokage's eyes blazed with anger at the sight. "You beast! Uchiha Owl, as the cage of a village, you actually attacked the ninja army. Do you still have any shame? Oh? King Yy has come to his senses? Aren't you enjoying the joy of killing me?" and bursting into laughter, Uchiha Xiao mocked. He then stretched out a hand, pointed it at the Third Hokage, and said with a smile, "Wansuo and Sharingan." A huge suction force was generated, sucking the Third Hokage's body towards himself. The Third Hokage was startled at first, and then realized that this was Uchiha Owl's ninjutsu. "Since you dare to suck me, don't blame me for using your power to kill you." The Third Hokage's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hands, retracting 4 fingers on each. Double one-point hand. He shouted angrily. His two hands rushed towards Uchiha Xiao with amazing force, but Uchiha Xiao would not leave any tricks behind. He looked indifferent, and a repulsive barrier spread out from his body in all directions. After the double-handed attack came into contact with a repulsive force, it was bounced away without stopping for more than 2 seconds and flew towards the distant woods. Uchiha Xiao looked at him coldly with a smile on his lips. Just when he was about to catch up with the third Hokage, a figure rushed towards the exhausted Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato's face changed drastically. Damn it, at this moment he had become a fish to be slaughtered at will, which was hard for him to accept. Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly, used Flying Thunder God to block in front of Minato. Namikaze took out his ninja sword, and stabbed at the figure. With a swish, the figure was pierced through the chest by the ninja sword. Uchiha Xiao kicked out, and the figure was kicked away. Teacher. Minato Namikaze had tears in his eyes. He should have known that the teacher would be fine. Moreover, the teacher gave up chasing the Hokage in order to save him. Uchiha Xiao looked at Minato Namikaze with a smile on his face. His eyes returned to the form of Mangekyo Sharingan, and the eye technique of resurrection was activated. He began to quickly heal Minato Namikaze's injuries and restore his exhausted chakra. After Namikaze Minato fully recovered, he quickly stood up and saluted. Thank you, teacher, for saving my life. It's okay, the rest of the Cloud Ninjas will be left to you. I want to go and see if the Hokage has gone far. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder, and then flew towards the direction where the Hokage had just been knocked away. Minato Namikaze nodded, picked up the Flying Thunder God Tsunade and threw it at the group of Cloud Ninjas. Chapter 366, Casting Jinguin to Shock the World. After Uchiha Xiao finished explaining the battlefield tactics, he rushed towards the direction where the Hokage was knocked away. With a murderous look on his face when he reached the forest, he began to use his soul-sensing technique, but was suddenly stunned. What had happened? In just a moment, the Hokage had escaped his detection range? What was going on? This shouldn't be the case. How could he run so fast? In fact, what Uchiha Xiao didn't expect was that after the third Hokage saw his Shinra Tensei, he immediately made a judgment that he couldn't beat him. So, he secretly gathered the chakra in his hands and transferred it to his legs, waiting for the moment when he would be knocked away, and then he used all his strength to escape. In fact, he could not escape originally, but his Anbu just blocked Uchiha Xiao for him for 2 to 3 seconds, and it took Uchiha Xiao about 5 or 8 seconds for Namikaze Minato to recover. Don't underestimate these 8 seconds. In a duel between masters, even 1 second can be fatal, let alone 8 seconds. Besides, the third Hokage was determined to escape and made preparations in advance. Coupled with a surge of adrenaline when facing death, his running speed almost caught up with Flying Thunder God. What? You're asking me what to do with the remaining 1,000 Kumo ninjas? Haha, I'm not their biological father. When disaster strikes, everyone's on their own. This is what the third Hokage was thinking. Uchiha Xiao sighed, thought for a while, and then realized that he should not underestimate the ninjas of the world. However, even if the Hokage escaped, he would not let those ninjas from the hidden cloud village go. When he returned, he saw that Namikaze Minato had led a ninja force of about 1,500 people to capture the Cloud Ninja force of nearly 1,000 people. It was so smooth thanks to Uchiha Xiao's pressure, which broke their chakra and psychological defenses in one fell swoop, causing their fighting spirit to drop rapidly. When they saw Namikaze Minato and the Konoha ninjas coming, they basically surrendered without any resistance. After Uchiha Xiao came back and saw this scene, he said coldly, "Don't leave anyone alive." Yes. Namikaze Minato bowed, then summoned the ninjas to take action. The ninjas all had ecstatic looks on their faces. They had wanted to kill these beasts for a long time, but due to the order from the Hokage, they had not taken action yet. Now after getting the approval from Uchiha Xiao, they had bloodthirsty looks on their faces and started killing. I don't know which Kumo ninja said, "Devil." Uchiha Xiao, you are a devil. That's right. When two countries are at war, they don't kill prisoners. Now that you've set a precedent, aren't you afraid of being scorned by everyone? A man like you can't give birth to a son. Before he could finish this sentence, Uchiha Xiao directly cut off his head and pierced his tongue with a knife. Watch your mouth. Uchiha Xiao didn't feel anything about what the other two people said, but you, kid, really know how to pick on people to scold. You can scold me, but scold my son. Have you thought about how you want to die? There's no need for any of you to scold me. If you had only waged war against my Konoha village and not robbed the people or raped their wives and daughters, I would not have touched you, But your roots are rotten to the core. You attack civilians who were unable to resist, and attack their wives and daughters, even a baby girl under the age of 6, so, I don't plan to let you go. Do you still have any questions? If you still have hatred, it's enough to hate me alone. Because I just can't tolerate any grain of sand in my eyes, Uchiha Xiao said coldly. He looked at the Cloud Ninja as if he were looking at an animal, without any emotion. Some Cloud Ninjas have never done these things. They have their own moral bottom line, but they did not stop their friends and companions from doing such things, so they are accomplices. Thinking of this, some of the accomplice Cloud Ninjas looked ashen, and one ninja even charged towards the sword of a Konoha ninja. His heart was suddenly pierced. Perhaps death would be a relief for him. When Uchiha Xiao saw this scene, he sneered in his heart, and only reacted now, but it was too late. He waved his hand suddenly, more than 1,000 ninja swords were drawn out, and as Uchiha Xiao's hand fell, he turned around. Dong 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 dong. The sound of a ball hitting the ground was heard, and Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath. 8,000 people, and there are still 2,000 left. I wonder what the great-grandfather will do, Uchiha Xiao murmured, and then heard the voice behind him disappear. He turned and said, keep all the enemy heads. After the battle, build a jingwen on the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. Teacher, what is a jingwen? Why do we keep the corpses? Namikaze Minato asked in confusion. There was no such saying in the 5 great countries, nor in the Warring States period, or even in the Ninja Clan period. So Namikaze Minato was a little curious. Uchiha Xiao smiled and touched his head. Cut off the invaders' heads, pile them up, and cover them with sand to deter the invaders. Namikaze Minato shuddered all over and said, Teacher, isn't this a bit too? Namikaze Minato hesitated to speak. Too what? Too brutal? Uchiha Xiao laughed. He slowly said, if I didn't have this strength and couldn't resist the other 4 nations, then what would have happened to the land of fire today, or what would have happened to Konoha village? When the time comes, your families will be killed, your wives and daughters will be insulted, and we will have no choice but to watch the enemy brutalize us here. Minato, actually you have the overall view and ability of Hokage. Do you know why I have not handed over the position of Hokage to you? Uchiha Xiao suddenly said. The other ninjas were startled and quickly cleaned up the corpses, collected the heads, and retreated. This was not something they could listen to, so they better get out of here. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, because you are not ruthless enough. When it comes to political opponents and enemies, you only know how to repel them instead of scaring them, making them cry, and beating them until they are terrified from the bottom of their hearts when they hear the name of our Konoha. Uchiha Xiao's momentum was rising rapidly, which made Namikaze Minato a little scared. As Hokage, kindness and strength alone are not enough. Books won't teach you these, history won't teach you these, but as your teacher, I will teach you, Uchiha Xiao said slowly. There's only mercy and power. Just look at the Shodaime. That guy died, and war broke out immediately. What does that prove? This shows that being kind and powerful isn't enough. You also need to be ruthless. Today, I'll tell you how ruthless you need to be. If he only comes to our village, acts honestly and doesn't hurt any civilians, then after he wins, we can just make them pay compensation. If he has no bottom line and robs and hurts my people, then I will kill as many as he comes. I would rather bear the infamy for the rest of my life than let the people and villagers feel disappointed. This is my way, Uchiha Xiao. It is also the way of Hokage that I have always adhered to. Uchiha Xiao said in a loud voice, everything is based on the people. The evaluation of other countries, or the entire ninja world is not important. A qualified Hokage is judged by the evaluation of the people under his rule, not the people of other countries. At least, I, Uchiha Xiao, cannot show such great love. Uchiha Xiao's words made Namikaze Minato think deeply. He began to think, maybe he was too kind and too obsessed with perfection. As his teacher said, managing the affairs of a country was already his limit. How could he have the mood to care about the people of other countries? Teacher, I understand. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and said, Teacher, let me cast this jingwen. I will bear all of this with you. His eyes were bright and sharp at this moment. Uchiha Xiao was moved. He originally didn't force Namikaze Minato to accept his ideas and concepts. He just wanted to slowly teach him to be a little more cruel. But now it seems that the effect is quite good. Forget it, my disciple. I can bear this infamy alone. You don't have to bear it with me. I know you have heard what I said today. Let's just leave it at that. Uchiha Xiao smiled. He really doesn't care what people from other countries think of him. Whether they call him a tyrant or a devil, it doesn't matter. But I, Uchiha Xiao, can make the people and villagers under my rule live and work in peace and contentment, and hold their heads high. This is how I live up to the people of the village. No, teacher, I used to blame you in my heart for being too cruel and merciless to other countries, but today, Minato realized your good intentions. Namikaze Minato said sincerely, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If you can't accept this little bad reputation, how can I, Minato Namikaze, inherit the will of my teacher? There was determination in Minato Namikaze's eyes. Uchiha Xiao smiled, and he hugged Namikaze Minato in his arms and said, yes, Minato, I was right about you. After this battle is over, I will prepare to retire. Then it will be your world, but you must remember to put the people first. Namikaze Minato shook his head and said, I think I'm still too immature, teacher. I want to learn from you for a few more years. Uchiha Xiao was relieved and wanted to retire, but then you told me that you were too immature, and Uchiha Xiao stopped laughing all of a sudden. Actually, I think Minato, you are not so immature anymore. I was only 2 years older than you when I inherited the position of Hokage. There is no problem for you to inherit it now. Uchiha Xiao said seriously, no, since the teacher inherited the Hokage at the age of 19, I can't be earlier than the teacher. On the one hand, it is out of respect for the teacher, and on the other hand, I still have a lot to learn. Teacher, you don't want Minato to be fooled by others as soon as he takes office because he is not familiar with Konoha's political affairs, right? Namikaze Minato said with a smile. The corner of Uchiha Xiao's mouth twitched. Why did this speaking style feel so familiar to him? Like a line from some short film? Uchiha Xiao really wants to retire. Who is a good person to sit in the office every day to handle government affairs, and his child is about to be born, so he wants to retire and go home to take care of the baby. However, since Minato Namikaze had said so, and his logic was sound, he had no way to refuse, so he could only sigh and say, Minato, you are just too modest. Okay, then you can be the teacher for another 2 years. After 2 years, you must take over. Uchiha Xiao looked at Namikaze Minato seriously, and Namikaze Minato raised the corner of his mouth and said, we'll talk about it later, haha. Minato doesn't want to inherit the position of Hokage, he just wants to enjoy a peaceful and prosperous life under his teacher. This character setting is okay. The most stable successor to Hokage, Uchiha Xiao begs him to take the throne. The book is sold out in all stores. Please urge me to update, 6,000 words, please give me love, the author has never stopped updating. Please, twisting and crawling, twitching all over, chapter 367, one sword cuts Luoshak. Two swords break the clouds and mist. Uchiha Madara led the 2,000 Konoha ninja army to the shabby village. This was the battlefield of Raza and the 2,000 cloud ninja and the 3,000 mist ninja. As long as they took this place, they would be able to form a pincer attack with the Raikage and the Mizukage, and then they could surround the Konoha village and cut off its food supply. Luosha adopted the strategy of Uchiha Xiao against the Rain Country in the last Ninja World War and divided the entire Cloud Legion. The Raikage and the Mizukage both admired Luosha's military strategy, which made him feel proud, but he overlooked one thing. Today, Konoha doesn't just have Uchiha Xiao, a super cage-level warrior. There's also Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and other top-tier warriors. The strategy of cutting off the source of food supply can only be used when there's no strong reinforcement. Isn't it a bit too much for you, Raza, to just copy his homework? Luosha stood on the golden platform, floating in the air and looking down from above. Seeing what the Cloud Ninja did, the corners of his mouth curled up. That's right, that's it. Kill. 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 Don't spare any of them, trample all the ninjas and villagers of the Land of Fire under your feet. Ha 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 ha. Black Zetsu watched all this in his body and felt nothing. After all, he was not a human and could not understand such cruelty. His only goal was to release his mother from the moon, then follow his mother to destroy this humble and weak planet protected by the two rebellious sons, Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Haguramo, and turn all those humans into puppets in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Raza gave orders in the sky, and from time to time he used the magnetic style, golden spear to stab the Konoha ninjas left behind in Shabby Village. The crackling sound of flesh being pierced boosted the morale of the two countries' coalition forces, and soon all the ninjas were killed. And then they planned to start looting and trampling the villagers. At this moment, Uchiha Madara arrived and watched the scene. He snorted coldly and clapped his hands. Immediately, A wooden dragon appeared, roaring, and flew into the village, biting and tearing apart 200 or 300 Kumagami ninjas. The ninjas from both countries couldn't help but pause in their movements. They looked in the direction where the wooden dragon came from, only to see Uchiha Madara floating in the air, his long hair flying, and the six paths armor draped over his body. He looked at them with endless contempt in his eyes. Hamada. Ninja Shura. Damn it. Why is it this guy? Run. Uchiha Madara's reputation is recorded in the history books of various countries. The strength of him and Hashirama Sasanoga Buddha to destroy the 4 countries is well known. Although Hashirama Senju is not fighting now, Uchiha Madara alone can make them terrified. Lord Luosha, what should we do? Lord Raza, this is Uchiha Madara. If all else fails, let's make a strategic retreat. Lord Luosha, we don't want to die. Luosha ignored the shinobi's cries and pleas, snorting coldly, it's just a product of the old times. What are you afraid of? Besides, he should be an old man in his 60s or 70s by now. I really don't know what you're afraid of. Everyone was stunned. Oh, that's right. But what they didn't know was that Uchiha Al had already made Uchiha Madara immortal, and his strength would always remain at its peak, so Luosha's theory was not valid. You may not know this yet, but I once challenged Uchiha Madara and suppressed him until he was unable to move. So don't be afraid, just watch me suppress him. Raza formed seals with both hands and then used magnetic release, gold sand burial. He used a huge amount of chakra in his magnetic escape technique, and a huge pyramid was formed. It then continued to grow larger. The coalition forces present at the scene could not help but get excited when they saw this scene. Lord Luosha is mighty. Lord Luosha is awesome. Lord Raza, quickly suppress that Uchiha Madara. Luosha was lost in the praise of the crowd, but Black Zetsu was pounding in his heart. How did you suppress Uchiha Madara last time? Do you really have no idea? And you still suppress Uchiha Madara? If you could feel for yourself the unfathomable chakra in Uchiha Madara's body, you wouldn't be able to say such stupid words. At this moment, Black Zetsu was already thinking about how to escape. It was not until he changed his partners that he realized how reliable Uchiha Madara was and how useless the others were. Damn it, why did Uchiha Al suddenly appear? The ability of that plug-like Mangekyo is no worse than the Rinnegan, and is even more powerful than the Rinnegan. Why? At this moment, Raza gathered a huge golden tower, ready to smash Uchiha Madara to death. Uchiha Madara sneered and stood there, without stopping him, but roared Shisanoda, Susanoo. Suddenly, Susanoo rose from the ground, the first form, the second form, the third form, and the final form. A massive Susanoo stood in the center of the arena, the entire audience watching in utter silence. Glancing around, Uchiha Madara folded his arms across his chest, his chin raised slightly. This Susanoo represents destruction. A single strike can shatter anything, its power rivaling that of a tailed beast. Take your so-called aggression with you and vanish from the face of the earth, you bastards. Tailed beast, that's not necessary. We know our own limitations. You're pretending to lead us, making us feel unworthy and intimidated. Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo, drew out the 2 swords from his waist, raised a knife with his left hand, and slashed at Raza's pyramid. Raza seemed to have not yet realized his position, so he threw the pyramid away. Susanoo's sword came into contact with a pyramid, but there was no resistance. The pyramid was cut in half, but it continued to move towards Luosha. Luosha felt a chill in his heart, and he raised his hands and a golden wall rose from the ground, but it still could not stop the attack of the sword. Impossible. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara shouldn't be so powerful. He didn't even have it last time, Raza roared. Black Zetsu seized the opportunity to break away from Raza, then dived into the ground and disappeared. His movements were so fast that no one could detect them. Even Raza didn't know he was gone. Black Zetsu, help me. When Luosha saw the big knife coming towards his head, he even forgot to use the substitution technique. He just stared at it, constantly calling Black Zetsu in his heart. However, he found that Black Zetsu did not respond. After a careful feeling, he found that the disloyal Black Zetsu had already run away. Damn it. No. Facing the slash from Uchiha Madara, all of Raza's methods seemed childish and powerless. In the end, Susanoo's big sword chopped down his head vertically. Luosha was stunned for a moment. He looked at his arm and couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's okay. No, before he could finish, his body was split into 2. The smiles on both sides of his mouth remained unchanged. He died with a smile. The sword then slashed on the ground, and the sword energy was instantly everywhere, taking away nearly 500 ninjas of the Cloud Ninja Legion. Everyone was scared to pee their pants on the spot. They looked at Luo Sha's body that was split into two halves in panic, and then looked at the corpse of their companion not far away, and they no longer had the will to fight. Wait. Lord Madara, we are willing to surrender. Yes, Lord Madara. All of this is caused by Raza, making us enemies with Konoha. Respected Mata, please let us go. We are willing to be slaves, just give us a way to live. None of the Cloud Ninjas present wanted to escape, because they couldn't. In front of such a behemoth, even running away became a luxury. Those who knew the situation would surrender. Even if they became slaves, at least they could save their lives. Hoha, surrender? Too late. What have you done along the way? Do you need me to remind you? If you were facing that guy Hoshirama, maybe you would still have the chance to survive. But, unfortunately, you are facing me. Uchiha Madara roared and slashed at the Cloud Ninja lineup with both swords in an instant. Nearly 2,000 people were killed. Before the Konoha army took action, Uchiha Madara had already killed Raza and nearly 3,000 people, truly showing everyone the strength of the Shura in the ninja world. The remaining 2,000 Kumo ninja knelt on the ground, their eyes blank, muttering, facing such an enemy, we can't win. Lord Raikage, why did you give the order to launch a surprise attack on Konoha? Lord Mizukage, you are still too young. You actually want to shake the rule of Konoha? Uchiha Madara clicked his tongue. He suddenly felt that it was boring. If the Cloud Ninja could have continued to hold on, he might have given them a chance to challenge Uchiha Madara. However, they had all lost their will to fight, which made Uchiha Madara feel very bored. Uchiha Madara released Susanoo, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Then, still with his arms folded, he took 2 steps towards the Cloud Ninja Corps. The ninjas of the Ninja Corps retreated one after another, their faces pale. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, you guys kidnap them, and leave the specific treatment to Lord Hokage. Of course, those who have grudges will be avenged, and those who have been wronged will be wronged. It doesn't matter if they die. As Uchiha Madara gave the order, the 2,000 Konoha ninjas behind him looked at him with fiery eyes, said yes, and then took action. The Cloud Ninjas also cooperated very well and did not resist, even when they were punched, kicked, and pressed to the ground by the Konoha ninjas. At this moment, they no longer had any hope or resistance in their hearts. Like broken dolls after doing all this, Uchiha Madara began to order the ninjas to help the people rebuild their homes, calling the people out and asking them to beat up these Cloud Ninjas to vent their hatred. The people looked at the Cloud Ninja with red eyes. After Uchiha Madara gave the order, they all picked up hoes and forks to beat these damn invaders to death. Sir, is it inappropriate to do this? If everyone dies, what about the Hokage? Asked one of the Uchiha ninjas. Uchiha Madara glanced at him, and seeing that he was from the same clan, he didn't say much, but just said, is it inappropriate? Those who were killed will be counted on me. Just say that I killed them accidentally. Anyway, I have already killed 3,000 people, so these few won't make a difference. The Uchiha ninja was ashamed, said yes, and then retreated. Uchiha Madara looked at Keizuken, who was attacking Izuna, with a smile on his face. Brother, I wonder how long it will take you to solve it? Chapter 368. The Third Hokage falls. Uchiha Izuna walked in front, and the other ninjas followed behind. They headed towards Kakesu village. When they arrived at the gate, they found that the Mizukage and 5,000 mist ninjas were plundering resources and did not harm the people. As for the ninjas guarding the village, they were tied up and unable to speak. Although there was hatred in the eyes of the people, it was not to the point of red eyes. Uchiha Izuna walked into the village and immediately attracted the attention of all the mist ninjas. Yagura Kuruda also came out to greet them personally. Seeing Uchiha Izuna, Sarutobi Shinosuke, and Hagura. Hagura? Yagura Kuruda was stunned. No? Isn't Miss Hagura a ninja from the Sand village? Why did she come with you, Izuna-sama? Let me introduce you. This is my fiancée. She has cut off all ties with the Sand village. Period. Yagura stepped forward and hugged Uchiha Izuna's arm with a sweet smile, which made the Mizukage Kuruda Yagura's face full of question marks. This world is too crazy. The mouse is the bride of the cat. Uchiha Izuna smiled slightly. He already understood the whole story. The Mist Ninja was a neutral faction who came to join in the fun. If the Cloud Ninja won, he would join the Cloud Ninja to attack Konoha. If the Cloud Ninja lost, he would immediately surrender and return the supplies. Lord Mizukage is truly a wonderful man. He only plunders property and does not infringe upon the people. If the Third Hokage knew about this, I wonder what he would think of you? Uchiha Izuna said in a yin-yang tone. Mizukage Kuruju Yagara rolled his eyes and said, he and I are not on the same page. Invasion and looting are fine, but killing innocent people and plundering are not something I can do. Now that you're here, brothers, put down the supplies. After Karujutsu Yagara finished speaking, the Mist Ninjas moved swiftly, throwing down their valuables, and even throwing out the resource scrolls from other villages. Lord Mizukage said that if Konoha sends people today, then you must hand over all the supplies immediately to ensure your safety. If Konoha's people don't come within 3 days, then you can continue to plunder, but the premise is that you cannot harm innocent people, otherwise there will be no turning point in this matter. Uchiha Izuna was at a loss for words. No, Lord Yagara, you're not even pretending. What if Lord Hokage knew you were being so perfunctory and he came after you? Just look for him. Besides, I have already assigned 3,000 Mist Ninja to help him. What else can he say to me then? Kiruta Yagara rolled his eyes. The Mist Ninja he assigned were all criminals from the Land of Water and captured rebel ninja. He would not feel sorry for their death. All the high-ranking officials and military of the Land of Water knew this. Besides, the one who appears here now is Lord Izuna. Lord Owl and Lord Madara are not here. In other words, the Third Hokage and Raza can't even protect themselves, so what can he use to hold me accountable? I estimate that after this battle, the strength of the Hidden Cloud Village may regress by 100 years. Kiruta Yagara's eyes lit up and he smiled. Uchiha Izuna laughed heartily. Good. Well said. Lord Mizukage, after the war, please come to my Konoha village for a drink. I think the victorious country is not only our Konoha, but also you, Kirigakure. If Lord Hokage agrees, I would be honored to accept your offer. Mizukage Kiruta Yagara smiled when the Mist Ninja and the Konoha Ninja saw that the leaders of both sides were having a pleasant conversation. They also relaxed. The people were confused, but when they saw that there were no casualties and the property was returned, they did not care and even untied the tied Konoha Ninja in this way. Uchiha Izuna solved everything in Kakesu village without bloodshed, drank and chatted with the Mizukage, and wrote the battle report as soon as possible and asked Sarutobi Shinosuke to hand it over to Uchiha Al main camp. Uchiha Xiao sat in the main seat. 2 hours later, he received letters from Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna respectively. Uchiha Madara's letter made him feel happy and killed. Whoever dares to offend Konoha will be punished even if he is far away. When he looked at the letter in Izumi's hand, his face was strange. This Kuruji Yagura didn't play by the rules. He let the rebels and criminals die while he just stood there doing nothing. He surrendered directly when he saw the enemy. Why did this country seem so familiar? There was a situation where there was no fighting at all, and 2,000 people captured 5,000 people, with more prisoners than troops. Both sides were smiling. Uchiha Xiao touched his forehead and smiled bitterly. He originally thought that Kakesu village would be a tough battle, but in the end, the other party surrendered without a fight and even drank with their commander. Uchiha Xiao asked the messenger to take the letter back and said that he would start rebuilding Konoha village and tell the villagers that the war had stopped and they could send people out to help. Then he took out a cell phone and started making calls to Tsuchikage office. Inoki was drinking tea and looking at documents when his cell phone rang. Inoki said it was too late, threw the documents aside, picked up the phone, answered it, and then walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Hey, Brother Xiao, what's wrong? How are things going over there? Inoki laughed. He knew that the situation over in Konoha must have been almost resolved. Maybe that reckless man had already died. Well, it's basically resolved. All 10,000 cloud ninjas have been annihilated, leaving no one alive. Uchiha Owl smiled, and then he said, this is all thanks to the full support of Lord Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage Inoki was silent. He had expected Konoha village to win, but he hadn't expected them to be so fierce and wipe out all the Kumagakure. This was more bloodshed than the Warring States period. Ahem, so how much did you lose, Brother All? Tsuchikage Inoki asked tentatively. Uchiha Xiao narrowed his eyes and sneered. This old guy really knows how to talk. Since you want to know, I'll tell you, the estimated loss is about 2,000 people. It makes me feel bad. Inoki's mouth twitched and he almost fell down. Fortunately, he held on to the window. 2,000 people killed 10,000 people. You feel sad, but I will fuck you. Fortunately, I didn't help the unlucky Hokage. Otherwise I would be finished. Ahem, awesome, old owl. Ahem, Lord Hokage, but I don't know about that Raikage, Inoki asked tentatively. The Raikage ran away. Like a rabbit. Uchiha Owl clicked his tongue, feeling unhappy. Inoki was a little speechless. How could this reckless man be so lucky to escape from Uchiha Xiao? Oh. It seems that this trip will not be able to destroy the hidden cloud village. Oh, by the way, Inoki, the Raikage knew that you attacked him before he escaped. You should be careful over there, Uchiha Owl reminded kindly. Inoki snorted. He has lost all his soldiers, and I still have over 10,000 Iwagakure. What can he use to fight me? Besides, you said he was seriously injured, so he is not to be feared. After the two exchanged a few more pleasantries, they hung up the phone. Inoki was amazed at how Konoha was becoming more and more powerful, which made him feel a little powerless. Since he couldn't beat them, he might as well join them. The Iwagakure village must not fight with Konoha in the future. However, after a while, his phone rang again. He frowned a little. What happened? Then he saw the note on the phone screen, eldest son, and he immediately answered the call. What's wrong, son? Inoki asked with a frown. Father, our army was defeated by the Third Hokage. It is estimated that more than 4,000 people were killed and wounded, and they are now retreating. He is alone, like a mad beast. Han is seriously injured now, and his strength is only 1/10 of what it was, and he can't resist at all. He is still chasing. Wang Tu's voice was still filled with fear. Inoki roared, fight while you retreat, and wear him out. Once he's exhausted, he'll surely die. Also, I'm leaving immediately, so hold on. Inoki hung up the phone and set off immediately, flying towards the battlefield at a speed of 120 miles per second. Wang Tu received Inoki's instructions and the news that Inoki would soon come to support him. His confidence increased instantly. He began to command the army. Everyone, surround the Raikage. Send another 2,000 people to block his retreat and prevent their reinforcements from arriving. Yes. Seeing that Wang Tu was no longer panicking and gave instructions, the ninjas of the Iwagakure village gradually regained their sanity and began to use the tactic of procrastination. Everyone kept a certain distance from the Sandale. No matter how crazy he was, he could only kill 1 or 2 Iwagakure. Soon, he began to tremble all over. A bunch of rats, taking advantage of my attack on Konoha to attack from behind. Inoki, get out here. The third generation of Lei was seriously injured by Uchiha Xiao and Namikaze Minato last night, but he did not dare to delay for a moment and rushed straight to the battlefield of the hidden cloud village without even telling AI and Killer Bee in the city. Oh my, who was it? This ninja who looked like a stray dog turned out to be the Raikage. Inoki rushed over. Although his breathing was a little disordered and there was sweat on his head, he was immediately superior to the third Hokage AB, who was covered in tatters and bleeding. Inoki, I'm going to kill you. The third Hokage somehow burst out with a powerful force and attacked Inoki in the air. Inoki sneered, you can't do it now. Inoki's rock boxing combined with the light and heavy rock technique knocked the third Hokage from the sky into the ground. HMPH, you dragged your broken body and still managed to kill nearly 5,000 of my ninjas. The third Hokage will not let you go today. Inoki said in a cold voice. He looked at the third Hokage and began to adjust his chakra. The dust release, original realm separation technique was accumulating power. Then a voice was heard from a distance. Inoki, let go of my father. Give me some duck neck. AI's legs were almost smoking from running, and he was about to attack Inoki. Wang Tu sneered, earth escape, mountain and earth technique. Wang Tu formed a seal and slapped the ground with his hands. Suddenly, 2 huge semicircular stones appeared to suppress Guangzi AI. At this time, 8 tentacles appeared, 4 on each side, holding Wang Tu's mountain and earth technique. Kirabi roared and opened fire at full force to prevent the mountain and earth technique from being closed. Thank you. AI rushed towards Inoki, and at this moment Han used the steam armor, and then used the boiling escape, unparalleled strength, and punched AI with both hands. Han was seriously injured before, and he flew backwards at this moment, spitting blood from his mouth. Wang Tu used the mountain and earth technique, and he was unable to move at this moment. Seeing this, Inoki sighed, then reduced the range of the original world-peeling technique to the size of a heart, and then pierced the heart of the third generation of thunder. The third generation Lei's chest was pierced, and the beating heart inside disappeared. Dad! AI roared and went crazy, but Inoki looked at Master AI with sneer in his eyes. Haha, Young man, what do you want to do? There was sarcasm and indifference in his eyes. Right after that, Inoki was about to take action to send the father and son to the Pure Land to reunite. At this moment, Killer Bee suddenly transformed into a tailed beast. Inoki's pupils shrank and he looked at Killer Bee. The bull ghost appeared, and immediately swung out its tentacles to sweep away the corpse of the third generation Lei and young Master AI, and began to flee. Just as the Iwagakure ninjas were about to give chase, Inoki suddenly said, "No need to chase. Count the casualties and prepare to return to the village." With seriousness in his eyes, he looked at Killer Bee's figure, shook his head, turned around and began to visit the wounded. "This is the disabled third generation Lei. If you were in a complete state, at least your Chian would be able to die." 6,000 words. Please urge me to update, please like, please generate power with love. Chapter 369 Resurrection from the Dead. The third Hokage lost his heart, but due to his powerful strength, he still had a breath. After several people left the encirclement of the Hidden Rock Village, the third Hokage suddenly said, "B, put me down. You must remember what I am going to say next. B, you and AI grew up together. After I die, AI will be left to your care. He acts recklessly and needs your help." The third Hokage's voice was a little weak. "Lord Hokage, I will." Killer Bee sighed and then agreed to the third Hokage's request. The third Hokage nodded and said, "AI, your father has been hit by that old Inoki's dust release. His heart has been broken apart and there's no way to save him. You should inherit my position and become the fourth Hokage. You should unite the village, develop the village, recuperate, and wait for the right time. Father, hold on a little longer. When we get back to the village, I will find the best medical ninja to save you. You won't die, no." Young Master AI shouted at this moment. Today he lost his last blood relative in this world. From now on, he will be alone. He doesn't want this. Asshole, is this what I taught you? Don't cry. The Hidden Cloud Village doesn't believe in tears. If you really want your father to leave in peace, you should practice hard in the future and strive to destroy the Hidden Rock Village and avenge your father. The third Hokage finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his voice fell silent after he said the word revenge. "Father." AI burst into tears, holding the body of the third Hokage and sobbing. Killer Bee touched his shoulder, but AI pushed him away and continued crying. Killer Bee's eyes were dim, but he didn't say anything. After all, his brother lost his only father today, so it was normal for him to have trouble controlling his emotions at this moment. Black Zetsu's voice suddenly appeared. "Hey, what a touching scene, little guy. Do you want your father to come back to life?" Who is playing tricks on me?" Killer Bee roared, and he had never heard of such a power before. After that, Killer Bee prepared to use the tailed beast chakra. AI stopped him. "B, stand back." His expression was serious, but with hope in his eyes, he shouted, "Who are you? If you can really save my father, the Hidden Cloud Village will definitely treat you as a guest of honor. Well kid, you'd better be sensible. Step back and lay your father's body flat. If it's any later, he will be completely beyond saving." Black Zetsu's voice also began to become formal upon hearing this. Gongzi AI moved quickly and did everything according to Black Zetsu's instructions, then stepped back and stared at his father's body, afraid of missing any details. Black Zetsu also grasped the timing very well. When people were in despair, he gave them hope. No matter how outrageous or difficult to achieve this hope was, he would try his best to catch it. "Brother, do you really believe that such a thing would happen?" Kirabi looked at AI with some doubt. AI looked at him and said nothing. At this moment, he had placed all his hopes on that voice and had no time to think about whether this matter was reliable. Seeing this, Killer Bee sighed and stared at the third Hokage's chest. How could that cylindrical gap be restored so easily? However, what happened next made the two of them gasp. Even Uchiha began to doubt his life. Black Zetsu jumped from the tree into the chest of the third Hokage, and then the black liquid connected the blood vessels. The liquid in the middle began to deform and became the shape of a heart, and began to beat. Boom, 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 boom. The sound was very obvious, and then the third Hokage's body surface began to grow granulations. In an instant, it was back to normal. The third Hokage's eyes suddenly opened, and he looked around, wondering, "AI, B? I'm not dead? What's going on?" Young Master AI shouted excitedly at this moment, Father, it was a black shadow that saved you just now." AI began to tell the third Hokage what happened after his death. The third Hokage was also surprised. How could such a thing happen? Haha, Hokage, Now I have become your heart. We are a symbiotic organism. However, I can leave you at any time, but you cannot leave me." The voice of Black Zetsu came, startling both young Master AI and the Third Hokage AI. The Third Hokage reacted quickly. He shouted, "If you want to use this to threaten me and make me do something bad to the Hidden Cloud Village, then I would rather die." "Father, don't." Guangzi AI looked at his father pleadingly, but the Third Hokage slapped him in the face. "Why are you crying? As the cage of a village, I have to protect the village and seek benefits for it. Tisk tisk, you are worthy of being the Third Hokage, known as the strongest Hokage. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything to the Hidden Cloud Village. But, there is one thing, I will need you to attack Konoha in the future." The voice of Black Zetsu sounded. The Third Hokage frowned. "Attacking Konoha? I can't do it. The Hidden Cloud Village has used up all its resources over the past 8 years. I don't think it will be able to attack in the next 10 years. I didn't say now. Although Konoha is very strong now, everyone will die one day. Now that Uchiha Xiao is dead, do you think Konoha will be as difficult to defeat as it is now?" Black Zetsu's voice was bewitching, "But I seem to die earlier than Uchiha Xiao. He is only in his 20s, not even 30. The Third Hokage rolled his eyes. "Haha, no, as long as I am here, as long as I am alive, you will not die. And your strength can always be maintained at its peak." Black Zetsu was very confident. The Third Hokage's heart skipped a beat. It seemed to make sense. If that were true, the day Uchiha Xiao died, he would probably be able to rule the entire ninja world. By then, that old guy Inoki would also die of old age, and there would be no one in the entire ninja world who could compete with him. Black Zetsu sneered in his heart. Now that he could perceive all the mental activities of the Third Hokage, he felt ashamed of the Third Hokage's ambition. A real man should find a way to save the Six-Path Sage's mother. From now on, I'll be grateful for your guidance. By the way, what's your name? The Third Hokage asked casually. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu replied, and then he stopped talking. He controlled his body and pumped blood into the body of the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage had great talent and thick blood vessels. He felt that he should have chosen the right chess piece this time. After the three of them discussed for a while, the Third Hokage stood up, feeling the abundant chakra in his body, and raised the corner of his mouth. "Son, let's go back to the village and see what rats jumped out when we went out." "Yes." X2 Killer B and AI answered, and they walked towards the Hidden Cloud Village. Inoki brought the ninjas back to the village. It was not time to counterattack yet. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki was still in his prime, and Han did not even have the ability to restrain him. If he tried to restrain the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki himself, Wang Tu would not be strong enough to crush Ai's IOZ. Even if the army won, it would be a miserable victory. It would be better to wait until Han recovered his strength. Period. And just after he returned to the village, he received news from Ling Linky. The Third Hokage is not dead. And he has wiped out those restless guys in the Hidden Cloud Village with lightning speed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the Third Hokage not be dead? His heart was broken up by my dust release. How could he still be alive? Inoki roared angrily, but after venting his anger, he calmed down. Ling Linky would not lie to him, that is to say, the Third Hokage is really alive now. Inoki couldn't help but take a breath. Is the medical technology of the Hidden Cloud Village so advanced? Even if a person has no heart, can he still survive? Inoki began to doubt his life, and then he began to regret it. If he had known earlier, even if he was hit by AI Boy, he would have completely disintegrated the Third Hokage. Damn it. One misstep can lead to eternal regret. Inoki slammed the table, frightening the Iwagakure high-ranking officials to tremble. What happened to the Tsuchikage-sama? He was fine just now, saying that he wanted to discuss the matter of occupying the Hidden Cloud Village later, but now, dismiss the meeting. Don't mention the attack on the Hidden Cloud Village anymore. The entire village should start recruiting new ninjas and intensify training. After Inoki made the following arrangements, he walked out of the office. After reaching a deserted place, Inoki took out his cell phone and called Uchiha Xiao. "Hello? Owl, the Third Hokage is back from the dead." Uchiha Xiao was drinking celebratory wine with the Mizukage in Kakesu village when he got the news. His eyes narrowed for a moment. The Konoha ninjas, who were originally full of joy, saw the scene and the noise died down. They stared at Uchiha Xiao intently. "What's going on? Resurrection from the dead? Lord Tsuchikage, please tell me in more detail." Uchiha Xiao glanced at the officers and generals on the field, then took a deep breath and walked outside. Inoki told Uchiha Al what happened this morning, and specifically mentioned that the Raikage's heart had been disassembled, but now he was sitting well in the Raikage's office, dealing with post-war matters. Uchiha Xiao narrowed his eyes. If you say that the Hidden Cloud Village has superb ninjutsu, he will believe it. After all, the power of technology is immeasurable. But if you tell me that the Raikage has lost his heart, he can still be saved, then Uchiha Xiao had to think carefully about it. Was this a problem of medical technology or some unknown power? After listening to Inoki's narration, he thought quietly for a minute and then replied, "Okay, I understand this matter. Lord Tsuchikage has worked hard. If the Iwagakure village is in trouble, please tell me at any time and I will take action." Inoki breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Hidden Cloud Village, but today's events were simply too bizarre. This was the first time he'd heard of someone living without a heart. Was he still human? Wasn't the Sage of Six Paths any more capable than that? Does the Raikage have the power of the Six Paths Sage? No. Is he worthy? Chapter 370 Uchiha Madara vs Namokaze Minato. Uchiha Xiao hung up the phone and began to think, resurrection from the dead? It's not impossible. His Sashing and the Rinnegan Samsara can both do it, but how did the third Raikage survive? How did he come back to life? His heart was disassembled. And with the current technology in the Naruto world, it is impossible to create an artificial heart replacement. So, the third Raikage's resurrection. Wait? Uchiha Al's eyes lit up. The heart replaced the organ, which meant that something replaced the heart organ of the third Raikage in addition to the white Zetsu that will be mass-produced in the future, and that there is another creature with such ability, Black Zetsu. That's right, it's Black Zetsu. So, everything makes sense. Black Zetsu is possessing the third Raikage. The body of the third Raikage has now become a breeding ground for Otsutsuki Agarwood, and he himself has become a tool for Black Zetsu to save his mother. Uchiha Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Black Zetsu, Black Zetsu, you are worthy of being you. If you don't die, as long as you still have a breath left, you must realize your great cause of saving your mother. Haha, I really admire you." I have to say that Uchiha Al also admired Black Zetsu. In order to save his mother, he waited for thousands of years, lay dormant for decades, and kept a low profile. It was really hard for him. After figuring it all out, Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but sneer, "Third Raikage, I hope that after this resurrection from the dead, you can behave yourself." Then he returned to the drinking party, adjusted his expression, and became gentle and calm. When the Mist and Konoha ninjas in the party saw this scene, they breathed a sigh of relief and continued to clink glasses. Uchiha Izuna was a little curious. "Grandson, what news did you hear just now? It made you lose your composure like this." Although Uchiha Madara didn't say anything, he looked at Uchiha Al with curiosity, waiting for his answer. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Someone is resurrecting after death? Isn't this worthy of attention? Resurrection from the dead? Who?" Uchiha Madara couldn't help but ask out loud, because this was really shocking. "Third Raikage. I heard that his heart was disintegrated by someone, but he was still able to come back to life. Tisk tisk, speaking of this, if I am not mistaken, the great-grandfather is Black Zetsu, the guy who claims to be the incarnation of your will." Uchiha Al smiled and looked at Uchiha Madara, and the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched. "Stop making fun of your great-grandfather. How do we solve this problem? Do you have any ideas? Owl?" Uchiha Madara quickly changed the subject. "Will incarnate? Oh ghost. I am so handsome, but that black mass is the incarnation of the ghosts." Well, the main reason was that Uchiha Madara did not become Hokage and lost his younger brother, and he also learned the news of Infinite Tsukuyomi, so he did not think about this matter carefully now. He has long realized that everything Black Zetsu does is purposeful and is not the embodiment of his will at all. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "Not yet. When the time comes, we will fight back. Black Zetsu and the third Raikage are working together, so they can't threaten us for the time being." Seeing this, Uchiha Madara did not ask any more questions. While Uchiha Izuna fell into deep thought, there was a cold light in Uchiha Xiao's eyes. Black Zetsu, sooner or later he would make him pay the price. Uchiha Xiao drank the wine in one gulp and looked at the moon inside Konoha village. After Narashikama learned the intensity and entire process of this ninja world war, he couldn't help but gasp. Even though he hadn't taken action in these 8 years, Uchiha Al's strength had unexpectedly grown to such an extent that he had killed nearly 8,000 people alone, and had also severely injured the third Raikage. After receiving the news, He asked his son Narashikaku to handle the office affairs, and he went to tell the Hokage's wife and the whole village the news. After 8 years of training, Narashikaku is now fully capable of doing Narashikama-E's job. However, Narashikama-E feels sorry for his son and cannot bear to let him be so busy all day, so he did not retire and work with his son. Naruratuma-E arrived at the villa of Uchiha Xiao, the Hokage, and then an Anbu appeared and said, "Stop if you come." Narashikaku nodded, then took out a battle report and said, "Please give this report to Lady Tsunade and tell her that Konoha has won a great victory, and that the Hokage is safe and sound and is expected to return to the village tomorrow." The Anbu ninja nodded with a happy expression. Yes. Narashikaku nodded and left the villa. After he left, the Anbu ninja knocked on the door and said, "Tsunade-sama, battle report. Hokage-sama has quelled the war and is safe and sound. He's expected to return to the village tomorrow." Tsunade heard the voice, slowly got up from the sofa, and walked slowly to the door. She pushed the door open, and the Anbu bowed, lowered his head, and handed over the battle report with both hands. "Thank you for your hard work," Tsunade said with a smile. "It's not hard. This is what an Anbu ninja should do." After saying that, the Anbu ninja disappeared. Tsunade also closed the door and returned to the sofa, opened the envelope and began to read. She was not only looking at how many people Uchiha Xiao had killed and how many military exploits he had achieved, but also at whether Uchiha Xiao was injured in this battle and how serious the injury was. After seeing that Uchiha Xiao was not injured and his chakra and eye power were not overdrawn, a sweet smile appeared on her lips. "That's great. It seems that my husband has remembered what I said. You are going to be a father now, so you can't always be at the forefront like before." Tsunade touched her bulging belly with a smile. She looked up at the window, really hoping that her husband would come home soon. She was alone at home, and although she had no worries about food and clothing, she was still bored. Keiksu village. Uchiha Xiao summoned Uchiha Madara, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Izuna, and Sarutobi Shinosuke to discuss matters in the tent late at night. "Tell me, how much war compensation should we ask for this time?" Uchiha Xiao looked at them with a smile. Uchiha Madara was not interested in these. He did not speak, but sat on the bench with his chin in his hand. He did not like money, he had no interest in money, and he never touched money. Uchiha Izuna stroked his chin and thought, the resettlement allowance for the ninjas who died in battle, the compensation for the damage to the houses in the villages under his jurisdiction, the resettlement allowance for the villagers who died, and the compensation for the mental damage. The estimated cost is 2 billion. As the figure of 2 billion came out, everyone present was shocked. Oh my god, this much money! Minato, Namikaze and Shinosuke Sarutobi had never seen it in their lives. Uchiha Xiao shook his head and said, "Grandpa, you are still too kind. What can 2 billion do? The manpower of the Hidden Cloud village has been depleted. There are only 3 or 4,000 ninjas in the village. Even if you ask for 2 billion more, it will not be a problem. If we don't let them bleed, they will think that Konoha is easy to bully." Uchiha Xiao said lightly. For the enemy, he doesn't care about the economic situation and economic pressure of their village. As long as you invade and fail, he will give you money. Stop talking nonsense. Your few words of pleas for mercy are not worth the compensation in real money. Well, Xiao, have you considered whether they will give them 4 billion? After all, they just fought a big battle with the Hidden Rock village and suffered a lot of losses. Uchiha Izuna frowned. The 2 billion he wanted was already the limit, enough to make them physically hurt but not cause them to have a mental breakdown. They will give it, otherwise the Hidden Cloud village will disappear from the map of the ninja world tomorrow. Compared to death, what is money? Uchiha Xiao stood up, looked at his grandfather and smiled. Uchiha Izuna's mouth twitched when he heard this. Well, who on earth did his grandson take after to be so wicked? He looked nothing like his eldest brother or himself. The two little ones, Minato Namikaze and Shinosuke Sarutobi, Uchiha Owl, were only asked to learn. When Minato takes over, they will also need to consider these things. Okay, it's settled. Tomorrow, Minato and I, along with my great-grandfather, will go to negotiate, right in front of his house. As for the camp, we still need Grandpa to take extra precautions here. Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Uchiha Izuna said, "Don't worry, leave this to me." Uchiha Owl nodded. "Now everyone go get some rest. Grandpa, Minato will have to get up at 7:30 tomorrow morning, and try to be there by 8 so they can have a happy breakfast. Are you sure you're not going to cause trouble?" Namikaze Minato thought to himself, but he didn't care. After all, whether you're doing well in the Hidden Cloud village or not, what does it have to do with Konoha? Ever since Minato Namikaze understood the deep meaning of Uchiha Owl, his personality has changed. He is no longer the kind of person who loves everyone, but just wants to protect his own village. As for the life and death of other villages, it has nothing to do with him. After Uchiha Xiao finished speaking, everyone walked towards their own tents. After experiencing the war, the drinking party, and the celebration banquet, they all fell asleep quickly the next day. Early in the morning Uchiha Owl got up and washed on time. When he finished all this, Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Minato were already waiting for him outside the tent. He opened the tent and looked over, and found that Minato Namikaze was sparring with Uchiha Madara. He couldn't help but take a small stool from the tent and sit there to watch. Uchiha Madara stood where he was, looking at Namikaze Minato with a smile on his face. "You make the first move." Minato Namikaze nodded slightly, then threw the Flying Thunder God Tsunade at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara smiled, turned sideways, and grabbed the Flying Thunder God Tsunade. As a result, Minato Namikaze disappeared and appeared behind Uchiha Madara. "Get the kidney." The wind attribute chakra began to gather and compress, and the blue-green ball in Minato Namikaze's hand was hitting Uchiha Madara's neck. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan moved to the left corner of his eye. Then the corner of his mouth rose, and he appeared above Namikaze Minato in an instant, followed by a kick. Bang! Namikaze Minato used the substitution technique, and his body turned into a wooden stake, which was kicked away. The figure of Babo Minato appeared not far away. He was sweating profusely. Just a second ago, he was kicked away. Uchiha Madara's instant body movement technique is even faster than his Flying Thunder God. If it weren't for his sixth sense that sensed the danger and he used the substitution technique without hesitation, he would have been kicked down by Uchiha Madara at this moment. Very good intuition, boy, you are really talented. Uchiha Madara raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Namikaze Minato with a fighting spirit. 6,000 words. This book has exceeded 80 words. Congratulations. Oh wow, please urge me to update. Please use love to generate electricity. Chapter 371 Negotiations. Even Minato Namikaze's techniques and ninjutsu seemed immature in the eyes of Uchiha Madara, but the wave of dodging just now made him excited. The intuition of the strong, this kind of thing is mysterious. Most people with such intuition become strong men, but a small number of them are strangled in the cradle. This intuition is not possessed by everyone, nor does it mean that only strong people have this intuition. It just means that this intuition can make it easier for a ninja to become strong, but it does not necessarily make him strong. Minato Namikaze didn't say anything. He looked at Uchiha Madara and thought to himself that it was a close call, just a little bit. He didn't expect that Uchiha Madara's random move could make him unable to raise his head. This was simply too terrifying. Uchiha Madara looked at Namikaze Minato and chuckled. "What? You don't dare to take action? Don't worry, this is just training, it won't take your life." After that, Uchiha Madara stretched out a hand, hooked his forefingers, and signaled Namikaze Minato to attack. Namikaze Minato found the right moment, used the body flickering technique and the Rasengan to charge forward. Uchiha Madara gathered his strength, covered his arms with the power of Susanoo, and reached out to grab the Rasengan of Namikaze Minato. A violent feeling of friction and breakthrough came from the palm of Uchiha Madara's hand, and then Susanoo began to shatter. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up, and he increased the output power of the Rasengan, gathering a large amount of chakra in his hand. Uchiha Madara smiled without saying anything. Looking at Minato Namikaze's serious look, he felt happy in his heart. However, it was impossible for him to let him win. At most, he just wanted to see how much strength Minato Namikaze could let him exert. He squeezed the hand covering Susanoo, crushing the Rasengan, and then slapped Minato Namikaze's palm. Boom. Namikaze Minato was beaten back, taking 7 or 8 steps. In contrast, Uchiha Banmer didn't move at all, with a look of ease on his face. Uchiha Owl, who was sitting there, understood what was going on when he saw this scene. The two of them are not in the same league at all. To put it nicely, this fight is called a fight, but to put it bluntly, it is a teaching session. Uchiha Madara is using the same power as Namikaze Minato to teach him how to fight. Tisk. What a pity. If Minato Namikaze was not facing Uchiha Madara, his Flying Thunder God technique would be unsolvable. But he was facing Uchiha Madara, who was so obsessed with breaking the Flying Thunder God technique in his dreams at night because his brother was killed by the white-haired man. So the outcome was decided from the beginning. Lord Madara, I lost. Minato Namikaze sighed, scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. As expected, Compared to Lord Madara, I still have a long way to go. As for taking over the position of Hokage, I'd better postpone it for a while. If Uchiha Xiao knew what Namikaze Minato was thinking, he would probably fly into rage and beat up his great-grandfather. I want to retire. I want to retire. 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 You are very good. When I was your age, I was not as good as you. Don't underestimate yourself. Uchiha Madara was telling the truth. He probably only had 2 Magatama at that time, which was much worse than the civilian ninja in front of him, Minato Namikaze. But unfortunately, in the world of Naruto, some things cannot be made up for by hard work. Perhaps Namikaze Minato's strength has reached the peak of civilian ninjas, and he is not even afraid of some bloodline ninjas, but compared with the talents of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, his efforts are not worth mentioning. Uchiha Xiao was thinking about something in his mind. Maybe he should be exposed to some fairy arts? Or, should he find another tailed beast for him? But who should he find? He sighed and shook his head. If he couldn't think of one, he would talk about it later. Uchiha Xiao stepped forward and smiled. Grandpa is wise and brave, and Minato is also extraordinary. My Konoha is full of talents, and the future will depend on you. Uchiha Xiao put one hand on Uchiha Madara's shoulder and pinched Namikaze Minato's shoulder with the other hand. Grow up quickly, Minato, and come take over soon. Uchiha Al said in his heart, Tisk, the future depends on us. What about you? Where are you going? Uchiha Banbei glanced at Uchiha Xiao, speechless. This kid is obviously very strong. Why is he always thinking about retirement? Yes, teacher, you are still young and in the prime of your life. Konoha will still need your help, said Minato Namikaze with a smile. Tisk, you two just want to piss me off. Okay, everyone get ready. Let's set off for the Hidden Cloud Village. Uchiha Xiao rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. The two stopped joking and arguing, and followed Uchiha Xiao and headed towards the Hidden Cloud Village in the north. When they passed the border, Uchiha Xiao did not see any ninjas guarding it. It was probably because the Hidden Cloud Village had just resolved the civil strife and had no time to manage border affairs. He didn't think much about it and continued walking towards the Hidden Cloud Village. Union Village. Inside the tent, the Third Hokage and young Master Ai were discussing how to deal with the rebels from the Hidden Cloud Village. Just then, an Anbu messaged, Report. Lord Hokage, 3 Konoha ninjas are outside the village seeking to see you. The Anbu member looked exceptionally young, likely a newcomer, only around 11 or 12 years old. The Hidden Cloud Village was truly short of people right now. Such a young child was being assigned as an Anbu ninja. The Third Hokage was stunned and looked at Gongzi Ai. Ai, go and invite the ninja from Konoha in. Then, the Third Hokage was stunned. No, I should greet them myself. Forget it, you follow me and we will see who it is together. Yes. Gongzi Ai was convinced by his father's words. He followed his father and walked towards the village entrance. Uchiha Xiao looked at the dilapidated village. Even some buildings were stained with blood and marked with traces of lightning release ninjutsu, and couldn't help but click his tongue twice. It seemed that the actions of Ai and his son had caused dissatisfaction among the villagers. These should be the traces left by the coup created by those dissatisfied people. However, with such a result, Uchiha Xiao could only smile and say, serves you right. The Third Hokage and Prince Ai have arrived at the village entrance. Everyone may be wondering why the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, is not here. He is currently helping Ai and his son deal with the families of the rebels. The Third Hokage would not do such a thing, because his identity does not allow him to do so. As for his son, Gongzi Ai, that is even more impossible. Sooner or later, Gongzi Ai will take over the position of Hokage. How can he get his hands dirty? But at this moment, the Third Hokage had almost no people available under his command, so he asked the most obedient and easiest to control Killer Bee to handle these matters. Killer Bee did not say anything. Since it was the request of his elder brother and uncle, he would do it, but the ox demon in his body was very angry about this. Why? Just because he was more honest? Because he was more obedient, he had to do all the dirty work for you and your son? Because of this incident, Nia Gui has not paid any attention to Killer Bee for a whole day and a whole night, angry at him for not fighting back. Why do you still want to stay in such a village? Besides, didn't you rescue them from the Iwaga cure? You also seriously injured the Five-Tails Jinchuriki and defended the Hidden Cloud Village. Aren't these two things enough to repay the kindness of the Third Hokage and his son for so many years? Really, Nia Gui really didn't want to talk, but he couldn't hold it back. Oh. It turns out that it is Lord Hokage and Lord Madara who are here. And, the Golden Flash? The third Hokage smiled. He was very thick-skinned, and at this moment it seemed as if their Cloud Village and Konoha Village had a very good relationship. Uchiha Xiao sneered. What? The victorious village comes to find the defeated village. Does this surprise the Hokage? As soon as Uchiha Xiao said this, it aroused the dissatisfaction of the third Hokage and Gongzi Ai. The two narrowed their eyes just when Gongzi Ai was about to speak. The third Hokage grabbed him and forced a smile on his face. A guest is a guest. Ai, go get some good wine. Your father wants to have a few more drinks with a Hokage. Father, your injury. Gongzi Ai was about to speak, but stopped talking. He opened his mouth, but was glared at by the sharp eyes of the Hokage, and instantly wilted. He was about to get some wine, but unexpectedly, Uchiha Xiao raised his hand and signaled, "Wait, we have no interest in drinking with our defeated enemies. Besides, we are not friends, but enemies. Your invasion this time has shown us what kind of village the Hidden Cloud Village is and what kind of leader it is." Uchiha Xiao's words were full of hidden daggers. To be honest, the fact that he didn't call the Hokage and the Hidden Cloud Village beasts to their faces was already a sign of his high quality. Gongzi Ai was furious. He didn't know what the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village had done. The third Hokage didn't say anything either, just told him they were defeated without explaining the process. Gongzi Ai didn't ask, "But even though you are the victor, aren't you being too extreme? After all, my Cloud Village is one of the 5 great ninja villages. Aren't you being too harsh? My father treated you with courtesy, yet you look down on us like this. Do you think, after all, on the battlefield, tens of thousands of Cloud ninjas died in battle, and he was the only one who survived? How could he not have the final say?" Ai, shut up. The third Hokage shouted, silencing his son. He then composed himself and smiled broadly. "Haha, my son is ignorant. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you all. Since it's a negotiation, please state your demands. We will obey unconditionally. We only hope that you will show mercy and not kill us all." The third Hokage said with a smile. What he feared most now was that Konoha would take direct action and destroy his Cloud Village. After all, their actions this time were indeed a bit excessive. However, they did not expect that Konoha would make peace with the Sands Village so quickly and that support would arrive so timely. If he had known, he would have retreated with his army long ago. At this moment, he was the loser, and a loser whose strength had been depleted by 80%. No matter what, he could not withstand the attack of Uchiha Xiao in Konoha Village. He could not, and did not want to, let the Hidden Cloud Village perish in his hands. Therefore, he could only pretend to be submissive and try his best to meet all of Uchiha Xiao's demands. Even if it meant bleeding heavily, he could only accept it and could not refuse. This was the fate of a defeated country, a weak country, and an invading country. Chapter 372, It's hard to persuade the damned ghost. Uchiha Xiao snorted coldly. Even though the third Hokage was now humble, he still didn't treat him well. How many people under his rule had died and how many women had been insulted because of his invasion? From now on, there will be no reconciliation between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha. Even if you admit your mistake, what good is your nice attitude? If an apology is useful, what is the use of the police? Uchiha Xiao didn't hesitate and raised his hand. Namikaze Minato quickly handed the scroll with the terms written on it to Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao handed the scroll to him, then looked at the Hokage's expression and laughed in his heart. The third Hokage took the scroll, and his movements were a little cautious. There was nothing he could do. He was scared after being beaten before. Uchiha Xiao's strange abilities and Susanoo had endless ways to deal with it. Only Black Zetsu didn't see those eyes. Otherwise, Black Zetsu might kneel down to acknowledge his relationship and beg Uchiha Xiao to release his mother. The third Hokage opened the scroll and looked at the terms on it. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn it. 1. The Hidden Cloud Village must pay billion in compensation to the Hidden Leaf Village, otherwise Konoha will attack the Hidden Cloud Village again. 2. From today on, the number of ninjas in the Hidden Cloud Village will be limited to within. Once the number exceeds this, it will be considered as having a tendency towards war and intending to start a war. The time limit is years. 3. The Hidden Cloud Village must make a public apology to Konoha, to the 5 major nations, and to the entire ninja world. 4. Konoha will send 2,000 ninjas to garrison 50 kilometers outside the Hidden Cloud Village. The Hidden Cloud Village shall not interfere or attack, otherwise it will be treated as a declaration of war. 5. The Hidden Cloud Village must hand over 50% of the village's tasks and 30% of the village's taxes for a period of 20 years. 6. The third Hokage was trembling all over. He wasn't afraid, but rather angry. It was like a dragon swimming in shallow water being bullied by shrimps, a tiger in plain sight being bullied by dogs. Faced with a lion of Konoha's opening, he couldn't make a decision immediately. This was simply a loss of power and humiliation to the village to the extreme. If this gets out, will he, the third Hokage, still be able to live as a human being? Seeing that his father didn't speak for a long time and was standing there in a daze, Gongzi Ai was confused. He snatched the scroll from his father's hand, unfolded it and took a look. His eyes suddenly widened. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You Konoha are simply not human. We have never heard of such a treaty. It has never existed since the days of the ninja clan. You are trying to shake the foundation of our hidden cloud village. Young Master Ai was filled with indignation and pointed his finger at Uchiha Xiao, Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Minato. You haven't heard? There are so many things you haven't heard. There weren't any before, but there are now. Do you understand? Uchiha Madara didn't tolerate him. He instantly rushed in front of him and kicked him away. Then he instantly appeared in front of him and stepped on his lower back. Gongzi Ai was stunned. How could they fight over something just because of a disagreement? Uchiha Madara's kicks were incredibly powerful. He had long been dissatisfied with the hidden cloud village. If it weren't for Owl saying we were civilized people, Konoha village was a civilized village. The benchmark of the ninja world, he would have just completely destroyed the hidden cloud village with a single Susanoo. How dare someone like him yell at him? Arrogant. Haha, your name is Ai? You are so arrogant. Uchiha Madara grinned. He looked at Ai who was unable to move under his feet. The frustrated Ai immediately increased the strength of his toes puff. Ai spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to crawl towards his father. Father. We can't sign. Once we sign, we will become sinners of the hidden cloud village, nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of our lives, and laughed at by other countries. I'd rather die than sign, and you can't sign either. Minato Namikaze threw the flying thunder god Tsunade and stuck it into the ground an inch in front of Master Ai. Then he used the flying thunder god technique, teleported to the side of the Tsunade, swung his hand, and hit Ai in the face. A snapping sound rang out, startling the young Master Ai and the third Hokage Ai. Aren't you Konoha bandits? Just attack? Shut up. If you weren't the son of the third Hokage, I would have smashed your head with a Rasengan just now. How could you allow me to shout here? Namikaze Minato snorted coldly, then kicked Gongzi Ai in the waist again. Young Master Ai spat out another mouthful of blood, and his breath dropped a bit. He still shook his head and looked at his father, the third Hokage, indicating that this thing could not be signed. He would rather die than become a disgrace. The third Hokage was furious. You two have gone too far. His chakra was circulating, and he didn't care who the two people who beat his son were, whether it was Uchiha Madara or Namikaze Minato. I'm going to beat you. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up. Oh. He finally couldn't help it? Tisk, the strongest Hokage. I wonder how his strength compares to Hashirama? It's really exciting. Uchiha Madara clenched his right fist, and there was a crackling sound from his bones. He looked at the third Hokage with a smile on his face, waiting for him to attack at any time. At this moment, Uchiha Xiao smiled. He used the Sage Chakra mode, his whole body turned white, his chest was covered with the golden dragon scales, and he punched the third Hokage in the stomach. Boom. A dull sound was heard, and the third Hokage took 3 or 4 steps back. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and this punch also extinguished the passion in his blood that had just risen. Yes, there are 3 people here. I can't beat Uchiha Owl, Ai can't beat Uchiha Madara, and even if B comes, Uchiha Owl can defeat him with just a glance. Why bother showing off your bravery? He took a deep breath and said, Stop. I've signed this agreement. Please don't embarrass my son. He's innocent. All this is caused by my ambition. I'm willing to sign and accept the punishment. The third Hokage spoke of this with great righteousness. Those who don't know or those who skipped through the book might think that the third Hokage was a good man. Uchiha Xiao sneered, if you can't win, then you can't win. What's with all the talk about signing to accept punishment? Let me tell you, your suffering is nothing compared to the suffering of the innocent people of Konoha. At least you, your son, and the hidden cloud village are still alive, but they are dead and can never come back. The pain of our Konoha is greater than the pain of your Kumaga cure. Remember this. Uchiha Xiao used Shinra Tensei to send the third Raikage flying, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. That's it. Black Zetsu's heart was pounding. That power couldn't be wrong. The Rinnegan. It was just that this power didn't seem to come from his mother, nor was it the power of the six paths. But at its core, they were both the same. As long as she has those eyes, her mother, at this moment Black Zetsu's heart was in uproar. He looked at Uchiha Xiao, and the hostility in his eyes was much less, but he kept thinking in his mind how to get Uchiha Xiao to help him. The third Raikage slowly stood up. He coughed lightly and spat out blood. The power was so great. What kind of power was this? Only Uchiha Madara was stunned. Had he seen correctly? Owl's eyes seemed to be the Rinnegan? No. The Rinnegan was purple, while his was gold. It seems that his eldest grandson has a big secret. But it doesn't matter. Since his eldest grandson has some secrets, what's wrong with that? Not to mention his eldest grandson, even he himself had his own secrets. He touched his chest and sighed, Ahem, Lord Hokage, please show mercy. I am willing to sign and surrender unconditionally. The third Raikage knelt on the ground, his eyes dim and his voice hoarse. This kneeling drained away all his pride and strength, and his words contained only endless compromise. HMPH, why would you have suffered so much if you had signed earlier? You are just looking for trouble. Uchiha Xiao said sarcastically. He would not show any good attitude towards the enemy and the enemy village. Uchiha Madara threw the scroll to Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao threw it to the third Raikage, and also threw a pen. The third Raikage knelt down to pick up the pen, signed his name at the end of the scroll, Third Raikage AI, and finally stamped it with his own Raikage seal. With trembling hands, he raised the scroll above his head. He lowered his head, gritted his teeth, tears in his eyes, and felt endless guilt in his heart. Dear seniors of the Hidden Cloud Village, AI feels ashamed of your cultivation. Today, I kneel down to my enemy and sign an unequal treaty to ensure the safety of the Hidden Cloud Village. I hope that you seniors can forgive AI for continuing to live like this without any backbone. Uchiha Xiao didn't care how rich his psychological drama was. After checking the signature and the contents of the contract, he nodded with satisfaction and said, now, take us to the treasure house of your Cloud Village, immediately. Period. The third Raikage was in a trance for a moment, then he looked up at Uchiha Xiao. After seeing the other party's eyes that were ready to devour anyone, his heart went cold. He nodded numbly and said, I'll take you there right away. But, he glanced at Master AI who was not far away, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Uchiha Xiao nodded. Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Minato, who received the signal, stopped and looked at Uchiha Xiao. In just a blink of an eye, the two of them came behind Uchiha Xiao and followed him closely like guards. As for the seriously injured young Master AI, no one paid any attention to him. The third Raikage took a deep breath and said, I'll take you to the treasury. After that, he looked deeply at Uchiha Xiao Queen and led the way to the treasury. Uchiha Xiao followed behind with an expressionless face. After several people left, B's figure appeared. He carried his injured elder brother AI on his back, then left the scene, found a medical ninja of the Hidden Cloud Village, settled him down, and stood by in silence. B, how many times do you want me to tell you that if you continue to devote yourself to this father and son, sooner or later you will die without knowing how? It is impossible for Uchiha Xiao to have such an attitude towards the Hidden Cloud Village just because of an ordinary battle. It must be something that the third Raikage did. I hadn't finished speaking. Kirabi yelled, enough. Bull ghost. I don't want to listen. I was stunned. He didn't expect that this B would actually yell at him. They had been together for so many years, and he didn't even dislike B. Now B disliked him for being so nagging? It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with kind words. If something really happens to you one day, remember not to beg me, I won't help you. The cow ghost seemed to be angry and stopped talking. He was very sad. He and Bai's were like family. Why should he seek the illusory brotherhood and false father-son relationship? 6,000 words. The author still persists. Please urge everyone to update. Use love to generate electricity because it is published on a scheduled basis. Sometimes the later chapters will be published first, but don't worry. With 2 chapters a day, the author must be good. Chapter 373, the ninja army returns to the village. Uchiha Xiao and the other 2 followed behind the Raikage. Without saying a word, they just wanted to quickly get the money and leave. The Hidden Cloud Village was pitch black, and there were traces of people urinating and defecating on the roadside. I really don't know how the third Raikage managed the Hidden Cloud Village. If this situation happened in Konoha, You will see whether the leader in charge of the health department will be punished or not." In response to this, Uchiha Xiao just frowned. After all, the Hidden Cloud Village was not under his jurisdiction, and the relationship between the two villages was already as bad as it could not be. Uchiha Xiao had no need and no reason to remind him soon. The third Hokage brought him to the treasure house of the Hidden Cloud Village, took out the key from his trouser pocket, inserted it into the hole of the door lock, twisted it, and with a bang, the door was opened. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze was about to go and Uchiha Xiao grabbed the back of his neck and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Let the Hokage go in first. He is the host and we are the guests." Uchiha Xiao said this on the surface. But in fact he was staring into the Hokage's eyes with a forced smile. "What do you mean they're the host and we are the guests? It's simply because they're worried about the hidden weapons, poison senbon, and so on in the Kumagakure treasury. Besides, even if we're guests, we're bad ones." Uchiha Al does have some self-awareness, the third Hokage cursed inwardly. This Uchiha Al was truly very rational. Even with the treasure trove in front of him, he could still remain so calm. It seemed like there was a reason why he could always win. The third Hokage didn't say much, but stepped on specific stone bricks to enter the treasure house. Uchiha Al followed behind. The sage mode increased his perception in defense. If you look closely, you can see that Uchiha Al was wrapped in a faint white aura. Grandpa and Minato are guarding the door. "I'll go in with him to take a look." Uchiha Xiao turned around and said this, then followed him. Uchiha Dalmatian said, "Be careful about everything, got it?" Uchiha Al's voice came over without turning his head. Namikaze Minato scratched his head and said, "Lord Madara, is it really okay for us not to go? Will it be dangerous for Lord Hokage to go in?" Uchiha Madara glanced at him and said, "What you should worry about is whether the Hokage is in danger." After saying that, he sat on a stone bench beside him and closed his eyes to rest. Minato Namikaze thought about it and agreed. Even if there was danger, it would be the Hokage who was in danger. His teacher, the Hokage of Konoha, would definitely not be in danger. Uchiha Al followed closely behind the third Hokage, while observing the surrounding environment. He found that all kinds of hidden weapons were hidden underground, in the ceiling, and in the walls. There was really everything. When they reached a place where the floor was obviously different from the previous one, the Hokage's movements began to become casual. It was obvious that once they reached that place, it was no longer a dangerous area. Seeing this, Uchiha Al jumped to a safe area, stood beside the Hokage and glanced at him. "The security function is well done. It seems that the money of the Hidden Cloud Village has been spent on these arrangements." The third Hokage sighed and walked towards the treasure chest. The money here was all saved bit by the ancestors of the Hidden Cloud Village through frugality, and it was stipulated that the things inside could not be touched unless they were completely penniless. Today, the civil strife in the Hidden Cloud Village has just been settled. The foreign war has caused losses to soldiers and horses, and the economy is in depression. Apart from the money in this treasure house, there is no other way. He stroked one of the treasure chests with a look of reminiscence on his face, but after Uchiha Xiao behind him urged him, he was forced to exit that state and raised his hands suddenly. Countless neatly arranged silver coins lay within. This box holds 2 billion silver coins. Counting the box next to it, it's 4 billion. The third Hokage opened the box next to it, revealing another box full of silver. The calculation methods used in the Naruto world differ from those in the real world, so there's no need to dwell on this. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "No problem. I believe the Hokage will not do anything tricky here. Otherwise, I don't mind coming to the Hidden Cloud Village again." Uchiha Xiao smiled. Then walked forward and put the 2 treasure chests into the scroll. "Of course not." The third Hokage shook his head, and then planned to take Uchiha Al away. Uchiha Al also nodded. Although there were other boxes in the treasure house, Konoha had already signed a treaty with the third Hokage, so Uchiha Al naturally had to abide by his promise. Not long after, the two left the treasure house. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes and stood up. First seeing Uchiha Madara like this, Minato Namikaze, who was standing next to him, also stood up and stood beside him. "Lord Madara, what's wrong?" asked Minato Namikaze. "It's coming out," Uchiha Madara said concisely, with a gleam in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures, one blue and one gold, appeared. They were the third Hokage and Uchiha Al. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, "I got the thing." The two nodded and looked at the third Hokage. The third Hokage forced a smile and said, "Since this matter has been dealt with, I will leave first. There are still many things to deal with in the Hidden Cloud Village, so I won't keep you for dinner." After saying this, he locked the treasure house, turned into a ray of lightning, and disappeared. They looked at each other and shook their heads, then left the hidden cloud village and headed towards Konoha. As for why Uchiha Owl did not ask about Black Zetsu's situation, one reason was that there was no need, and the other was that since they knew where Black Zetsu was, the garrison ninjas would report to him about any moves he made in the future. By then, it will be very convenient to know how to act and how to prevent it. Soon after they returned to Keiksa village, they assembled their troops, arranged the future survival of the surviving people, and then headed towards the village. This battle was really tiring. Uchiha Madara fell asleep on the way back. He had worked very hard in these two battles and had exerted a lot of effort. When he fell asleep on the way back, everyone just smiled knowingly and had no intention of waking him up at night. The 8,000 surviving ninjas followed Uchiha Owl to the entrance of Konoha village. A crowd of no less than 10,000 people had already gathered at the village entrance, holding torches to welcome the returning ninjas. The leader, Narashikaku, smiled and said, "Welcome home, Hokage-sama, and all the ninjas who fought bravely. Every one of your achievements will be recorded in the history books of Konoha." Uchiha Xiao rolled his eyes at him and said, "I told you all that you were going back to the village secretly, but you actually made such a big fuss about it. Don't do that next time." Nara Looming smiled bitterly and said, "This is something the villagers volunteered to do. I couldn't stop them. They said they wanted to personally welcome the Konoha ninjas who were going out to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd supported him and said, "That's right, Hokage-sama, you have worked hard. We all volunteered. Yes, without you fighting bravely in the front, how could Konoha village enjoy such peace and stability? Konoha is so powerful now, thanks to Lord Hokage and all the warriors." Looking at the smiles on the faces of the villagers and listening to their sincere and simple words, Uchiha Xiao felt very relieved. Konoha is so good now. After exchanging greetings with each other for a while, Uchiha Owl and the warriors were surrounded by the people and walked into Konoha village. Then a meeting was held to announce the war gains, post-war compensation, the implementation of resettlement allowances for the families of deceased soldiers, etc. It was not until noon the next day that a meeting basically reached a consensus. Uchiha Xiao yawned and walked out of the Hokage's office, followed by the heads of each family. Uchiha Xiao walked towards his home. He hadn't seen Tsunade for 3 or 4 days and missed her so much. Uchiha Xiao walked straight towards the villa. The excitement in his heart made him excited, and the fatigue from fighting and meetings was reduced a lot. Without him noticing, he pushed open the door of the villa and walked in. Just as he was about to take out the key to open the door handle suddenly moved. Uchiha Xiao was stunned, then looked up and saw Tsunade with a big belly appear in front of him. This scared Uchiha Xiao. "Wife, what are you doing? It's not like I can't open the door. Come on, sit down and rest. You're still pregnant." Uchiha Xiao's behavior at this moment was like that of a primary school student, gesticulating, wanting to touch but not daring to, and he spoke anxiously. Tsunade covered her mouth and chuckled, "Hubby, I'm just opening the door for you. There's no need to be so nervous. Besides, you know my physical condition, and it's not my due date yet. The doctor said that walking around more will help." "Bah, which quack said that? I'll expel her." Uchiha Xiao was too nervous, and his voice was trembling when he spoke. "Hurry, I'll hold you. Walk slowly, be good, be careful, the ground is slippery." Uchiha Xiao was extremely alert, and he walked very carefully on the flat ground in front of him. Uchiha Owl's series of actions made Tsunade laugh, but while laughing, she also felt sweet in her heart. Doesn't this also show that Uchiha Xiao cares about her and their child? Seeing this, Tsunade stopped teasing him and obediently sat down on the sofa with the help of Uchiha Owl. "Have you eaten?" Uchiha Xiao asked gently. "Not yet, it's okay, I'm not hungry yet." Tsunade smiled. "Then I'll go cook first. You sit here and check your phone when you have nothing to do. Don't move," Uchiha Xiao instructed patiently. "Okay." Tsunade smiled sweetly, looked at Uchiha Owl, and raised the corners of her mouth. Uchiha Owl nodded, then turned and went to the kitchen, took out the freshest vegetables and meat, and started busying himself in the kitchen. Tsunade saw this scene, and the tenderness in her eyes was undisguised. It turned out that marrying the Owl Lord was the right decision. He treated her well and tolerated her for 8 years. After watching for an unknown amount of time, Tsunade suddenly came to her senses when she heard Uchiha Owl say, "Dinner is ready," and was about to get up. But at this moment, Uchiha Owl saw this and used a flash technique to come to Tsunade's side and supported her. "Slow down, come, I'll support you, let's go step by step, be good." Uchiha Owl coaxed Tsunade like he was coaxing a child. Tsunade, "Well, It turns out that being cared for by someone thoughtfully can also have its troubles. My husband is a little too clingy. What should I do? Waiting online. In this way, Tsunade spent a perfect day under the careful care of Uchiha Xiao. Chapter 374 Warm Man Minato Namokaze Minato returned to the village, and after finishing the meeting with Uchiha Xiao, he returned to his home. He opened the door, and the red-haired girl in red clothes who was eating potato chips suddenly stood up and said, "Minato, you're back." The girl had long red hair tied into a ponytail, fair skin, and looked very cute. After hearing this voice, Namokaze Minato raised the corners of his mouth uncontrollably. "Yes, Kushina, I'm back. How have you been these days?" The two are now boyfriend and girlfriend, and live together. After all, this house was bought by Kushina. Kushina is the child in the Uzumaki clan that is most liked by Uzumaki Mito, so Uzumaki Mito often gives her small amounts of money, various secret books, and special treatment. The Uzumaki clan in Konoha village also magnified Lady Miro's behavior and treated her as the new princess of the Uzumaki clan, giving her money, sealing scrolls, etc. Kushina used the money she earned over the years and the money Minato earned from missions to buy this big house. "Yes." Kushina nodded. "I'm fine. How about you? Did you have fun on the battlefield? How many enemy ninjas did you defeat? Tell me about them, please." Kushina looked at Minato Namokaze with admiration. She knew how strong Minato Namokaze was. Since he was a child, his 2C-level ninjutsu could deal with those adult robbers. He was even more amazing when he grew up. Looking at the entire younger generation, only Sarutobi Shinisu could exchange a few moves with Minato, but he was no match for Minato. Even Miro's grandmother said that Namokaze Minato was a good guy. Kushina was so excited at the time that she wanted to talk to Mito about Minato's advantages, but she held back in the end. The battlefield is not fun. Kushina, if possible, I hope you will never go to the battlefield in your life. It's enough for me to go alone. Namokaze Minato pinched Uzumaki Kushina's face and laughed softly. Period. Woo-woo, let go. Let go. Uzumaki Kushina's face was pinched and it felt very uncomfortable. She begged with tears in her eyes if it wasn't Minato who pinched her face, but someone else, she would have kicked him out long ago. "Old man. Have you ever heard of the origin of Konoha's blood red pepper?" Minato Namokaze suddenly realized that he had squeezed too hard, so he quickly let go and rubbed Uzumaki Kushina's face. Uzumaki Kushina snorted coldly. "Humph. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Why are you pinching my face?" Minato Namokaze had an idea, snapped his fingers, and then summoned a red rose and handed it to Uzumaki Kushina. "Hey, this flower is for you, don't be angry." As soon as Minato Namokaze smiled like the sun, Uzumaki Kushina's anger disappeared by half, and with this flower such a cheat. "Why? Kushina, can you be more capable? How can you be bought off with just a flower?" Uzumaki Kushina took the flowers, lowered her head, and said, "What? You asked me why I lowered my head." Wouldn't looking up reveal Kushina's happiness at the moment? The corners of her mouth raised, and she couldn't suppress it. In her heart, she was still hinting to herself that she couldn't be so useless. It's a pity that she hinted at failure, but she said that it was not her fault, and that anyone who faced Minato would be as happy as she was. Fortunately, Uchiha Xiao didn't see this scene, otherwise he might laugh out loud in anger. "Is this how I taught you summoning? And why the hell didn't you tell me this idea?" As Kushina's boyfriend, Namokaze Minato understands her a little bit. Kushina's behavior shows that she is not angry. Then, Namokaze Minato picked up Kushina, and Kushina was startled. "Minato, what are you doing?" Kushina always keeps her head down, so I can't see your expression. "Hold you up, and I can see it clearly," Namokaze Minato said with a smile. You're committing a foul. You can't do that. It's a foul." Uzumaki Kushina's face was flushed, but there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. What she likes most is to be lifted up high, especially when the person lifting her up high is her dear boyfriend. "Okay, little friend Kushina, I'll put you on the sofa. The floor is cold, and you never wear slippers. When the relatives come, you'll cry for your parents again." Minato Namokaze took a look at Kushina's bare little feet and shook his head. Then, Namokaze Minato carried Kushina to the sofa, put her down, and instructed her, "Don't move, wait for me here." Uzumaki Kushina pouted but did not refute. Then she saw Namokaze Minato holding a wet white towel, a dry fluffy towel and a pair of fluffy slippers. "Stretch your feet over here," Namokaze Minato said. Kushina suddenly blushed. "I don't want it." "Good boy." Minato Namokaze started smiling like a sun again. Kushina held on for a second and then gave in. She stretched out her white jade feet to Minato Namokaze's hands, her face flushed with shame and her head turned away. Minato Namokase smiled gently. Isn't this right? Then he grabbed Kushina's jade feet with one hand and gently wiped her with a wet towel. The towel was soaked in warm water, and while wiping Kushina's feet, he used chakra to massage the acupuncture points on her feet with his fingertips. This was a massage technique he learned from Orochimaru that could relieve menstrual cramps. If you want to learn, just let me know. Kushina couldn't help but moan because she was being massaged so comfortably by Minato Namokase. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it had to be said that Minato was very gentle and his technique was very comfortable. After the massage, Namokase Minato dried her with a dry towel, then put her aside and whispered, "The other one." Kushina handed over the other foot, and Minato followed suit, massaging it as well and drying it. "I have cleaned you up and the massage is over. Remember to wear slippers, okay?" Minato Namokase instructed patiently. Uzumaki Kushina pouted. Namokase Minato smiled and nodded, then took the towel to the bathroom, washed it, and hung it up. When he came out, he saw Uzumaki Kushina wearing plush slippers. He smiled slightly. Just when he was about to go talk to Kushina, the doorbell suddenly rang. He was stunned, not knowing who was looking for him. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina glanced at Namokase Minato. Namokase Minato shook his head, gave Uzumaki Kushina a don't worry look, and then opened the door. "Teacher. Big sister, we are here to see you." It was Uchiha Obito who spoke. He said carelessly, holding a fruit basket in his hand, "Teacher, it was this guy who insisted on disturbing you." "I'm sorry." Kakashi smiled helplessly and handed over the fruit basket. Lin smiled and said, "Minato-sensei, we didn't disturb you, did we? I also want to thank Minato-sensei for his attention and introduction on the battlefield before." So Obito and Kakashi thought that after the war is over, they must come and thank you. Obito is careless, Kakashi is arrogant, and Rin is gentle and intellectual. It was only after Rin told him everything that Minato Namokase reacted. It turned out that they were thanking him for introducing them to their teacher on the battlefield. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Come in and do it, little ones. By the way, Obito, your sister Kushina also said that she likes your straightforward personality. He often says that if we have a child, we hope he can be as honest and straightforward as you. When the time comes, maybe we'll even need you, Obito, to take care of the child for us." Minato Namokase praised Uchiha. Obito suddenly blushed and scratched his head. Was he really that good? How could he not know? The big sister is so nice. She's the only one who praises me for being honest and straightforward. If it were anyone else, they'd probably call me an idiot. Hatake Kakashi glanced at him and said, "Hurry up and go in. Minato-sensei has been standing at the door for so long. It will make his wife feel bad." "Oh. Yes, Kakashi, let's go in quickly, and Rin too, let's go together," Obito said with a smile. Nahara Rin raised the corner of her mouth and said, "Yeah." As she said that, she took the initiative to pull Obito's hand, and the two of them walked into Minato's house. Like this, Kushina had already heard the voices of Minato and the three little ones, especially Obito. Whenever he spoke, the corners of her mouth would rise. This child is the most unstable and childish of the three, but this is also a form of innocence. Kushina has a similar personality to Obito. She is carefree and doesn't think much. Moreover, she looks at Obito as a very kind child. "Hey. Come on, little brat. What gift did you bring? Why are you being so polite to your elder sister?" Kushina suddenly became hard. She was timid in front of Minato, but she was showing off in front of her younger brothers. "Big sister. Long time no see," Uchiha Obito chuckled. He was also particularly grateful to Big Sister. Big Sister often gave him special lessons and taught him physical skills. "Well, that's right. You three have experienced the war and have become much more mature and stable, especially." She wanted to say something based on her status as an elder, but suddenly her eyes widened and she looked at Obito and Rin holding hands. "Fuck. Obito, Rin, you?" Uzumaki Kushina covered her mouth with both hands, a look of disbelief on her face. She hadn't sworn in several years, but now she couldn't hold it in anymore. Uchiha Obito chuckled, his face a little red, and Nahara Rin nodded. "Sister, Obito and I are together." Uzumaki Kushina was a little surprised at first, but then she returned to normal. "Actually, I knew that you two would be together sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon, especially since my brother is such a fool." "How could he?" Suddenly, Uzumaki Kushina thought of a possibility. "Sister, did you take the initiative?" She quickly looked at Nahara Rin. Nahara Rin smiled and said, "That's right, Master's wife. I don't want to wait any longer, and I can't afford to wait any longer. This war has taught me that cherishing the people around me is the most important thing. After saying that, Nahorin looked at Obito gently, let go of the hand that Obito was holding, and tidied up his clothes. He was in a hurry when he came here, so his clothes looked quite messy. Oh. Sister, your point of view is correct. Your sister, also took the initiative to pursue your teacher, okay? Aren't we living very happily now, when it comes to girls pursuing boys? Uzumaki Kushina suddenly became talkative. Namikaze Minato patted Obito's head and said, smelly boy, come and help me cook. Oh. Obito reacted and followed Kakashi. Suddenly I felt that this world was strange and I seemed out of place. 6,000 words. Chapter 2. Is it sweet enough? Please like, comment, and use your love to generate electricity. Thank you. Chapter 375. Itachi Uchiha's arrival. Kakashi rolled his dead eyes and sat on the small sofa. The position was good, as only one person could sit there, which was suitable for him as a solitary and cool person at first. While listening to Kushina and Lin's words, he could nod and interject from time to time, but later on, what they were talking about made him blush, so he decided not to be patient anymore. He stood up, went to the kitchen door and knocked on the door. Minato-sensei, Obito, I'm here to help with the cooking too. Uchiha Obito was stunned for a moment, then opened the kitchen door and said, Kakashi, how did you get in here? Can you cook? Kakashi rolled his eyes and said, anyway, I'm better than you. As he said that, he walked into the kitchen. Namikaze Minato seemed to be thinking about something, but soon he figured something out and smiled knowingly. Kakashi, do you know how to kill fish? Come and help, Namikaze Minato said with a gentle smile. Kakashi nodded and said, Teacher Minato, here I come. After that, he picked up the salmon sashimi knife and skillfully dissected the salmon. The meat was orange all over, and from the bright and uniform V-shaped texture, it can be seen that the salmon is of good quality. Damn it. Kakashi, your knife skills are so fast and skillful. Are you the one who usually cuts meat and vegetables at home? Uchiha Obito widened his eyes. He can also use a knife. But it's a ninja sword, not this kind of kitchen knife. Kakashi glanced at him and said, all knives look the same to me, it's just practice that makes the difference. Then he arranged the fish and handed it to Minato. Namikaze Minato nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The fish scales are scraped very cleanly. The technique is also good. It is clean and neat, and the fat texture is not damaged. Kakashi, I'm curious too. Do you cook at home? How come you are so skilled? Namikaze Minato smiled. No, this is my first time cooking by myself. My father cooks at home. I have secretly observed the steps, but I have never practiced. It doesn't seem very difficult today. Kakashi smiled. Namikaze Minato sighed. Is this a genius? Not only is he fast at learning ninjutsu, he can also quickly master kitchen skills. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Kakashi, I won't lose to you. After that, Uchiha Obito went to the table behind Kakashi and started cutting potatoes. However, his movements were a bit clumsy, and it was obvious that he had really tried hard to cut the potatoes. The cut surface was very smooth, but the pieces were of different sizes and were lined up side by side. Obito, actually we don't have to work so hard. Namikaze Minato had a sullen look on his face, not knowing how to tell Obito that the way he cut the potatoes was very artistic. Well, in that case, let's make a plate of mashed potatoes later. After all, that dish doesn't require much in the way of potatoes since the child likes to cut. Let him cut it. Potatoes are not expensive. Namikaze shook his head and began to clean the sakura shrimp. He planned to make sakura shrimp cakes later. This was Kushina's favorite. Thinking of this, Namikaze's face became gentle and his movements became much more agile. After Kakashi finished cutting the sashimi, he went to make charcoal grilled steak. Speaking of beef, it was still from the hidden cloud village. At this time, Obito finished cutting potatoes and followed Kakashi, calculated the time and said, it's almost time. However, Obito held his hand. Kakashi was stunned and looked at Obito. Obito's Sharingan opened, and 3 black Magatama wheels spun around, staring at the steak in his hand. Suddenly, while he was stunned, Obito said, Kakashi, it's cooked. After saying that, Obito released his hand that was holding Kakashi down, and Kakashi reacted and took the steak away. Obito nodded and said proudly, good, the steak is now cooked through. It will be burnt in a little while. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Obito, is this how you use your Sharingan? I'm starting to have some second thoughts about the Uchiha family's Sharingan. Uchiha Obito was stunned and scratched his head. Is it not possible? He was a little hesitant. He remembered that Uchiha Madara had also fried eggs in this way. Yes, sure, Kakashi stroked his forehead. The Sharingan had so many uses. He couldn't help but feel envious. What are you two little guys mumbling about? Namake's Minato finished making the Sakura shrimp cakes and was about to get the ingredients for mashed potatoes. When Obito made the potato cubes, he saw the scene of Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. No, nothing, Mr. Minato, the steak is ready, Uchiha Obito said with a smile. Namake's Minato nodded and said, okay, you guys go out first and chat with your master's wife and teammates. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Period. Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi looked at each other, then walked out of the kitchen. Rubake's Minato was cooking alone in there. Huh? The little ones are back. Kushina's eyes lit up and she chuckled. Well, isn't your Minato-sensei amazing? He's capable of both fighting on the battlefield and cooking in the kitchen. You two still have a lot to learn, especially Obito. Kushina poked Obito's head with her finger and began pinching his cheeks. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Big sister, please be merciful. I didn't do anything, Obito said helplessly. Seeing this, Kakashi quietly walked away, fearing that he would also become a victim. Lin spoke for Obito. Sister, please stop pinching me. Kushina snorted, loosened her hand, and sat back on the sofa, then took out an apple from the fruit basket and took a bite. Not bad, quite sweet. Obito was in tears and sat on the sofa rubbing his face. Lin shook her head and used the palm fairy technique to treat Obito. After a while, the redness and swelling disappeared, and Obito's appearance returned to normal. Rin, you are so awesome. Obito's eyes were full of stars. When it comes to providing emotional value, my brother Obito has never lost to anyone. The meal is ready, let's get ready to eat. Minato's voice came from the kitchen, and then he walked towards the dining table with several plates of delicious food. Seeing this, the three little ones hurried forward to serve the dishes to Minato. Namake's. In a short while, the delicious food appeared on the table. Kushina's eyes lit up. Sakura shrimp cakes. Her favorite. Today I'm in for a treat. Namake's Minato naturally knew this, so he placed the Sakura shrimp cakes not far in front of Kushina. Kushina looked satisfied and nodded to Minato, indicating that he had done a good job. Minato smiled and replied, as I should. The two people's body movements and eyes are so harmonious and in such tacit understanding. After their master Namake's Minato and their mistress Uzumaki Kushina took their seats, the three little ones sat down one after another. The few of them were chatting and eating at ease, especially Lin. When she heard that Obito had helped make the mashed potatoes, she ate several bites, even more than the steak. This made Uchiha Obito feel warm in his heart, but Kakashi was the only one who ate silently, picked up dishes, ate by himself, and drank water. I am very sad, but I also want a sweet love. Hatake Kakashi thought to himself. After dinner, the three little ones said goodbye to Minato, Namake's and Kushina Uzumaki. Before leaving, Kushina said, come often in the future. The three little ones agreed, then turned around and left, planning to go back and rest. After all, the battle had just ended and they were a little tired. The next day, morning, Uchiha Xiao was still making breakfast at home when the doorbell suddenly rang. Tsunade wanted to open the door but was stopped by Uchiha Xiao. After Uchiha Xiao calmed Tsunade down, he went to open the door. When he opened the door, he found that the person who came was Uchiha Fugaku, and, a child. Uchiha Xiao took a closer look and saw two tear troughs and smooth hair. Uchiha Xiao couldn't help but gasp. Uchiha? A filial son, teacher? A filial son? Who? Are you talking about Itachi? Ha ha ha, Itachi is indeed very sensible, well-behaved, and filial. I agree that he is the filial son of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku had a loud voice and laughed wildly. Uchiha Xiao glanced at him and rolled his eyes. This guy acted like a cool and aloof male god in front of strangers. In front of people I know, I am like a fool, stupid and silly. You may not know now that I am a filial son of the Uchiha family, but you will know it in the future. No, I am the one in power. The Hokage family is Uchiha, so the things like the previous life of filial piety should not happen. Uchiha Xiao looked at Uchiha Itachi with a jealous look on his face, feeling mixed emotions. Honey, who's here? Is it Fugaku? Tsunade asked. Yes, wife, yes, Uchiha Xiao nodded. Well, Itachi is here too. Husband, let them in. Tsunade was a little happy. She is going to be a mother soon, so she especially likes children. When Fugaku came to her house before, he brought Uchiha Itachi with him. Uchiha Itachi's adorable look melted Tsunade's heart, and she also hoped that her children could be as cute as Itachi. When Uchiha Owl heard this, he welcomed Uchiha Itachi and Fugaku in. "Master," Uchiha Itachi called out in a delicate voice. Tsunade said with a smile, "Itachi is here. Come and sit next to Master." Uchiha Itachi obeyed and sat quietly on the sofa. Tsunade is so happy. This little guy is so cute and polite. He is also said to be precocious. "Kawaii honey, we have some snacks in our room. Take them out and feed them to little Itachi," Tsunade said quickly. Uchiha Owl sighed, then walked back to the bedroom and brought over a box of chocolates and a bag of jelly. Tsunade frowned. "Honey, why are there only sweets? Maybe the little guy likes it." Uchiha Owl smiled knowingly and put the snacks in front of Itachi. Itachi's eyes widened and he couldn't help swallowing, then looked at Uchiha Fugaku. This action also attracted the attention of Uchiha Owl and Tsunade, and both of them looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Tsunade frowned, and Uchiha Owl looked at Fugaku with amusement. "Wow, he is really strict." Uchiha Fugaku was about to say no to eating, but when he saw Tsunade frowning and the teacher looking a little amused, he quickly changed his mind. "Since it's given to you by your master and mistress, just take it. But be careful not to eat too much, or you'll get cavities," Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Uchiha Itachi's eyes lit up. He nodded, then looked at Tsunade and Uchiha Owl. "Thank you, Master." Chapter 376. Itachi and I will practice from now on. After expressing his gratitude, Uchiha Itachi wanted to reach out to take the snacks on the coffee table, but his short arms restricted his movements. He couldn't help but pout and said, "Wow, I can't reach it." When Uchiha Xiao saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile. He tore the jelly open with his own hands, picked one with the same flavor, and placed it next to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's eyes shone brightly. Then he peeled off the skin of the jelly and ate it, because Brother Shisu brought him a few when he came to see him before. They were all orange flavored, but they were delicious. The ones his master gave him had different flavors, including orange flavor. He was so happy. Uchiha Xiao looked at Uchiha Itachi's childhood and couldn't help laughing. Is this the filial son in the original novel? The guy with the most ninja spirit? He looks just like an ordinary person, even a little cute. Uchiha Itachi sucked the jelly into his mouth and chewed it. His cheeks moved, which was so cute that Tsunade's heart melted. She wished Uchiha Itachi was her son. Little did she know that what she said now would come true in the future. Uchiha Owl smiled and tapped Uchiha Itachi on the forehead. Uchiha Itachi groaned, covered his forehead with his hands, his eyes filled with tears and his little mouth pouted. Tsunade saw this scene, frowned, and slapped Uchiha Owl's hand. "Why are you so rude? Did anyone provoke you?" Uchiha Xiao was choked, and then saw Uchiha Fugaku laughing beside him, or to be more precise, he was trying to suppress his laughter. He snorted and said, "Fugaku, come here, let's go to the study and talk." Uchiha Fugaku's face suddenly fell. He didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. Uchiha Owl didn't favor him as his apprentice at all. He didn't care that Uchiha Itachi was hit on the forehead by Uchiha Owl. Instead, he was a little happy. Does anyone have the qualifications to be slapped in the forehead by Uchiha Xiao? No, unless you're someone very close. Don't even think about it. It's a special honor. And the more favored the little guy is in front of Uchiha Xiao and Tsunade, the wider his future will be. This was what Uchiha Hiratoshi told him. So after the war, Uchiha Fugaku immediately brought his eldest son to Uchiha Owl's house to improve his favorability. After Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Owl walked into the study, Uchiha Itachi suddenly relaxed, wiped his tears and planned to continue eating jelly. It was so delicious. Tsunade was successfully amused by his silly look and helped Uchiha Itachi open the jelly herself. Uchiha Itachi put his face against Tsunade's arm to show intimacy, and Tsunade was so happy. But the next moment, when Tsunade handed the jelly to Uchiha Itachi said, "Master, have some too." After that, Uchiha Itachi raised the orange-flavored jelly and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade felt warm in her heart. "Okay, Master will eat it too, but Master will only eat one, and the rest will be given to his little Itachi." After Tsunade finished eating the orange-flavored jelly, she continued to open the jelly for Uchiha Itachi, who ate while smiling. "My grandmother's house is much better than my own. Unlike my dad, who has a stern face all day long and won't let me eat this or that." In the study, Uchiha Xiao sat on the office chair, crossed his legs, and sneered at Uchiha Fugaku. "Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Are you born not to laugh? Weren't you laughing happily just now?" Uchiha Xiao's 4 fatal questions made Uchiha Fugaku lower his head even deeper. It wasn't that he realized his mistake, but he just couldn't stop smiling at the moment. Help me, why was he so happy to see his master being beaten by his mistress? To reply, to master, I am born not to like to laugh. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and looked at Uchiha Xiao seriously. Uchiha Xiao stood up and wanted to give him a big fight to let him taste the dangers of society, but in the end he took his hand back. There were children outside, so he didn't want to scare them. If a child cries, he will be the one who suffers. However, he did have something important to tell Fugaku. Fugaku, how old is Itachi this year? Uchiha Fugaku thought for a moment and said, 3 years old. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, well, he is 3 years old. How do you usually educate him? After saying this, Uchiha Xiao returned to his seat, picked up the teacup and began to drink tea. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment, then said, some time ago, I took him to the battlefield for a tour. Did the master also let us witness the execution of the prisoner? I also made it easier for him and let him watch the Konoha ninja kill people on the battlefield. Uchiha Xiao suddenly coughed up the tea he had drunk because of his excitement. He looked at Uchiha Fugaku with strange eyes and said, I asked you how old is he? The he here refers to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku said, 3 years old. What's wrong? Uchiha Al laughed angrily. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Al directly launched the illusion of Tsukuyomi. This illusion was not a skill of the Sharingan, but a Tsukuyomi skill created by Uchiha Al based on the original anime. It only took a moment to pull Uchiha Fugaku into the illusion space. No, master, what are you doing to me? Is this still Konoha? Uchiha Fugaku was a little surprised. He was completely unaware of Uchiha Al's anger and was still looking at the red moon in this illusion space. This is my master's illusion, you don't have to guess, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Jinjutsu, master, is there anything you can't say in the study? Why did you drag me into Jinjutsu? Is there something important you want me to do? Uchiha Fugaku asked in confusion. Yes, my dear apprentice, there are some things I want you to do. Come here. Uchiha Xiao looked at Uchiha Fugaku with a smile. Uchiha Fugaku was not on guard and walked towards Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao saw that the time had come and attacked him with a fierce fight. With a bang, Uchiha Fugaku was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. Oh, murder. Uchiha Fugaku finally understood that Uchiha Al wanted to beat him, and he was afraid that Tsunade and his son in the house would find out, so he lured him in to kill him. Go ahead and scream, this is my illusion space. No one will come to save you even if you scream at the top of your lungs. Well, if you want to win the illusion, your eye power must be higher than mine, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Oh, that's right, the main Gekyo can't do that. You don't have to use those little tricks of yours. It's useless. Uchiha Xiao seemed to have guessed what Uchiha Fugaku was going to do, making Uchiha Fugaku completely desperate. Master, why are you hitting your disciple? You have to let me die knowing full well, Uchiha Fugaku said to Uchiha Xiao with a flattering look on his face. What do you think? You evil creature, you were only 3 years old when you asked Uchiha Itachi to witness a murder. How did you come up with such a stupid method with your pig brain? Uchiha Xiao said coldly. Didn't you say that this step will happen sooner or later? Wouldn't it be good for the ninja to see it sooner? Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and retorted, wow, you're so capable, and you dare to talk back. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao slapped him again. Master did say that, but did master let you use this method when you were a 3-year-old? Are you a pig? What were you doing when you were 3 years old? Where is Itachi? Uchiha Al couldn't help it. He really wanted to beat Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's sweet dropped. Did you say the sooner the better? Why are you still in such a hurry? But he had learned his lesson. He didn't want to waste time talking now, or he would still be beaten. Fugaku, he's only 3 years old. Although Uchiha Itachi is precocious and knows more than others, your teaching method is not something his age can bear. Aren't you afraid of leading him astray? Uchiha Xiao looked disappointed. Period. It should not be. Uchiha Fugaku is now a little uncertain. After all, his teacher has never made a mistake in any decision or guess from his debut to now. Okay, from now on Uchiha Itachi will train with me. You stay aside and I will send you back in 3 years. Uchiha Al waved his hand and withdrew the illusion. Yes, teacher. Uchiha Fugaku agreed. Wait a minute, let him go home normally every day, and come to my place to study from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. However, after he goes back, you are not allowed to interfere with his training, understand? Uchiha Xiao thought about it and decided that he couldn't let Uchiha Itachi stay in his house directly. The child is precocious. If I do this, he might have some suspicions in his mind, which might create a gap between him and me. I have to let him go home and reunite with his parents. It shouldn't be a problem if he just follows me to practice here in the name of training, okay? I'll listen to you, teacher. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. He didn't want to be beaten again. Now he would do whatever the teacher said. This was the right way. Besides, it will only benefit Uchiha Itachi's future if he practices with Uchiha Owl. Why? Just look at Uchiha Owl's 6 disciples. Which one of them is not the leader in a field now? After the discussion, the two walked out of the study with smiles on their faces. Uchiha Fugaku saw that the bag of jelly, which was originally full, was now empty. He couldn't help but frown and was about to speak. As a result, Uchiha Owl coughed behind him, which brought Fugaku back to his senses. He didn't dare to speak and went to the living room. Uchiha Itachi was startled. When he saw Uchiha Fugaku coming back, he stopped eating the jelly and even looked at Uchiha Fugaku out of the corner of his eye. Uchiha Fugaku was also a little dazed at the moment. It seemed that his son had changed since he came back from the battlefield last time. He became like this. Although on the surface, he felt that his son had matured and grown up. In fact, there was a gap in their father-son relationship. Uchiha Fugaku didn't care at the time, but now it seems that his son really has some psychological problems. His eyes are a little dim. Could it be that his educational philosophy is really wrong? Uchiha Xiao didn't care what Uchiha Fugaku thought, but came to Uchiha Itachi and said, Itachi, how about you study with me from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. every day from now on? From now on, you will only listen to me and don't have to listen to your father. I will support you in everything. Uchiha Itachi's heart moved. It seemed that this was not bad. But would his father agree? Just when he looked at his father, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. == 6,000 words today. Please urge me to update. Please use love to generate electricity. Chapter 377 Xiao Organization. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, which made Uchiha Itachi's heart suddenly move. It seems that coming to the master's place is not bad. The master looks very gentle, not as strict as his father. Moreover, there are a lot of delicious food. I do. Uchiha Itachi nodded and looked at Uchiha Owl with hope on his face. Uchiha Owl smiled and nodded, then touched his head. Okay, then we have a deal. When the time comes, as long as you behave well, Master will buy you snacks. Yes. Uchiha Itachi nodded with light in his eyes. What kind of divine master was this? If he was his father, his face would be as black as the bottom of a pot if he failed to complete the task. Without saying a word, he turned around and exuded a gloomy aura. I am so surprised. Fortunately, I can get closer to my master in the future. I believe that my master will not be very fierce. All of the above are the true thoughts in Uchiha Itachi's mind. In his eyes, Uchiha Fugaku is just like a devil, but little did they know that when Uchiha Xiao got ruthless, he was no match for Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku sneered in his heart when he saw Uchiha Itachi like this. Haha, it's too early to be proud, little guy. Your master is a man who pacified 2 ninja world wars in this way. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi stayed at Uchiha Owl's house until noon. After eating, they left. Before leaving, Uchiha Itachi called out sweetly, Grandma Master, Grandpa Master, see you tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow, Itachi. And Fugaku, I gave him that chocolate. He can eat it however he wants. Don't be nosy. Tsunade said to Uchiha Itachi with a smile, then looked at Fugaku with a stern face. Fugaku had no choice but to nod. Then holding the chocolate in one hand and holding Uchiha Itachi's little hands in the other, he slowly left Uchiha Owl's villa. Seeing this, Uchiha Owl smiled, then took Tsunade's hand and went back into the house. Rain Country. At this moment, Uzumaki Nagato is training with Jiraiya in the Land of Rain. Since the battlefield of the Third World War was not held in the Land of Rain, the Land of Rain is relatively peaceful at this moment. Oh Nagato, you've made great progress. You can already control the Samsara Eye proficiently. Jiraiya smiled and gave Uzumaki Nagato a thumbs up. Uzumaki Nagato smiled slightly and said, Teacher, what are we doing in the Land of Rain? Nagato, your teacher has taken you to travel around the world over the years. What have you learned? Jiraiya did not directly answer Uzumaki Nagato's words, but wanted to test Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato was stunned. He did not answer immediately, but was thinking about the journey of the past few years. He said seriously, Teacher, war brings only pain to people. It is not easy for the people to live and work in peace. Yes, you are right. The entire ninja world is at war all the time. Everyone starts wars for resources, population, and power. If you are a ninja from a small country, You will understand all this more clearly. Jiraiya started a political class again. Teacher is right, but hasn't the situation gotten much better over the years? With Lord Hokage in power and holding the 5 major nations in check, there have been fewer wars. Moreover, even if there were ambitious guys like those from the Hidden Cloud Village, weren't they pacified by Lord Hokage in the first place? Asked Uzumaki Nagato. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, and when he thought about it, it seemed to be true. The two of them walked in the fields, and no one spoke. Then suddenly a group of people came, led by an orange hedgehog-haired woman and a blue-haired woman. Behind them were ninjas carrying farm tools, working in the fields. Brothers, we must also work hard this year. The rain country is getting better and better, thanks to Lord Hanzo and Lord Owl. The leading man waved his hand and said with a smile on his face. The blue-haired girl nodded and said, "That's right, we must also work hard to cultivate the fields this year. The existence of our Akatsuki organization is to promote the beauty of peace." She shook hands and said to the ninja behind her, "Akatsuki?" Nagato was stunned. When he heard this name, he always felt a sense of fate. Moreover, he felt that the two leaders were easy to get along with, as if the three of them should have known each other for a long time. "Well, Akatsuki, I heard it's a new force in the land of rain. They aim to spread peace and give rest to the people. Although they are composed of ninjas, they have a good relationship with civilians. Oh. By the way, Nagato, should we go say hello to them?" Jiraiya said with a smile. Uzumaki Nagato nodded for some reason, but his eyes mostly stayed on the blue-haired girl. She was so beautiful and cute. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He wasn't his apprentice, so what had he done? This was clearly a first meeting, and you're embarrassing me like this. But he still shook his head and walked over with Nagato. The orange-haired man and the blue-haired woman who were working in the fields suddenly stopped, feeling a sense of fate, and raised their heads at the same time to look at Jiraiya and Uzumaki Nagato. "Who are you?" The orange-haired man smiled. His smile was pure and his voice was steady, giving people a very reliable feeling. "Oh, we are ninjas from Konoha. My name is Jiraiya and he is my disciple, Uzumaki Nagato." Jiraiya introduced them casually, then pointed at the dull Nagato Uzumaki beside him. Uzumaki Nagato nodded and said, "Hello, my name is Uzumaki Nagato, a Konoha ninja." After saying that, he stretched out his hand to shake hands with the two men. The orange-haired man laughed and said, "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you. My name is Yohiko, the leader of Akatsuki. The one next to me is Konan, the second in command of Akatsuki." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and shook hands with Nagato. At the moment when Uzumaki Nagato shook hands, his heart inexplicably beat a little. This feeling was very strange, and it was the first time he had such a feeling, as if he and the man in front of him got along very well. Yohiko also had this feeling, but he shook his head. The other party was a Konoha ninja, and he was a rain country ninja. How could it be possible? He shouldn't have that kind of thought. Then, he let go of his hand, and Konan also extended her hand. "Nagato, I always feel that this name is very familiar, and I feel a natural closeness to you. Do you want to join our Akatsuki organization?" Konan smiled sweetly. This fascinated Nagato so much that he almost blurted out "good," but Jiraiya pinched him and put his mouth close to his ear and said, "Nagato, can you be more ambitious? You're going to join in a honey trap?" Uzumaki Nagato came back to his senses, shook his head, and then let go of his hand. Konan smiled faintly and said nothing. After all, she was very clear about how charming she was. As for getting Nagato to join the group, it was also a spur-of-the-moment decision. "Konan, you are still so mean. They are ninjas from Konoha, and we are ninjas from the rain country. How is this possible?" Yohiko touched his forehead helplessly. Konan walked up behind him and stuck out her tongue, then winked at Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato smiled slightly and said, "It's okay. By the way, can you tell me about your Akatsuki organization? I'm very interested," Uzumaki Nagato suddenly asked. Speaking of this, Yohiko's eyes lit up, and he pulled Nagato over and said, "Hey, let me tell you, this has to start from 8 years ago." Yohiko talked about his own background and Konan's background. The two were originally immigrants living near the rain country. 8 years ago, the Konoha Legion set foot on this land when attacking the rain country. Every family was very scared, fearing that the war would affect them, but the reality was not what they thought. The Konoha army had strict military discipline and did not harm the people at all. They even sent them food and used money to buy things from them. Yohiko's father was the leader of these immigrants. Seeing Konoha being so polite, He felt relieved and told everyone that Konoha's army were all good people and they were only here to fight against Hanzo, who started the war. As an immigrant, he did not have much sense of belonging to the Rain country at that time. Konan was also from that village and saw this scene. Because she was cute, the Konoha ninjas gave her a lot of delicious food and sent medical ninjas to treat her mother, which made her very grateful to Konoha. The two of them inquired about why the troops had gone to such lengths, only to hear the ninja say, "This is the order of Commander Uchiha Xiao." The name of Uchiha Xiao was also buried in the hearts of these immigrants. At that time Uzumaki Nagato was stunned. Seeing that the expressions of the two men did not seem fake, he couldn't help but recall that it seemed that Brother Al was indeed like this, and a smile appeared on his face. Brother Al is indeed a very gentle person, Uzumaki Nagato suddenly said. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Gentle? How could he not remember? 3 hammer blows to the Kazakage, instant kills of Kato Dan, 1,000 armed battle against the Iwagakure, commanding the 5 tails to ravage the lands. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed wrong, and in the end, he simply gave up. It seems that the strongest among you have the strength of a Jonin. How did you practice it? Jiraiya asked, inquiring how Yahiko and others extracted chakra for practice. This is also related to Konoha. At that time, the number of ninjas in the Rain country was declining, and Lord Hanzo began to lower the conditions for recruiting ninjas. He gave everyone the chakra extraction method, and we relied on the chakra extraction method to embark on the path of training. Ziadanin smiled. Jiraiya nodded. It made sense, very reasonable. Uzumaki Nagato looked at the two of them with a hesitant expression. To be honest, after listening to Yahiko and Konan's narration, he felt a little yearning for this organization. Then he suddenly looked at Jiraiya and pulled at the corner of his clothes. Teacher, can I? He hesitated to speak, feeling that it was impossible. Who is Jiraiya? He immediately understood Uzumaki Nagato's intentions, but he couldn't make a decision. Nagato, this matter must be made known to the Hokage, otherwise I have no say. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. If Nagato was just an ordinary ninja, he would naturally not say anything, but Nagato had 2 Rinnegan in his eyes, so the situation became complicated. Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, is not just a ninja, but a being comparable to the tailed beasts. Chapter 378. Joining the Akatsuki organization, the 4 Tails Jinchuriki was in prison. Uchiha Xiao was at home at the moment researching how to improve the diet of pregnant women. Suddenly his cell phone rang. He looked at the number and then at the note, Jiraiya. Why did Jiraiya call him? Uchiha Xiao answered the phone with doubts. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya's voice was a little nervous. He admitted that he was a little panicked, not because Uchiha Xiao was his love rival, but because of Uchiha Xiao's record and status. Oh, Jiraiya, what's up? He was also curious. Why would Jiraiya call him? Could it be that he was in trouble? Or was he out of money and wanted to borrow some? Hokage-sama, Nagato and I were traveling in the Land of Rain today and encountered an organization called Akatsuki, Jiraiya said slowly. Uchiha Xiao raised his eyebrows. Oh? Did they meet again in their original world? And Nagato was also tempted to join the Akatsuki, but given his status and Konoha's attitude, he wanted to ask for permission. Of course, if Uchiha Xiao said he disagreed, then Nagato would definitely not join the Akatsuki organization. After all, it was Uchiha Xiao who saved his life and his parents' lives. If Uchiha Xiao did not allow it, he would definitely shake his head without hesitation. Uchiha Xiao analyzed Jiraiya's words, and finally raised the corners of his mouth but pretended to be stern and said, Jiraiya, let Nagato answer the phone. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, is this talking about Nagato? He gave Uzumaki Nagato a look, and Uzumaki Nagato picked up the phone. Hello? Brother Owl, this has nothing to do with Master. I came up with this on my own, can you tell me your reasons? Uchiha Xiao was silent at first, then asked with a smile. Nagato is a very opinionated person, so there must be something that attracted him and made him want to join Akatsuki, so Uchiha Xiao intends to listen to his reasons before making a decision. Brother Owl, I think Akatsuki's philosophy of promoting peace will also help stabilize the ninja world. I want to do my best to do something for the peace of the ninja world. Uzumaki Nagato's voice was clean and his tone was firm. Uchiha Xiao laughed, and he slowly said, if you want to go, go ahead, but you have to remember that you are a ninja from the Land of Fire, Konoha village. I support your ideas, but if one day you betray Konoha or even attack Konoha, I will be angry. Uchiha Xiao said half-jokingly, but Uzumaki Nagato knew very well how much weight that last sentence "I will be angry" carried. He took a deep breath and said, Brother Xiao, don't worry. I will always remember my identity and I will always remember that I am a Konoha person. Okay, in that case, you have called me Big Brother for so many years, so I will give you some gifts and give the phone number to your master, Uchiha Xiao said with a smile. Although Nagato didn't know what Big Brother Al was going to give him, he still handed the phone to Jiraiya obediently. Jiraiya took the phone and laughed. Hokage, what kind of gift are you going to give me? Really? Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, this gift still needs you to deliver it, Jiraiya. You can teach the Akatsuki as many C-level ninjutsu as you know in the village, but not the B-level ones. Oh, and let them know that this is a gift from Konoha? Jiraiya's smile disappeared instantly. He nodded and said, I will, Hokage-sama. Then, Uchiha Al hung up the phone, and Jiraiya remained silent. What did Uchiha Al's last sentence mean? Could it be that the Hokage wanted to take over the Akatsuki organization as Konoha's Akatsuki organization? This is a bit too unrealistic. The ninjas and main founders of the Akatsuki organization are from the Land of Rain, including their fathers. How could they possibly defect to Konoha? He shook his head. But he was also prepared to do what the Hokage said. After all, this would also help Nagato gain a foothold in the organization, right? Although the Akatsuki organization currently knew chakra extraction techniques, they knew very few ninjutsu, so it would be easier for Nagato to join the group with funds. He did it right away. Jiraiya smiled and hugged his disciple Nagato, then walked to the side of Yohiko, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Ahem, excuse me, Yohiko, my apprentice wants to join your Akatsuki organization. I wonder, Jiraiya said with a smile. Period. Yohiko was stunned for a moment and looked at Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato was thin-skinned, and although his cheeks were red at this moment, he nodded Zayan and jumped out and said, of course you are welcome. Nagato, do you really want to join us? Our organization's office is in the Land of Rain, not Konoha, and we are very busy every day, with very few holidays. Strangely enough, it was Konan who wanted Nagato to join at first, but it was also Konan who made Nagato think carefully. At this moment Yohiko didn't say anything, but nodded. Konan is right. If you join our Akatsuki organization, you may not have the opportunity to return to Konoha several times a year. Can you accept it? He looked carefully at the boy in front of him who was about the same height as him and asked. Nagato nodded and said, your ideas coincide with mine. I also want to join and contribute to the organization's dream and peace in the ninja world. He looked serious and earnest. Yohiko was still thinking seriously, but Konan hugged Nagato's arm and said, great. Nagato, Akatsuki welcomes you. Uzumaki Nagato's heart skipped a beat, then he nodded, thank you. Yohiko clicked his tongue, then looked at Jiraiya. Your Excellency, Konoha Ninja, if that's the case, then as the leader of Akatsuki, I agree to Nagato's request. Jiraiya smiled and said, okay, Your Excellency, how about this? As a gift, I am willing to teach you a few ninjutsu? Yohiko was stunned. This was the first time someone was willing to teach them ninjutsu. They only learned 1 or 2 ninjutsu from Hanzo, and they were repetitive. Although they in the Akatsuki organization also knew ninjutsu, Yohiko knew that they were not up to the standard. Really? Yohiko's eyes widened. Konan covered her mouth with her eyes shining, and even Nagato was the same. He didn't expect that his master would be willing to teach the Rain Country ninja techniques. Jiraiya smiled, then looked at Nagato, then looked at Yohiko and said, little guy, this is what our Hokage meant, and it's also Konoha's sincerity. He even said that if one day you encounter difficulties, you can come to Konoha, and Konoha will definitely help you solve it. Yohiko was stunned. He didn't expect that the Hokage of Konoha knew about this and would agree to let his ninjas join a grassroots organization like their Akatsuki, and even provide them with great help. For a moment, he felt like he was dreaming. Thank you for the gift from Lord Hokage, and thank you for the gift from Konoha village. I, Yohiko, swear that Akatsuki will never be an enemy of Konoha, and I hope that the two can establish a long-lasting friendship. Yohiko came back to his senses and said solemnly, okay, I will tell Lord Hokage about this when I get back. Now, all of you come with me and I will teach you some of the ninjutsu that I know, Jiraiya said with a smile. Yohiko and Konan nodded, and called on their ninjas to come and watch. Konoha Uchiha Xiao was sitting at home and laughed. Akatsuki, this fascinating organization, will eventually belong to Konoha. After all, Hanzo is old and has the same character as Sarutobi Hiruzen. He's worried about his political status being damaged. At this moment, the Anbu suddenly knocked on the door. Uchiha Al frowned. He opened the door and saw Hatake Tsukumo kneeling on one knee, so he asked, "What's wrong? Tsukumo, did something big happen?" The Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Shi, released a lava release during the war, burning countless Konoha ninjas to death and destroying the landscape of Konoha. He was suppressed by Lord Hashirama and is now imprisoned in the prison of the Guard Corps. Lord Hashirama asked what to do with him. Hatake Tsukumo said in a deep voice. Uchiha Xiao's face darkened visibly. How could he forget about this? Or why didn't he meet the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Laozi on the battlefield? It turned out that he was suppressed by Senju Hashirama. What a good suppression. Take me to prison. There was a coldness in Uchiha Xiao's voice. How many of us were killed? He asked coldly. Hatake Tsukumo immediately responded, 500 people in total. 500 people. Uchiha Xiao took a breath. This was no longer intentional or careless, but intentional and careless. If it was just a few or a dozen Uchiha owls, it would be understandable. But you killed 500 people. The number of ninjas from the hidden cloud village you killed is not as many as that from Konoha, right? Lead the way, I'm going to skin him alive today. Uchiha Xiao was furious. This was almost as many as 1/3 of the casualties on the front battlefield. Good, very good. Traitor Laozi. Senju Hashirama was also very angry about this. This bastard said that he was helping Konoha, but secretly he was more cruel than anyone else to Konoha ninjas. Therefore, Hashirama Senju did not intend to show leniency and directly informed Uchiha Owl that it would be best for him to handle this matter. Uchiha Owl came to the prison under the leadership of Hatake Tsukumo, and under the guidance of the prison guard, they came to the place where Laozi was imprisoned. They saw Laozi tied to a piece of wood, with not a piece of good meat on his body. Uchiha Xiao sneered and ordered the jailer. The jailer moved quickly. Seeing that it was the Hokage Uchiha Xiao, he immediately opened the door. Uchiha Xiao looked at the unconscious Laozi and suddenly smiled and said, "Splash water on him to wake him up." Upon hearing this, the jailer immediately used water array wall to wake Laozi up. In just a second, Laozi woke up. Bastards. You Konoha bastards, I'm here to help Konoha quell the rebellion. Why are you arresting me? Why? He roared. He felt that there was nothing wrong with what he did, and the problem was with Konoha. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Xiao slapped him in the face and said, "Bark. A dog barking. You're the only one who can bark? Did you kill 500 ninjas?" Laozi was sobered up a bit by the slap. He looked at the newcomer, his arrogance no longer burning. He lowered his head and said, "In war, casualties are inevitable. This can't be entirely blamed on me. Sun Wukong, he has completely lost hope in Laozi. Let it be destroyed. I'm tired. Equals 6,000 words still. Please urge me to update. Please like. Please use your love to generate electricity." Chapter 379. Senju Hashirama kills Laozi instantly. Uchiha Xiao looked at the stubborn old purple in front of him and couldn't help but sneer. "I spared you in the land of Earth 8 years ago, but now you are so ungrateful and hurt my villagers. I tell you, even if Inoki comes this time, you will die. You are being unreasonable. I am here to help you." Laozi felt a little guilty at this moment. Help us? Help us reduce the number of combat-capable ninjas? Why do you think your status as the Four-Tails Jinchuriki is so noble? You can't bear to die. So you unscrupulously reach out to innocent Konoha ninjas? Uchiha Xiao hit the nail on the head, making Laozi's heart pounding. Uchiha Xiao didn't intend to waste time talking. The golden samsara eye appeared and he placed a hand on Laozi's head. Laozi's face was filled with horror. What kind of eyes are these? Damn it, why do I feel a strong crisis? Don't be nervous. I just want to read your memories and thoughts. Samsara eye technique, heart dive. Golden chakra emerged from Uchiha Owl's hand, covering Laozi's head, taken from the human path's heart dive technique in the original work. This technique can read memories from the mind. Laozi wailed, then calmed down. Uchiha Xiao closed his eyes and immersed himself in Laozi's memories. Laozi said, "No. I'm going, no one can stop me." Then he ran towards the battlefield of Konoha. "Laozi, you really want to help Konoha, right?" Sun Wukong asked Laozi in his heart. Help him? Then I might as well join the cloud and mist battlefield directly." A flame of hatred flashed in Laozi's eyes. He had not forgotten the humiliation Uchiha Owl had brought upon him during World War II. Asking him to help Konoha was impossible, absolutely impossible. "No, Laozi, I think you should think about it again. You have to know that we can't afford to offend the hidden rock village of Konoha. You can't afford to offend them, and I can't afford to offend them either. Once we do this, there will be no turning back." Sun Wukong was very disappointed. "Sun Wukong, are you scared?" Lao Zi asked provocatively. Sun Wukong was stunned. "MDZZ, you don't understand what I'm saying, right? Okay, I won't say anything anymore, do whatever you want." Sun Wukong did not answer, but blocked out Lao Zi's thoughts. "It's up to you, I'm tired, you can do whatever you want, anyway, it won't be me who will suffer. You have forgotten the fate of the six-tailed Jinchuriki Yu-Gi-Oh, but I still remember it at worst, I can just change the host later." What a crap thing. Lao Zi also noticed that Sun Wukong no longer responded. He snorted coldly and headed towards the Konoha battlefield. The Cloud Ninjas were wreaking havoc in a small village, where 500 ninjas sent by Konoha village were fighting with 200 Cloud Ninjas. They were pointing swords at each other, using ninjutsu against each other, and the battle was so fierce that it was dark. Lao Zi mocked in the dark, "Is that all? Konoha ninjas are just like this. Let me, Lao Zi, lend you a hand." As he said that, he was about to take action. Haha, it's not that the Konoha ninjas are incompetent, it's because this place is in the territory of the Land of Fire, and they can't bear to destroy the village's buildings and every blade of grass and tree, so they are using ordinary means to fight against the Kumajiri ninjas. The Cloud Ninjas also knew this very well. To a certain extent, the Konoha army was restricted, which was very beneficial to them. The opponent did not dare to release large-scale attack ninjutsu, so it was only 1-on-2 or 1-on-1, which reduced the pressure on the Cloud Ninjas. However, because of the fighting style adopted by the Konoha troops, the villagers also bought time. The villagers supported each other and left the village to seek refuge in Konoha village. Next moment Lao Zi activated the Molten Release Chakra mode, standing in the air, and performed Molten Release, Burning River Rock technique. Then he spat out multiple magma balls from his mouth, specifically shooting them at crowded places. The high-temperature magma made all the ninjas stop attacking and start dodging. But how could Lao Zi let people escape so easily? He looked at the ninjas of the hidden cloud village and then at the ninjas of Konoha, and suddenly a bad idea came to his mind. Wouldn't it be wonderful if they were all left here? But he didn't see that at this moment. The leader of the 500-man ninja army, after dodging the previous attack, immediately fled the battlefield and took out his pager. Calling for support, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki appeared above Kingston village and is performing a large-scale melting ninjutsu. The people's houses have been destroyed, and our ninjas have suffered heavy casualties. Requesting support. Over. Just as he finished his report, a ball of lava flew towards him. He was stunned, then threw the pager away. Then his whole body was wrapped in the technique of Burning River Rock. No trace of his body was left, and he didn't even make a scream. At the same time, the voice of Hashirama Senju was heard from the pager that fell to the ground. "Hello, can you hear me? Evacuate immediately, evacuate immediately." Hashirama Senju hurriedly ordered in Konoha at this moment. He gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that the Four-Tails Jinchuriki would appear halfway. The first thing he considered was to let the army evacuate, and he didn't think about causing trouble. However, Lao Zi picked up the BB machine, smiled, and then clicked a button and said, "Stupid." Senju Hashirama was stunned. He looked at Senju Tobirama beside him and asked, "What did he call me?" Probably, possibly, if I heard correctly, it's an idiot?" Senju Tobirama hesitated a little. He glanced at Senju Hashirama, then turned his head away. Senju Hashirama's face was full of black lines. "Second brother, you stay at home, I will go meet him." After saying that, Senju Hashirama rushed directly towards the army. Sun Wukong was stunned. Why did that voice sound so familiar? It seemed to be that guy's. Impossible. Could it really be such a coincidence? Hey, Lao Zi, hurry up and run. The voice that came from the intercom just now sounded like Senju Hashirama's voice. Not only have you massacred all the ninjas in the village, you're also calling the god of ninja a dirk. If you don't run away now, it will be too late. Run? Why are you running? What happened to Hashirama Senju? What extra thing does he have? Isn't he just a head, 2 arms and 2 legs? Lao Zi was already getting carried away at this moment. He had killed more than 700 ninjas in a short while, and his eyes were red with anger. Madman, Lao Zi, how the hell could I find such a stupid guy like you? Sun Wukong had already started the telegram bombardment, but the next second, The big Buddha had rushed over and stopped quietly in front of the four-tails Jinchuriki Laozi. When Sun Wukong saw this scene, he thought to himself, one law, one law, one law, one law, one law. I'm admitting everything now, and I'm going to draw a clear line between me and Laozi. Okay, brothers. Yuzi. Laozi looked up at the big Buddha and grinned. Haha, it's just a big wooden frame, what can it do to me? After that, Laozi performed the molten escape, burning river rock technique. A huge ball of magma shot towards the giant Buddha of Senju Hashirama without any hesitation. I'm magma, you're wood. Aren't you looking for death? Laozi sneered in his heart. What god of ninja, what Senju Hashirama, they're all empty names, empty names. However, Hashirama Senju looked at him coldly, clapped his hands, and used wood-style, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon appeared out of thin air, swiftly caught all the magma balls, and then burned all over its body as it rushed towards Laozi to bite him. Fuck. Sun Wukong, help me. Sun Wukong. Laozi hurriedly called for support, but the four-tailed Sun Wukong blocked all his sources of information and watched everything silently. Help you? I'm crazy, so I help you? The nine-tailed was just a slap in the face. What do you think I have more than him? Seeing that Sun Wukong was so disloyal, Laozi took a deep breath and called out Molten Release, granted. Molten Release chakra attached to the surface of his body to form a huge protective layer. However, the moment the wooden dragon rushed up, there was a snap and the protective layer shattered. Laozi let out a wail and was knocked away. Just as he was about to use this force to escape from the battlefield, a huge hand pressed down on him, blocking his entire vision. Laozi's face turned pale. How powerful is this guy? How could he be so powerful? Is he still human? Senju Hashirama ignored him. The big Buddha grabbed Laozi and threw him to the ground. Bang! The ground shattered, and a pit appeared. Laozi was lying in the middle of the pit. He had lost his ability to resist and was spitting blood. It was terrifying, extremely terrifying. This was the most terrifying enemy he had encountered since he was born. However, Senju Hashirama had no intention of stopping. He continued to punch down, 5 times in total. Laozi's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and he was about to die, so he stopped. Four-tail, I know you're here. Treat him and don't let him die. Otherwise, when you're resurrected, I'll come find you myself. Senju Hashirama's words gave the four-tailed monkey a startle, and he quickly activated the tailed beast's chakra, allowing Laozi's dying body to slowly recover. Senju Hashirama released the great Buddha, then used one hand to instantly seal the technique and placed it on Laozi's abdomen. Then a hand picked him up and walked towards Konoha with an unfriendly look on his face. The picture ends here. Uchiha Xiao loosened his hand, opened his eyes, and looked at Laozi sarcastically. Laozi was foaming at the mouth and making humming sounds. You piece of trash. It's only with this lava release and Son Goku that you have the confidence to kill my Konoha ninja. Today I will make sure you lose your trump card and die slowly, Uchiha Xiao said lightly. Hatake Tsukumo, go to the Uchiha family, ask Izuna and Yekira to come over, and tell them that Uchiha Owl has a great gift for them. Yes, Lord Hokage, I'll go right away. Hatake Tsukumo flashed out of the prison and walked towards the Uchiha family. In less than 5 minutes, Hatake Tsukumo, Uchiha Izuna, and King arrived at the prison. Uchiha Owl smiled when he saw the three of them, then looked at Izuna and said, Grandpa, this four-tailed beast, I said before that I want to give it to Miss King, you as a witness. Uchiha Izuna smiled and said, thank you. King was stunned. She had just joined Konoha, so they were already so nice to her? And could she really control the tailed beasts? Period. The one-tailed creature from the Sands village in the Land of Wind is very violent. She was a little unconfident and was about to speak. However, Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, don't worry, the quality of our Konoha sealing technique is guaranteed. And if the four tails is not decent, Grandpa will help him be decent. Sun Wukong, he didn't say anything disrespectful or uncooperative. Why are you slandering me, Uchiha Xiao? I'm suing you for defamation. Chapter 384 Tailed Jinchuriki. King. When King heard this, her heart moved, but she still looked at Uchiha Izuna. After all, she would be with him in the future, so she naturally had to listen to him. Uchiha Izuna nodded and said, don't worry. Konoha now has many Jinchuriki, including the 1-tail, 2-tail, 3-tail, 6-tail, 9-tail, and the 4-tail, which makes it the 6th one. Uchiha Owl is the Hokage of Konoha, and he has the right to decide the ownership of the tailed beasts. Besides, you have now become a member of Konoha and the Uchiha family, so just accept it with confidence. Uchiha Izuna smiled. Yukang took 3 breaths before nodding. I understand, Izuna-kun. After that, she looked at Uchiha Owl, indicating that she was ready. Uchiha Xiao nodded, then gestured to Yukang to sit cross-legged. He turned around and looked at Laozi, who was foaming at the mouth, frowned, and thought it was really disgusting. Then, he pressed his left hand on Laozi's abdomen. With one press, the sealing technique of Oshirama Senju is directly broken. With one stroke, the sealing technique of the Iwagakure village was released. Uchiha Owl used the chakra in his left hand to condense the Four Tails chakra together, then pulled it out and injected it into Yukang's body. Yukang groaned as she felt the chakra as hot as lava burning in her body. Don't resist, get used to this feeling as soon as possible. Sun Wukong's voice sounded inside Yukang's body. If possible, he didn't want Yukang to suffer like this, but there's nothing we can do, his chakra is just so violent. However, this little guy seems to be very talented. His self-created burning escape has the same effect as my melting escape. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yukang withdrew his chakra resistance and conquered this feeling with strong willpower. Uchiha Izuna on the side frowned and looked at Uchiha Xiao, but he didn't dare to speak, for fear of disturbing Uchiha Xiao and Yukang, and if something happened, it would be all over. Hatake Tsukumo stood there, watching this scene, feeling very curious. So this is the Jinchuriki grafting. As time passed, Yukang went from groaning in pain at the beginning to gradually adapting and finally calming down. She opened her eyes and nodded, it's okay. After hearing this, Uchiha Xiao used his right hand to perform a sealing technique in the air. After all, this was his grandfather's future daughter-in-law, and he could not have physical contact with her. Uchiha Owl's control over the Uzumaki family's sealing technique has reached perfection. He can imprint the sealing technique on the Jinchuriki's body without any physical contact. Circles of sealing characters crawled up Yukang's abdomen, forming a complete sealing rune, and then disappeared. Only then did the burning sensation in Yukang's body disappear. She looked up at Uchiha Owl with gratitude in her eyes. Thank you. I can feel that the Four Tails chakra is highly compatible with mine. Uchiha Owl smiled and shook his head. It's okay, we are all from Konoha. After that, Uchiha Owl snapped his fingers, and the former Four Tails Jinchuriki, Laozi, was burned by flames. Uchiha Owl took a photo and sent it to Inoki, while Sun Wukong could only sigh. Yukang heard Sun Wukong sigh, and asked in his heart, Four-tailed, what's wrong with you? Nothing, Miss Yukang, I just lamented how people could commit suicide to such an extent. Forget it, I won't talk about him anymore. My name is Sun Wukong, please give me your guidance. Sun Wukong introduced himself. Yakira, former ninja of Sand Village, current ninja of Konoha, and fiancé of Uchiha Izuna, Yakira said with a smile. The two of them had a preliminary acquaintance. Uchiha Xiao looked at Uchiha Izuna and said, Grandpa, you must accompany Miss Yukang well when you go back. Otherwise, if she gets angry and uses a lava escape, won't you be crippled? Uchiha Owl jokingly said. Uchiha Izuna rolled her eyes at him, then took Yukang's hand and said to Uchiha Xiao, thank you very much, grandson. Come back to the clan's land often when you have time. Uchiha Xiao nodded and said, I will. Then the three of them said goodbye and Uchiha Xiao's phone rang. Uchiha Xiao looked at the phone number and notes, raised the corners of his mouth, and answered the call. Hello? Lord Tsuchikage, what do you want me to do? Uchiha Xiao smiled. No, Laozi is dead, Inoki asked. Although he looked surprised, he even shouted it out in the conference room without disguising his voice. For a moment, the Tsuchikage conference room fell silent. Uchiha Xiao was stunned at first. Did this old guy tell me about this? Are you pretending to be a fool? Well, what's wrong? Uchiha Xiao wanted to see what kind of medicine was sold in Inoki's gourd, and then Inoki quietly turned on the rear camera. Uchiha Xiao saw the situation and he understood it instantly. Inoki, your Four Tails Jinchuriki is in the name of rescue, and in terms of strength, you have killed more Konoha ninjas than the Kumajiri Shinobi Coalition. Is this the support from your Iwagakure village? Then, do you want my Konoha village to support you? Uchiha Xiao's voice was cold. Inoki turned on the hands-free button. At that moment, the faces of the senior executives and senior ninjas in the office changed. They shook their heads at the same time, indicating that Inoki should think of a solution quickly. Inoki looked embarrassed, but in his heart he was very happy. Oh lord, that Four Tails Jinchuriki had already betrayed the village a long time ago. We didn't know he did this. If you don't believe me, ask everyone. After saying that, Inoki raised his phone and everyone chimed in. Yet, Hokage-sama, We knew nothing about this. Yes, Lord Hokage, he, lousy, betrayed the Iwagakure village a long time ago. We didn't expect that he would continue to use the name of the Iwagakure village to bring disaster to Konoha. Well done, Hokage-sama. This is a huge contribution to Konoha and the Iwagakure village. The politicians in the office praised him one after another, and then Inoki signaled everyone to shut up, and everyone presented so. Look, Mr. Owl, we in the Hidden Rock village all support you. You did the right thing, Inoki said earnestly. HMPH, that's better. Inoki, keep your family's Jinchuriki under control from now on. If something like this happens again, don't blame me for attacking your Iwagakure. Uchiha Owl had just finished speaking. Han immediately yelled, Hokage-sama, this will never happen again. The Five Tails Jinchuriki Han will take the lead and guarantee it. Uchiha Owl was stunned, Inoki was stunned, and everyone present was stunned. They all looked at the Five Tails Jinchuriki, with different thoughts in their minds. However, one thing everyone agrees on is that the Five Tails Jinchuriki has a strong desire to survive, an extremely strong one. Uchiha Owl smiled. Okay, remember your words, Han. I'll remember it, Han said with determination. Okay, Lord Tsuchikage, may the friendship between Konoha and Iwagakure last forever. Uchiha Owl finished speaking, and Inoki also smiled and replied, forever, it must last forever. Afterwards, the two of them hung up the phone. Uchiha Xiao smiled. Inoki used him as a gun, no problem. After all, you guys used the Four Tails as bargaining chips, so it's no problem for me to be your gun for once. Tsuchikage office. Inoki put down the phone and sighed. Everyone, our Four Tails Jinchuriki ignored everyone's expectations. He was clearly sent by us to support Konoha, but he failed to distinguish between friend and foe and ultimately died. From now on, everyone must work together, listen carefully to instructions, and not act on their own. Inoki shook his head helplessly. No one spoke, each with their own thoughts. Although everyone had guessed something and looked at Inoki, they ultimately lowered their heads. Inoki knew it was time to win people's hearts. Give Lao Zi's family enough money to settle down. Although he didn't do a good job in this matter, he has worked hard for our Iwagakure village for so many years. Even if he has no merit, he has worked hard. Lord Tsuchikage is wise. We swear to follow you till death. In the Tsuchikage's office, everyone complimented Inoki and admired Inoki. Inoki smiled and then announced the adjournment of the meeting. As for the ownership of the Four Tails, no one mentioned it, no one dared to mention it, there was no point in mentioning it, so it was better not to mention it. Muai village. Uchiha Xiao went to the minister's lounge of the security department to take a shower. He couldn't go back and let Tsunade see his hands covered in blood and the unpleasant smell of blood. Right after washing, he seemed to have a change of heart and went to the Hokage building. He knocked on the office door, and a deer-like voice came from inside. Come in. Uchiha Xiao pushed open the door. Naraluming looked up and snorted coldly. Hey, I was wondering who it was. It turns out it's our Hokage. What day is today that allows our Hokage to come to the Hokage office building in person? Naraluming emphasized the word Hokage's office, but Uchiha Xiao acted as if he didn't hear it. He picked up the tea box from Luming's desk, walked to the rest area, and put the tea box on the table. Then he took out the teacups and tea set from the drawer under the table, and then filled a pot of water from the side and heated it on the boiler. What? You can't come to the Hokage building if there's nothing to do, Comrade Luming. Your attitude is wrong. Not to mention serving me, you shouldn't have this attitude when serving the villagers. Uchiha Xiao criticized Luming righteously. Luming quickly stood up and said, yes, Lord Hokage, today should be my day off. Since you are here, but then again, the villagers should understand and respect Lord Luming. Luming works hard and overtime for Konoha. What's wrong with being a little emotional? Uchiha Owl, came here just to make a pot of tea for Lord Luming. Uchiha Owl's smooth little combo amused Naraluming. Naraluming stopped what he was doing and came to Uchiha Xiao's side. You can count on your hands the number of times you've been to the Hokage's office this whole year. Tell me, what's the matter? Naraluming said with a wry smile. That's too polite, Luming. I just came to pour you a glass of water. Look at you, you're being rude, aren't you? As he spoke, the water heater made a sound. Uchiha Xiao quickly stood up and wanted to make tea, but was stopped by Naraluming. Let me make it. After all, I know how much tea leaves to put in the tea and how long to steep it better than you do. What I mean is, I drink tea and work every day, unlike you who do not do your job properly every day. Besides, after all, the top leader is Uchiha Xiao. How can you let the top leader make tea for the second in command? It's against the rules. 6,000 words. Please urge me to update, like, and use love to generate electricity, brothers. Let's go all the way. Leogwin thanks everyone for their likes. With you all here, I will try my best to write. Chapter 381 Shinobi Bridge. System recovery. Nara Luming stood up and took the kettle, poured some tea leaves into the teapot, then slowly added hot water, poured it out after 2 seconds, added hot water again, put the kettle down, and covered the teapot. Then, he sat on the sofa and looked at Uchiha Xiao. Uchiha Xiao smiled and said, Luming, your tea-making skills are getting better and better. After all, Lord Hokage has demonstrated it himself. I'm just good at learning. Narashikaku chuckled. By the way, Lord Hokage, what brings you to the Hokage's office today? Narashikaku asked with a smile. He didn't believe that Uchiha Al just came to see him. He always said so and assigned him work every time. Tell me, Luming, what is our relationship? Are you a heretic asking this? Your behavior really makes me sad. Uchiha Xiao quickly covered his heart. Come on, stop pretending. Tell me what you want and I may consider agreeing to it. Nara Luming said slowly. Uchiha Xiao hesitated for a moment, but finally said, it's like this, Luming, I want to retire. Nara Luming jumped up and looked at Uchiha Xiao in disbelief. No, big brother, you want to retire? You are not even 30 years old yet, why would you retire? Besides, I am almost 50, so I should be the one to retire. No, Luming, you sit down first and keep your voice down. Uchiha Xiao pulled Luming's arm and wanted him to sit down, but Luming rolled his eyes. I handle 80% of the work in the Hokage's office. You don't have to be very busy all day. I need your title of Hokage to intimidate the other 4 countries. You tell me you want to retire? Don't even think about it. Narashikaku sat down angrily. Uchiha Xiao didn't dare to say a word, then poured a cup of tea for Nara Luming, and then poured a cup of tea for himself. Luming, you know me. Now Konoha is relatively complete in all aspects, plus the situation of my wife, you see. Uchiha Xiao's voice was filled with pleading. Narashikame rolled his eyes at him and said, I know that Lady Tsunade is about to give birth and you're feeling very confused. So, I'll give you 1.5 years of paternity leave. Apart from the war and the covenant, I'll handle everything else. Don't mention retirement anymore, okay, Luming, let's drink this cup of tea. We will be brothers forever. After saying that, Uchiha Xiao drank the tea in the cup, then put the cup on the table, and then cast Flying Thunder God and fled the scene at the speed of light, for fear that Nara Luming would go back on his word. Nara Luming was stunned. No, buddy, you're here just for vacation? Not for retirement? Good negotiation skills, you're using them on me, right? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.